Audio. There we go. Okay, so literally as I was sitting here, Charles got a 20-second grid penalty. He drops from P6 to P8. So I don't know if Charles took my bad luck or what. But yeah. Hermes is here. He's mad because it took me too long to give him my socks by the time I got home. But yes, hi. I watched the Miami GP at an AMC IMAX theater here in LA. That was a lot. I also do admit, because they moved the start time up, I got up at like 5:30 a.m. so that I could be there at 8:30 because I had to make myself pretty and drive there, okay? And to also so I could play F125 because they had F125 on the IMAX screen. So we were playing F125 on the IMAX screen, and I had a time slot, so I was like, I'm going. And then the race started. So I did fall asleep for about 10 laps of that race. I fell asleep in my seat. In my defense, I got up early. I get sleepy when it's cold, and the IMAX seats were comfortable as fuck. So that's my excuse. I did eventually wake up and see like the last 20 laps of that race, because that last lap was fucking insane. Also, side note, this was a very cool. I'm glad I did this, and I'm glad they invited me out. Obviously, I got invited by IMAX to go to that event, because now I can tell you guys if I think that it's worth it for the rest of the season. Because the next one is Monaco. They're doing Silverstone. Are they doing Montreal? I have the. Let me see. Do I have the photo? Is it on this one or the other phone? Let me see. It is. Okay. Monaco, Silverstone, Monza, and Austin are the next ones, which is interesting. I'm shocked they're not doing Vegas. Maybe depending on how well they do, maybe they'll add Vegas. I'm shocked they're not adding Vegas, but Vegas would be difficult because it's like late for even us. And so it would be like 1 a.m. for most other like East Coast races. So I'm very curious how it's going to play out. And the no good, very bad, terrible day. Yeah, he got my bad luck. But yeah, overall, one thing that happened. So they moved the race up. And when I got there, I got there pretty early. I was like one of the first people to check in. And I had that gaming slot. But then as the race was supposed to be starting, like they did not end up playing the pre-show part that was advertised to us. Like they were supposed to play like 15 minutes of the pre-show, and they did not. So I just had it up on my phone. They were just like doing their promo sheets, and then there was no trailers or anything. It was just like the normal, F1 Apple TV stuff. And I realized how many empty seats were in that theater. I was like, oh, a bunch of people had no idea that it got changed. And sure enough, when it was like lap 37, I think is when 11:30 kind of hit, and a lot of people showed up. So a bunch of people had no idea that the start time of the race, it wasn't a large amount, it was a decent amount, and I think they had 2 of the IMAXs. So I was in one, and I think both of them were set up the same way. It's not like they had influencers and journalists in one, and then, like paying customers in the others. There had certain seats that were given to us that were like the influencer creator journo seats, okay? And then the other ones were, like available for purchase, okay? So it was like a decent batch of people. I will say a lot of the creators who I like casually recognized or like were part of the creator group were wearing Apex GP merch, which I found kind of funny. There was a few people in like F1 merch, but it was very interesting to see the amount of people that had the F1 movie merch, which I thought was funny. Okay, sound wise, screen wise, very cool. But I will say, screen wise, my complaints that I've had all season with the broadcast, very apparent and even more obvious, I would say, on the IMAX screen. And I want to make it clear, I would do this again. I did enjoy myself. Sorry, hang on. Sorry, hang on. My manager is making sure that I got an okay because I never got the email. She was getting the email, so she was forwarding them to me. So there's that. Then, okay. My issues, like for example, the first lap, and I don't know if you guys saw this as well if you were watching the race. The first lap, it was almost like the broadcast cameras, like the angles they were choosing, could not keep up with the first four cars. Did you guys notice this? Because the announcers and the commentators are talking about the first four cars, but the actual cars we were being shown on screen is like P5 and back. And now it was a lot of happening really quickly, but that's something that I've noticed a handful of times now this season, and it's a little frustrating. Yeah, we saw it as soon as I literally switched to full screen. We got the notified he's down to P8 from P6. His no good, very bad day. He's already pissed off at the strategist, so I'm sure this is going to go really well for all of them. There's like there were 6 other matters I think the stewards needed to talk to. There was a few other instances as well where it seems like, and I don't know if because they are realizing that if they are realizing that people are picking up on details that the commentators are not talking about, or the way that they talk about things is an indication of criticism of the what's it called, the regulations from the audience perspective. Like the commentary people are doing the best they can, but they are not talking about something that is like, there is clearly an agreement or something in place where they are speaking about what is happening in the race in the most positive spin possible. I mean, like, gee, I don't know what's going on. And it's like, okay, well, he lost power because of the battery yield. You know, like there's certain things that they're not addressing. And they're like, gee, I wonder what that issue was. Gosh, God, I don't know why he did that. Yeah, he doesn't know either because that's the car doing it, you know? And they're clearly realizing it. So I don't know if this is what's happening. There were multiple instances of battles of, for example, Max borderline playing with his food, i.e., five other drivers on the grid for half of the fucking race, okay? On hard tires, old ass hard tires, okay? And they had him in the tiny box for far too long, okay? Even though it was like, oh, Lando's gonna catch up to Kimi, and then he didn't. He never did. And it's like, okay, I would get it. Like there's just so many, and it's almost like an issue that we had last year where it was like there was these amazing battles happening at the middle of the pack that were never looked at. And I don't know if that's just an issue that I'm noticing now, a lot more because of the regulations now. I don't know, but there were certain things where I was like, there is an incredible overtake happening in a tiny little box that now, thankfully, because I'm watching it on an IMAX, is like much larger. But it's like, okay, I see the dynamic racing that you are telling me I'm not getting, that you're telling me I'm not allowed to have because of your regulations. Someone's trying to do it over there. I need you to show it to me now. And I'm assuming you're not, because you know that as soon as they actually do that crazy racing maneuver, it's going to get taken away because of the battery problem. Like, I'm assuming that's what's happening. So that was my frustration, where I was like, this is cool, but this is not helping my feelings of these regulations. Pierre's crash was fucking wild, and I still don't even understand how that happened with Liam. Apparently, Liam acknowledged that it was like, Liam went and talked to Pierre and apologized and explained what happened. And apparently it was an issue with the actual, like, he lost battery control or something like that, or there was something that happened with his car, and Pierre has acknowledged that it was not actually Liam's fault. So there's that. Then obviously there was an issue there. Same with the puncture. God, this was like limping across the finish line for several of these people. There was one moment though I really wanted Max. There was a moment on that last lap when Charles and George collided and kept going. If Max, I almost wish he had like maybe 5 lap fresher tires. That's it. Because I think he would have made the move. That, or he was just too close in that point because he was trying to overtake George, I think, at that point. But he could have easily, for Max, not easily for every driver on the grid, but easily for Max, overtaken both of them to at least get like P4. Like that would have been a sick fucking move. But you know, it happens. Max will drag that car to the front. I also feel really bad for Isaac. You could see seeing him smash that wheel on an IMAX screen. I was like, oh, because he knows. He knows. He's still angry. This is good, though. He's angry. This is good. Once he gives up, once the light leaves his eyes, that's when we know we need to be worried. Because Liam got that to that point very quickly. Isaac is still pissed off. Okay, we need to keep that. we need to monitor him closely. Oh, MBS. Okay, head of the FIA. I need him to remember that he is the head of the FIA. Okay, and that's the governing body of this series. He needs to stop being buddy-buddy or trying to be buddy-buddy with drivers. It makes me extremely uncomfortable because logically, these drivers cannot, like we're getting into questionable workplace harassment territory, you know? We really are. Yes, he was the one pouring water on Kimmy. It was very weird. It made me uncomfortable. He's also the one that when Lando won the championship kept touching Lando's hair, and it was fucking weird. And I like these drivers have no, because someone's gonna be like, oh well, Amanda, they're like laughing and joking. Kimmy looked startled that someone was pouring water on his head because Kimmy was not looking at him. He was taking a drink of water, and then it's it's a little too familiar buddy, and I think that even from the perspective of himself, MBS should be like, oh, I need them to respect me because I am the head of the FIA, you know, like this is. So I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I'm assuming it's a man wanting to be buddy with cool drivers that are rich. I don't know. He's also rich though. You know, that's not my fucking point. I'm just like it's a little too weird. It's a little too trying to force the familiarity, and I don't like it. I don't know if someone thought. I do know that there is a minor attempt. I have been told this. Okay, there is a minor attempt to try and get him a little better PR. Okay. From the F1 space specifically. Obviously, this whole thing is PR, but still. Like getting more fans to like the FIA and like him specifically. This is not helping. I don't know who told him to like be buddy with the drivers because they like the drivers. You know, I don't know who told him that. He needs to, it's really weird. And it makes me uncomfortable to watch it because these guys sometimes you get like the little like, oh, not right now. But like the way he tries to insert himself into their celebrations after getting out of the car, I find very odd, especially because he's going to be on the podium anyway because he's the head of the FIA. You know what I'm saying? It's very weird. And then he was dripping during his interview because he had no way to dry off. Yeah, it was very weird. My friend was like, I was like, okay, I texted my friend who's there. I was like, OMG, like MBS just like dumped water on Kimmy's head. It was very weird. And she was like, oh, fuck off. I was wondering why he was soaking wet. And I was like, yeah, it was very odd. Because it's like, if Kimmy was looking at him and he was like, oh, it's so hot, and then he did it, I would even understand that more. But like Kimmy was not looking at him. It looks like he just like did it. It was very odd. And I don't know, it's an ongoing thing. Also, side note, would love if anyone had a different angle of this. Did Max totally ignore Lando? Because Max walked up and was like, got Kimmy's attention. They high-fived, gave a little hug, okay? And then as he was walking away, he like went to Oscar and he did like the shoulder pat thing and gave him a little thumbs up and then kept walking to go get Wade. Did he totally ignore Lando? Because the rumor has it is that I think it was since 2024 there's been issues with them. And then that weird interview that Lando did, where his team was like low key putting a gag order on him. It was fucking weird. Like they made a weird quote about Max, where Lando was asked about Max, and Max and George, and Lando kind of brushed it off. And then one of his teams walked up and was like, "We love Max," quote, or something like that. Like basically trying to make it seem like Lando had said it. It was very weird. Vibrant, 115 streams. So there's a lot of things like that. Oh, him? Yes. The head of the FIA. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, like Kimmy, even on the podium, he's soaking wet. Sorry. There's something about Miami, okay, the Miami Grand Prix, that makes some motorsport people act crazy. Mostly it makes grown adults act like children. And I don't know what it is, but it's odd. I love the baby yellow with the V. I'm not a yellow person. I also hated how they put a yellow like splatter pattern right on the crotch of their race suits. Very odd. But I do like their suit more than I liked the purple suit of the Mercedes, not the McLarens. Let's see. The sparkling water for Kimmy, I forgot. Because everyone was asking, like, what are they going to do for Kimmy? They're going to give him sparkling water and make it clear that it's a different logo. Like, that's what they're going to do, which is exactly what they did do, which is funny. Let's see. Yeah, and Kimmy now he's the youngest pole sitter in Formula One history, okay? But then he also is the only Formula One driver ever for his first 3 poles, okay, pole positions to be consecutive, and also for those first 3 pole positions to translate into wins. No other driver has done that. There are other drivers that have like their first 3 pole positions like consecutively. There are 2 other drivers. And then there are also like 3 who have gotten their first wins back to back to back like this. But this is his first. He's the first one to have 3 pole positions converted to 3 wins simultaneously, consecutively. Let's petition VCarb to keep the yellow. No, not unless they're going to change their logo as well. Okay, let's see what else. I'm trying to think what else was anything that was... Oh, yeah, I mentioned this in passing. Charles's radio message. Now, thankfully, the rain did not come out when they thought that it would. But the fact that Charles felt the need to get on the radio. Hi, if you're going to make a decision, can you include me in on it too, since I'm here as well? Like... He's really going to have to get into the mind of Carlos, because Carlos figured out very quickly to not quickly, his last season with Ferrari. He figured out, just do your own race. Figure it out yourself. You make the calls. Do not listen to the strategists. And I'm shocked Charles still has not sorted that. Hermes, stop barking at people. Hermes. Hermes. Whew. I saw that Charles got a 22nd. Yeah, he did. He dropped from 6th to 8th after he just barely got that car across the fucking line. What else? Let's see. Okay, yay. So I was wondering who she was. So Kimmy, for the Constructors Trophy, okay, brought up a woman on stage with him for the Constructors spot, okay? But they never identified who she was on the broadcast. And I was like, that's really weird. They never do that. Females in Motorsport on Twitter sorted it out. Amy Walker collects the Constructors Trophy at the 2026 Miami Grand Prix for Mercedes Formula One. Amy serves as trackside operations engineer at Mercedes, joining Kimmy after his first one. Okay, trackside operations engineer. That's sick. This is great. Max got a penalty. Hold on. Max got a penalty. What did you get, Max? The pit lane violation, which, by the way, on site, okay, a 5-second time penalty. Wait, does that mean he... The Zeus confirms Verstappen's transgression and handled... Okay, so he did cross the line. Because they said it looked like he hadn't. When the incident occurred, there was limited video evidence to make clear decision on whether an infringement had occurred. Okay. Okay. Where does that still put him in front of Charles? I'm assuming it does. Okay, because he got a 22nd. P8. Have you guys seen Goog's art? Hold on, this is Goog. You guys should all know who Goog is. Goog is on Twitter. This is Goog's art. Strike is funny because Max went bowling. But these are the... Goog does this every season. These are the podium hats, okay? So when a driver gets a podium, whether it's their first one or several, Goog adds the Pirelli hat, okay? So we got second, first, second, 2 hats. Har Piastri. Wow, fancy seeing you here, Mr. Champion. Okay. Goog also sometimes puts funny little backgrounds back here, like when I think it was Japan, when Lando and Max looked like they were having a psychotic break, and they were back here looking deranged. Charles is clearly experiencing the horrors, okay, but he's there, and Kimmy is very excited and having a very detailed hat thing. It's very fun. Goog is the accountant. Goog. Hold on, wait, I'm on the wrong screen. Goog, highly recommend checking them out. Very fun. Motorsport reposted them. They've done art for a couple of teams now as well, which is very fun. But yeah, they do a lot of fun art. It's very fun. Definitely recommend it. But I saw that when I was looking for... Okay, 20 seconds. Chris Medlin is still talking about the 22nd. Do we have anything? Okay. Verstappen does get a 5-second time penalty risk, but as Leclerc has a bigger penalty for himself, it means no change of position. Okay, so Max is still P5, so that's good. Verstappen in fifth is still facing an investigation. Da, 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 da. Verstappen and Russell for causing a collision. Okay, so thank you for following. Verstappen and Russell for causing a collision was cleared 17 minutes ago. Same with Leclerc and Russell for causing a collision. So the other two collisions on that second to last and last lap, those collisions were cleared. It's the pit lane infringement, and then there was a yellow flag penalty, right, for Charles? For Leclerc leaving the track on several occasions without a justifiable reason. Drops him from P6 behind Hamilton and Colapinto, which means Franco got more points. Okay, so that's who it was. So Oscar's dad was with Zach at the podium celebration. And every time I learn more about him, I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about you. Like how he like signed his son up for boarding school in Europe and didn't tell Nicole, Oscar's mom, until like the night before. You got to pack him up. He leaves tomorrow. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. And I don't care what anyone says. That's how you make a champion. I don't give a fuck. That's fucking insane. Argentina goes wild, yes. Okay, should we skip ahead to the reading crisis topic for now until we get more updates on various other complaints? Okay, so there's a video going around right now. Okay? There's a video going around. There's two on TikTok, okay? There is another one. It's not going to be released because the student who made it, the student who filmed it, has now been threatened by the school, the administration, saying that he will not get to, I think it's a he, that he will not get prom or to walk in graduation if he continues to post these videos. So it's a video. I believe in Philadelphia is where they've confirmed that it was. There, it looks like it might be a charter school, is what I'm seeing some reports of, because some people guessed it was a private school, but it looks like it could be a charter school. So I don't know, you know, how that plays into your thoughts on this. But it's a card, and it's not a well-written sentence. This is the main one everyone's talking about. This is the one that went super viral. And I'm going to read you the sentence, okay? And then I'm going to explain what happened in these videos. Now, this could all be framing. He could have chosen the ones of students not being able to read it. He could have gone to students where, you know, they like this kid knew, oh, they're in like the extra credit, like need extra help classes. Who knows? Okay. It could be going to kids with like the lowest scores. Who knows? Okay. She wore clothes that had a silhouette that were extraordinary, but sometimes gauche. Okay? That's the basics of the sentence. Okay? Wrote it out on a card and had the students read it out loud. Okay. The amount of them that wouldn't even attempt the word silhouette. Gauche, I don't think any of them got it aside from one student. Too many of them, not all of them, but too many for my liking, didn't even try to get extraordinary. And that one is really easy to sound out. Because if you look at it, it's pretty straightforward. They didn't even attempt silhouette. Gauche, everyone's kind of agreed, like gauche, if you've never seen that word before, sure, you might not be able to get it. Silhouette is one you should try and get, okay? There was another one with kernel. Very few of them could spell kernel or could say kernel or knew how to read the word kernel. They spelt it colonial, or they pronounced it colonial. And then even again, for the silhouette sentence, the amount of people, okay, that couldn't, if they read it, if they were able to read the whole sentence, could not explain what that sentence meant. None of them commented, that's a dumb sentence. None of them did that. They said that the exercise was dumb. They were trying, oh, you're trying to trick me, you know, but they wouldn't even attempt it. Or the sentence structure is horrible. And I'm not denying that the sentence structure is horrible, but silhouette, extraordinary, gauche, there's a lot in there. And so now on Twitter, there's this whole debate about, okay, why are we acting like silhouette and gauche are words that high school students should read? Those are 100% middle school vocabulary words. If you are a girl, okay, you don't have to be a girl, but if you are a girl, actually, no, I'm including another one because I know the word silhouette is in this book. And I'm almost certain gauche also probably in this book. Okay, if you read Pretty Little Liars, the Click series, okay, the Gossip Girl book series, okay, if you read Hunger Games, silhouette is 100% in Hunger Games, and extraordinary or extraordinary, okay, either one, I don't give a fuck, okay, are 100% in all of those books, okay? Gauche is in at least a handful of those, okay? Like there's a few, and this whole debate, and it's like, I think the kid who was giving out the card apparently is a senior, obviously, because, oh, my prom is being threatened, so is my ability to walk in graduation. So we can assume that most likely this is a senior, probably talking to other seniors. It's the fact that you may not know what a word means, which this is what you're supposed to do if you are reading and you don't know a word. You look it up, okay? But the lack of attempt to read these words is the concerning part for me, at least, okay? Some of them didn't even attempt to sound them out. They started guessing. It was very odd, okay? Now, there are other people that are choosing to use this for their own kids and are writing out the sentences and then bringing it to I think a 14-year-old, and I think she said a 8-year-old. And she was reading those, and a few of, like, I think her 8-year-old could read both sentences. So did the 14-year-old. I think they both could read it, but like, I think only one of them could like actually explain comprehension. The other thing, this happened a lot. Okay, so I have dyslexia, for those who don't know. If you've never heard me talk about it, I have dyslexia. I'm very fortunate. I had a teacher clock it when I was in second grade after faking my ability to read till second grade. Okay. And he clocked it fucking immediately. Okay. Within like a month, my parents had me an assessment. I was officially told I had dyslexia in third grade. And that's when I started getting more like intentional tutoring based off dyslexia so that I could learn to read. I had always done like bonus reading programs, but they were like, they never had like a word for what I had. Basically, they were just like, Amanda can't read. Let's put her in lunch classes, you know. But so I was very fortunate to figure that out. My brother does not have dyslexia. My brother has probably ADHD, because I probably definitely have ADHD. And also he is the youngest child of a messy divorce. So school has never been his thing. He's never been good at it. He's never liked doing it. Okay. Oops. He was one of those kids that was always like doing the bare minimum just to see how far he could get so he didn't have to do anything else. Okay. He was the kid that thought he was going to college for baseball. Okay. 100% that kid. Okay. Very common in student athletes, I think. Okay. For all of this. So my parents, though, specifically my mother, for a variety of reasons, okay, was convinced that he also had dyslexia. Now I want to also keep in mind, I have resentment for my mother for a multitude of reasons, okay? My dyslexia was always something that was kind of placed on to me and something I had to deal with, okay? Could I have benefited from going to special classes and being in separate classes, being in remedial education, or going to a dyslexia school? Because yes, there was a school for people that had dyslexia. The whole program was around dyslexia. Was that available? Yes. Did my parents put me in that? No. My brother, though, who was not dyslexic, did he go to the dyslexia school? Yeah. Yeah. Well, his grades are bad, so obviously he has dyslexia. He must go to the dyslexia school. Okay? Okay? Don't get me started, okay? Don't ask me to explain it further because it doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense, okay? So my brother went to the dyslexia school for 7th grade, okay? And again, this kid, he ended up being able to read. He could read the entire time. He could read, okay? What he couldn't do was comprehend what he read. He still can't do that. His comprehension is abysmal. Now, part of my reading, learning how to read, I'm very fortunate that I had a tutor who knew exactly how to teach someone with dyslexia, okay? Because she didn't just focus on, hey, we're going to figure out how to read. She would work on comprehension constantly with me, okay? Now, in doing that, I will say I do think my math brain, because I was actually pretty good at math as an elementary schooler, okay? My math brain, I think, definitely got neglected because eventually I had to stop seeing her for reading and writing, and I had to start seeing her for math tutoring because I totally neglected the math part of my brain, okay? Now, there's a lot of different things in there, okay? But my brother's comprehension of anything, now I think he's unmedicated like I am. I think he doesn't want to be medicated because he's 25 now, okay? He will not listen to you. He will be like, okay. Yeah, all right. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean you're not going to do what I asked you to do? What the fuck? He's one of those. Now, that is just also being a boy. There is also that, okay? But I don't think that's enough to justify his inability to understand basic principles and comprehension, okay? So it is something you do have to work on. Schools nowadays, read this sentence. What did you just read? Like there's so much of that they can't explain it, okay? And again, this is something that I think also there's the reason that some of my comprehension, some of my other dyslexia tutoring got supplemented is the tutor effect. This is very common in oldest siblings, okay? If anyone's an oldest sibling, this is very common. It is very common for oldest siblings to be more intelligent than their siblings. Now, I'm not sitting here and saying that I'm more intelligent than my brother because I'm an oldest sibling. I'm sitting here and saying I'm more intelligent than my little brother because I am more intelligent than my little brother. I've made sure of that. It's intentional. I've worked my ass off. Not to be smarter than him, but to be smarter than the average bear. I have worked my ass off for that. No one's taking that from me. However, okay, it is very common for oldest children to have higher IQs or higher learning comprehension because of the tutor effect. The same thing happens with teachers. By definition, oldest siblings end up taking, whether they're parentified or not, like I was, you end up taking on a teacher role, whether it's how to do housework, chores, homework. Oh, I haven't done algebra in 6,000 years, Amanda. Can you help your brother with his algebra homework? By doing that, you end up learning the concepts better because you are explaining it to someone else. By and large, if there is a concept that you need to understand, you need to be able to explain it to someone else. That is the best way for you to learn. And so that's very common in oldest siblings, okay? But however, because now so much of learning and so much of teaching and child rearing is all, and again, I don't want this put onto siblings, okay? But I am so curious if this is like not a microcosm, okay? If this is like nothing happens in a vacuum is my point. Screens across the board, phones, tablets, computers, video games, whatever. If that is now leading to a complete separation, not even just from parents and children, but siblings with each other, if that is furthering the divide in the education gap and the reading comprehension gap for younger generations, because even now siblings are not having to teach their younger siblings or be expected to teach even casually the same way that they used to. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Is this clicking at all? I failed pre-calc in high school, but I am also so close to finishing with a 95 in calc 2. Next week goes well. There's always time. Yes, that makes sense. And again, it's like the thing is too, okay, like this is one of the reasons I will not complain about, like, I don't like Kai Cenat, okay? I don't have anything against him. I just don't like him that much, okay? I haven't seen a lot to like. However, one thing I will always defend him on is when he was doing that reading on stream thing, okay? A lot of people called that performative. I don't give a fuck if that was performative. That was getting young teenage boys to give a fuck about trying to read. If not, at the very least, because they were like, I need to be able to read better than Kai can because this is embarrassing, okay? I don't give a fuck. I will defend that decision for him doing that. He should do more of it, okay? Because whatever it takes to get these kids reading, okay? And you know what? I want more famous streamers to have book clubs. Fucking read something. You will never hear me complaining about anyone who's reading 100 books in a year. I don't give a fuck, okay? Like, I read. I need everyone reading. I don't want to make another I'm scared about the future of academics like video in my thing. I talked about this last year because I did do a video on this. But there is, again, that study. If you are an American, okay, I know I have a lot of Americans in chat. If you are American, okay, and you read one book in 2025, you are a rare species. You are a dying breed. Kids are not reading. Adults are not reading. Nobody is reading. And so I'm not going to get bitchy and annoyed at like, oh, reading 100 books in a year, you must be unemployed. Fuck off. I don't care. I don't care if you're a stay-at-home mom. I don't care if you live in the woods. I don't care if your job is picking pine cones and turning over, apple fritters. I don't know where that came from. But like, I don't give a fuck what your job is, whether you have one or not. Read a fucking book. For the love of fucking God, okay? I don't care if it's 1 or 100 or 2,000. I don't give a fuck. Read. Please be reading. Read and then talk about the book with your friends, okay? I'm gonna I'm gonna start a book club just to get people reading. I think I need to. Would you guys, if I did a book club and I found like, I'm gonna do a book club and I'm only gonna find books that are like in the public domain. We're going to read books that are available for free so no one has an excuse. Either you can get it from a library, because all of you need to have library cards, okay? Or you can get it in the public domain. That's what we're going to start doing. Because I'm going to make you all fucking read. I'm going to make you all read today. We're not reading those fucking F1. They're so fucking bad. So many of them are so bad. We're not talking about the F1 romance books. We're not reading those. So many of them are so poorly written, respectfully. They're so poorly written, or they have no idea. They've watched one race. If I have to hear qualifying referred to as the qualifier one more fucking time in an F1 romance book, I'm going to lose my shit. Or like long drawn out explanations on the radio. I love you. Like, get off the fucking radio. Get off the fucking radio. He's driving 200 miles an hour. Get off the fucking radio. Okay. I'll never forget I read Throttled, which was like one of the first of the Dirty Air, which Dirty Air for a romance for F1 is a sick series name. I'll give her that, okay? But Throttled there was a moment in that book with the radio that when my friend was like, oh, I'm reading this right now so I can do a video on it. I was like, okay, you're going to want to text me as soon as I know exactly what part it is. You'll know it when you see it. There is a part that is so absurd. You're going to text me. So bitch about it. I read 2, technically 6, The Hitcher's Guide to the Galaxy Complete Series, all 5 in 1, and then one of the faculties at KCS built for the Apollo program. Hell yeah. Growing up dyslexic, I love reading. I never understood why others hated reading so much. I had to re-love reading, I will admit, because when I was in college, I'm an English major, so a lot of the reading that I did was assigned reading. And so that made it so that reading when I wasn't in school was like a little more difficult for me to do. Not difficult, I was just like drained, because I was reading like classic works or like really thick text that I was analyzing every single line and element of it. I was reading Voltaire and shit, and a bunch of other stuff. And I was just like, okay, yeah, I don't know if I want to go home and like read right now. And then so lockdown actually was really helpful because it was, that really helped me like get really excited into reading. And I realized I still can, in fact, do my whole one book in a day thing if I really, really want to. That was something I did a bunch in middle school because I would go through periods in middle school. God, my dad eventually, the reason I got my first library card is because my dad was tired of buying me books because we would go to Barnes and Noble and I would get like a stack like this big. Okay. And then a week later, I'd be like, hey, I'm out of books again. And my parents, again, my dad especially, who was like so grateful that like I wanted to learn and that I was trying to read, he would be like, yeah, let's go, And then eventually he was like, okay, so I'm going to need to take out a loan if I keep buying books. So therefore the library was born. I saw an Obi-Wan and Anakin Death Star F1 AU fanfic. Obi-Wan is the team mechanic and Anakin is the F1 driver, and that kind of unlocked something in me. Mood. Not the loan. It's fun if you don't know how things work. It's fun if you don't know how things work, true. But then it's kind of like, same with Drive to Survive. It's fun until you actually know how the series and season goes. And then you're like, why the fuck are you showing me drama and Alpine? I don't give a fuck about Alpine. But yeah, that's that. And then some people are discussing it right now as well, where they're all talking about like, apparently Philadelphia, I saw some reports of this, so I have no idea how true this is. Philly is apparently shutting down, like closing schools to build apartments. And so a lot of people are like, hey, you guys don't get to be mad at these kids for not being able to read if you are actively like nuking these schooling programs. Are fucking great. Get a library card. Yes. I'm still bummed. They finally approved the budget for there's a library literally I can walk to from here, but it is closed because it is not up to code. It's a very ancient library. It's apparently very beautiful inside. I've never been able to be inside of it. So I'm really hoping that they're able to get it up to code. There's talk of it by 2027. Like middle of 2027 if everything goes to plan. So let's hope. But with the state of everything, who fucking knows? I know we talked about Spirit Airlines. While I was coming back from the IMAX, oh my God, sorry, I'm hiccuping a lot. When I was coming back from the IMAX, one thing that I saw that I heard on the radio that I don't like hearing, Metrolink, which is another train system. It's still like part of Amtrak, as my understanding. They're planning on extending their current pause. They have like half of their trains out of commission right now for maintenance. Not out of commission, but they're not running right now. And that was supposed to be almost up, but now until they get new budget approved, they're gonna extend that break of those trains. And some other people's like, oh yeah, Greyhound stations are closing across the country. Like, air travel is going to be so inaccessible, but also public transportation that isn't public transportation options are disappearing. And this is 100% by design. Also, they're trying to make it so once again, we cannot buy cars from China, which is really irritating the fuck out of me, frankly. Hello. Department of Transportation Secretary Duffy blames Biden admin Pete Buttigieg for Spirit Airlines failure. I want you to listen to me when I say this. I want you to fuck all the way off. Go stand in front of a plane. Like, I don't know what to fuck. Are you fucking stupid? How much, God, this fucking administration is just gonna, they can't fuck. Blame literally anyone else. anyone else, I get it. You're not going to take responsibility because why would you? Okay. Because you guys are fucking idiots. Okay. Well, we did a bad thing and there's consequences and people are mad. Oh my God, we can't have that. Blame anything else but Biden. Fuck, blame COVID. I don't give a shit. Okay. Oh wait, no, half your demographic doesn't believe that COVID was real. They call it a pandemic. Huh. Gee, I wonder what the backlash of this could be. How avoidable all of this could have been. But no. Let's Buttigieg and Biden. Wow. You guys are dumb. You guys are stupid dum-dums. And your name is fucking Duffy. Duffy like the bear. The fucking bear from Disney. Mickey's little stuffed animal bear thing. Fuck off. Stand in front of a plane. Go stand in front of a plane. I'm fucking tired. I'm fucking agitated. Do. Okay, so everyone also, side note, speaking, because someone brought up fan fiction, so I get to bring this up. I have Twitter open, and I have been reading some of the most psychotic comments on people's fanfics on Archive of Our Own. I need everyone, like I said in my video on Tuesday, okay? Everyone needs to act like they've been outside before, even when online. I need you all to act like you have typed in, you've logged on before. Let's pretend that you've talked to a human being and remember that there is another human being on the other side of that screen as you are typing this psychotic shit, okay? The amount of people that I saw talking about, someone commented, mind you, the author's 31. What we're not going to do is forget that fandom was built on the backs of bored housewives in their 40s, okay? The fandom you know now, the fandom you know now would not exist if not for bored women in their 40s who wanted to experience joy and see grown men fuck, okay? That's it. Spock, okay, and Kirk, okay? Star Trek, that was created out of nothing. From grown women, okay? They were ahead of the time. So much would not... I'm dead serious. Like, I'm so fucking serious. I need everyone to be a fucking adult and remember that there are adults that have been... They were here first, I swear to God. So there was that. Then there's this one. This is the other thing. The amount of people that read a fanfic and then send messages telling them how the story should progress... Or worse, I fed your chapters into ChatGPT and it gave me this as a way to continue the story. Ha ha. I want the ability to nuke you into the sun because you're stupid and dumb and a mean idiot. Because you don't even realize how mean and psychotic that is to do. And that's part of the problem. People don't realize that they've lost the fucking plot. That is mean to do to a writer at all, okay? But especially fanfic writers are not getting paid. By legal definition of fan fiction, it is a fan work. They cannot get paid. They cannot make money. It is the legal protection for fanfic. So you being a psycho like that is insane and mean. And someone needs to tell you that you're being a meanie pants, okay? And that you're out of fucking line, because clearly no one has ever done that to you because you think you can do whatever the fuck you want. Clearly someone needs to tell you that you're being a dumb psycho, okay? I'm dead serious. We need to stop coddling grown adults. Maybe they don't know. No. When I was 13 on Tumblr, I had people correcting me. And these are grown adult women who are 19 and 18, and I don't give a fuck what else, okay? Thinking that it's out of line for someone 31 to be writing about heated rivalry. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? What do you mean? You read it. You read it, obviously, okay? Like, I'm just tired. I'm tired. Anyways, here's this one. Hi, I absolutely love this story and devoured it. Okay, this is Theory and Amp Practice. I don't know what this is from. Someone posted this. I absolutely devoured it in 2 days. That said, I wanted to share some observations about this chapter purely to highlight that what felt a bit off to me this time. No hate, M dash, just my personal take. And I'm not highlighting the M dash to emphasize that this is AI, because I don't think this is written by AI, this comment. Hold on, I'm blurry. I don't think this is written by, why am I blurry? Focus on my face. Thank you. I don't think this is written by AI. I think this is someone trying to sound smart and therefore they're using an M dash. 1, dialogue and reactions. Draco's dialogue sometimes feels childish for a young adult version of him. It leans more toward a younger Draco rather than the composed, sharp-tongued Slytherin after the war. His reactions also came across as exaggerated. M dash. He'd likely stay calm under pressure, masking worry with sarcasm or cutting remarks. Example, original. What is that? Is that a curse? What kind of dark magic is what kind of dark magic is a cancer? Suggestion, cancer, Draco repeated slowly, as if testing an unfamiliar curse. I'm unfamiliar with the sickness. Where did she contract it? Are you fucking dumb? Hi, this is fan fiction. This is fan fiction, okay? You are not a copy editor. You are not an editor, period. You're not a proofreader. What the fuck are we doing? Note, even this might not fit. Wizards have very likely heard of cancer, so a rewrite would be more fitting. If wizards and witches can get cancer and St. Mungo's is familiar with it, why wouldn't Draco know about it? 2, out of character, Narcissa. Narcissa's reaction felt too surface level. She strikes me more as a quiet storm, someone who's dismissed Draco with a single icy remark rather than overt eye rolling or dramatics. Example, original. Oh, stop it, Narcissa snapped, her voice regaining a spark of its old imperious fire. This cuts off, obviously. The author wrote, hey, so don't do this. What the fuck, OMG? If they have so much to say, why don't they go write their own fanfic? Leaving damn suggestions like this isn't fanfic, which authors do for free. My thoughts exactly. The structure of the advice is AI face. What a horror. I was thinking that too. It sounds ChatGPT'd, which would really just put the cherry on top. Sounds like they put all of their problems into ChatGPT and asked it to word it for them. What really set me off is if they put the chapter through it. Again, if you don't like, there's plenty of fan fiction I've read and I'm like, wow, this fucking sucks. You know what I do? I close it. I don't leave kudos. I keep my fucking day going. Why? Because that is the job of the like, what the fuck? Just write your own, write your own shit. Yeah, I know. I used to write fanfic, LOL. Now the only reviews I get are people trying to scam me for them to make comics or something for my work and have me pay them, but people just need to shut the fuck up. Again, you can't even do that. Like some right comment, I love this, especially blank. Thank you for blank. And just a pic of a snippet that you liked, they shared it. You got enjoyment, so act right. If you didn't enjoy, you should have stopped. Again, I don't even like I talk about things that I don't like all the time, okay? But if I don't even do star ratings, okay, on I don't use Goodreads anymore, but I don't even do star ratings. I hate rating books like that. My brain just doesn't work like that. It's usually I like the concept of a book and then the execution I have issues with, and then I discuss that with you guys or I put it in a note thing on the story. The thought of going to again, that's a book I paid for. The thought of going, and even then I'm not tagging the fucking author, The one thing that used to drive me insane, especially TikTok, because a lot of TikTok, especially the younger authors are on TikTok, okay? And so they'll post something for their book and without fail, there will be a handful of comments who have read the book but had no idea that this is the author's account, and they comment that they didn't like the book. And then the author has to reply, hey, that's totally okay, but maybe don't tell me that. I am the author. And it's that drives me insane every single time, The thought of, God, this one, the author responded crazy. But I don't blame her because it's someone posted a fairly positive review of the book, okay? And a flat lay, but tagged the author. And it was a 4 stars or something or 3 or 4 stars, okay? Which again, this is also why I hate doing star reviews because some people think anything less than 5 is negative and I'm fucking tired. the author was like, thank you for the review. Your flat, and like criticized the flat layout of the photo and then posted on Instagram, on threads, like, you guys know I'm petty, haha. And then ended up deleting it because everyone was like, girl, what the fuck? All right. It was like, it's things like that, you know? It's. Let's see. I'm just seeing if there's any other ones on here. Holy, hold on, is this real? Polymarket's CMO almost leaked insider info to Clavicular before noticing he was wearing a mic. Hold on. It's a 20-second clip. Oh, he 100%. So Polymarket, which I've talked about in videos before, Polymarket is a prediction market. Okay, they've been sued several times. Their chief CMO, which would be chief marketing officer, they were trying to prove that, like, oh, this guy is legit to Clavicular because he looks young, but everyone looks young in these prediction market series, so of course they are. And he was like, you have to understand, and clearly was about to explain the shit he has power over, is what I assume. But then he realized the mic, and so then Clavicular takes the mic off. It's okay, I'll get rid of it. And then the camera guy pans the camera away from them. What were you going to tell him? What'd you tell him? What'd you tell him? Like, so we'll see. They're tagged. Someone tagged Clavicular. Let's see. His OD or something. He looks fine. He's now being investigated because that 17-year-old that I've talked about with him is claiming that he assaulted her twice because she was a minor and injected drugs into her face, which he did on camera. So it's not exactly an accusation. So he could be fucked for that one because she's a minor. So we'll see how this plays out. He also, again, shot an alligator with a gun in Florida. I think he's still being he's got like 6 pending cases, no? I swear he's multiple right now. Apparently there's Moulin Rouge drama for the tour, which I find funny. Sorry, someone on Twitter shared that. I was I do not particularly enjoy Mercedes wins, but Antonelli can keep winning because it gives us ample opportunities to make fun of Russell. Hey, we're following. Animal cruelty and abusing a minor, real class act on top of dumbest shit he does. Yuck, exactly. Really is here for a good time, not a long time. The thing is, too, there's a lot of blind items. Someone brought up a good point on Twitter this morning talking about, there's a lot of discussions, and I do think this is interesting if you guys want to see these. I'm assuming I'm getting them because I'm also engaging with things called From the Movie Disclosure Day, which is coming out not too long from now. But there's a lot of people talking about the age of disclosure. Now, the age of disclosure, there's kind of two minds of it. The age of disclosure is partially aliens are real, they're going to tell us everything, it's all going to make sense. But also the age of disclosure is also people choosing to disclose the real reality that they are experiencing with financial hardship. So if you are able to find these videos, this is what I'm getting a lot of. I do recommend checking it out because the whole point is that people are sharing like, hey, I'm out of time now. Things are bad enough. I'm going to have to decide what bills are not getting paid. Like that's the reality of where I'm at financially. And so people are sharing their experiences with that. And it's like, God, there was this one woman who was like, I am at a point in my life where every year I have to choose where health-wise I put my money. And she was like, this year is my dental year. Like, so I got my dental insurance for 1 year and that's all I'm paying for. And so I'm trying to take care of all of my dental issues in this 1 year. And if I have any other health issues, they have to wait. Like, there's a lot of discussion of people talking about that and like, oh, I got a car and I got a job and then the car got fucked up and then the job was lost and now I can't have the car. So now I got to do the X, Y, and Z. And it's just, I do recommend it because I do think that is also like the reality of things that are happening right now. But the other thing connected to that is that a lot of people were talking about, recession indicators. And apparently, not all of them, but a lot of them, there's a lot of news of celebrities that are turning to meth. Turning to meth because cocaine and other substances are too expensive now. Meth is the cheaper option. And so so someone's like, oh, but wait, isn't meth going to fuck up your skin? It doesn't matter. They're already addicts for other things. They need a similar feeling from a cheaper drug. And so they're choosing the cheaper drug. And they think, oh, if I do small doses, if I do X, Y, and Z, if I do what Clavicular is doing and I microdose meth, then it's fine. Like, it's the same reason an alcoholic will go and drink hand sanitizer or cough syrup. They usually drink cough syrup before they drink hand sanitizer. It's like, okay, well, if I can't buy alcohol, I can go to a dollar store and I can buy hand sanitizer. It's like you will get what you can get if you need it. It's going to fuck you up. Don't get me twisted. I'm not saying this is a good option. I'm just talking about what this person was talking about of like, I'm noticing a lot more stories of so-and-so is doing meth again or so-and-so is doing meth. Okay. These are not tips. This is not even a do as I say, not as I do. I'm not doing this shit. So fucking hard out here, and a lot of the older generation just doesn't think it's out of control. My dad sent me a job recruitment thing he got from Amazon along with an FYI as if I'm not sending out a ton of applications. Again, it's the person that started I think they're calling him Paper Mario, the person that started the first warehouse fire. He was getting $35K a year. Like $18 an hour in California. It is baseline. I know everywhere is getting expensive, but here that is not livable. It is just not. You can figure it out, but the point is that you shouldn't have to figure it out. Minimum wage should make it so that you can afford housing, and it's not there. I don't know why they're calling him Paper Mario. I just saw someone being like, wait, who the fuck is Paper Mario? And it's like, oh, the guy that started this. I have no idea why they're calling him that. That's the starting pay for teachers in my city. Yeah, that's still not enough for teachers. Look at, again, 2 days ago, we were reading through r/teachers, okay? And it was wildly depressing. A lot of the entry-level jobs that are in customer service require a bachelor's degree. I have a friend that was really expecting she was going to get a job. And the third interview was them telling her she's not getting the job. 3 interviews. The fact that we normalize multiple interviews, I actually think is like another layer of hell. I'm very fortunate, obviously. I'm not doing that interview process, okay? I'm self-employed. But the multiple level of interviews, my godfather, who is 64, I believe, he went through 4 or 5 rounds of interviews before he got a new job because he had been laid off. That was last year. Like, it's real shit, you know? It's real shitty. It's real bad. No, I don't feel like spreading more depression things. What? Let's see. Okay, we will move off from the impending state of the economy. Do you guys want to talk about crime? Do you guys want to talk about crime? Have you guys seen the new Netflix docuseries? This whole series, okay, I am of 2 minds from this because the police fucked up again and again and again. And you guys know I get fucking agitated with the police. The police fucked up repeatedly in this case, okay? Repeatedly, these cops fucked up, okay? However, our lead girl, I was really trying to be patient with her. But multiple times, I was like, girl. Girl. I wanted to call her and be like, okay, how the fuck did this happen? And I do think that this would not have happened if she had more girlfriends, because I think her only friend, her like actual friend that is in the doc, is a guy. And I do think that that plays a role here. I think she needs more girlfriends. And I do think this would have been avoidable. No, not The Perfect Neighbor. Have you guys seen Should I Marry a Murderer? I highly recommend it. Okay. Okay, we're going to talk about this. I'm going to spoil the whole thing for you. It doesn't matter. You should still watch it. Okay. If you don't want spoilers, leave. I don't give a fuck. Okay. All right. You have 5 seconds. Okay. From the jump, this actually, as a concept, I think is a novel. Like the story is so batshit that I'm like, this is a book that if I wrote it and submitted it to a publisher, they would tell me I need to reflesh it out because I've missed a plot point somewhere, okay? This woman, the guy that she is with, she thinks she's going to marry him, and then he breaks up with her. She's heartbroken, okay? She is a pathologist, okay? She does autopsies for a hospital, okay? She deals with death constantly. She's very brilliant. Her parents are talking about how brilliant she is, okay? And I think that also comes in here, but she is clearly pretty insecure, especially at the start of this story, okay? She is telling us this story, and you can tell as she is talking that, like, she's trying to heal, but not quite there yet. Okay. And this is where the power of girlfriends come in, because I dead ass think this whole thing was avoidable. So she gets on Tinder and she's like judging all the Tinder guys, but then she finds this guy who's kind of rugged looking and he's a game master or whatever the fuck. Okay. Whatever it's called. He's a hunter. Okay. They're talking, and one of the first dates they go on is going for a ride in his truck on his farmland alone. And she's like, it was just so cool, and he was so outdoorsy, and I was just like, girl. Okay, hang on, wait, let me make sure I've got the, hang on. I want to get the location accurate for you. Yeah, Scotland. Okay, I want to make sure. So this is also in Scotland. So I've never been to Scotland. So I don't know if this is a common dating practice, but every American woman that I've seen talk about this is like, girl. Okay. Okay. So she has to like commit to driving out there because he like lives on an estate, or at least hunts on this estate. Okay, but he doesn't own this estate. It's like where they do the hunting, and he is a twin brother, and she is smitten right away. They go shooting together. He takes her shooting. They're drinking together. Da 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 da. And it's very whirlwind romance. Okay, and he openly tells her, I've never been able to talk about death with someone that we can talk about it together. And she openly says that they compared their jobs because she is a pathologist and he is a hunter. And she talks about how he could field dress animals and the hunting and everything like that, and how they could both talk about their jobs with each other. And neither of them had ever had that, because it is a lot as a pathologist or as a hunter, if you're not with someone like that, to talk about your jobs in a way that doesn't make people uncomfortable. Okay. Especially if you're dealing with dead bodies, dead animals, you're killing animals, you are dealing with death, you are diagnosing death, okay? She explains this thing called the pluck that they do with bodies to take out all the entrails from like tongue to anus. Literally is the exact wording that she uses. She's like, oh, and that's very similar to what you have to do to a deer or whatever. And so that I think also, this whole thing was love bombing. They don't ever actually use the word love bombing, but I do think that's exactly what was happening. And she figures it out later, where she was like, wait, is this why, like, my job was on my Tinder profile? Does this person even love me? Did he just pick me because of my skill set? Because he's like, a family member of his makes a joke about, oh, for your wedding, I'll get this, or something like that, like makes a joke for their relationship, okay? And she's like, what? Like, because they're not engaged, they're not getting married. It's been a month they've known each other. And he just kind of like laughs or whatever, and he's like, well, I mean, I would marry you. And she's like, well, we don't have a ring. And he's like, well, then we'll get you a ring. So she posts everywhere that they're getting married. He posts everywhere that they're getting married. She tells her parents haven't met him yet. We're getting married. And they're like, well, you have to bring him for Christmas. He has to come for Christmas. And so then they're in the car, they're driving from a friend's house or they're driving to a party. They're going somewhere. And she's like, you have to tell me, is there anything, we're getting married. Is there anything you have to tell me? And she's thinking, because she's been hurt by another guy, she's just thinking like, oh, I don't know him yet. Like, I just need him to detail, like, if there's another girlfriend or if he's cheated on me already or something like that. Like, I love him. I want to marry him. Okay. And he's like, there is something I have to tell you. And she's like, what, do you have a kid? And he was like, no, give me your phone. Turn the car off, pull over. She pulls over on a dark road by herself with this man. And I was like, girl. He takes the keys, puts the keys in the car, takes her phone, leaves it in the car, and then they walk away from the car, and then he tells her that if 3 years prior, him and his brother were drinking and driving, which is what they do all the time, and they hit a bicyclist and killed him instantly. And that he is buried on the property of the estate where they go shooting. He tells her, whenever you shoot your clay pigeons, he's right under your feet, which is a horrifying way to tell someone that they have now trampled over someone's body. And so he's like, I've never told anyone, but now we have no secrets. We can get married, okay? And so she gets back in the car with him and she's freaking out and she's like, just has to go. But she's already like, but I've just told everyone that we're getting married. He's posted that we're getting married. I invited him home. So if she doesn't tell anyone, she brings him to her parents' house. And her mom, there's videos, there's photos of like how happy they are and all this stuff. And then at one point, one of the documentary crew is like, do you think people are going to question why you didn't go to the police immediately? I mean, of course, everyone's going to ask. They're going to wonder. But like, you're in shock. You don't know what to do. I was between a rock and a hard place and I'm this embarrassment. And I was just like, girl, like the police fucked up so much in this case, especially when she does contact them. But God, so much of this, I was like, there was a way to do this. And I think if she wasn't insecure and vulnerable prior to this, like, I do not think she should have jumped into dating when she did. This was someone who needed to heal from a breakup before she even tried to date again. But she clearly just wanted to date again. So he leaves their parents' house. And at some point, while he's at her parents' house, what it was is she went home with him that night. Okay? I love you. I'm not leaving you. Da 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 da. While he's asleep, okay, she looks up the story of the missing bicyclist and finds it. This man, there was like a nationwide search for this man because he was an older man. He was in his 60s and I believe he was a teacher, but he was bicycling to raise money for charity, to raise awareness. And like had been seen multiple times the last day he was alive. His family reported him missing. They were searching for him. There were still open cases searching for him. And they had no leads. They had no leads of where he was. And now she knows for certain that this was not like a fake story that he told her to like try and scare her or anything like that. This was a real person. And she was like, he has a family. They're looking for him. People love him and they're looking for him. It's like, yeah, go to the police. While they're at her parents' house and they're in bed, he's like, I have to tell you something, Caroline. Someone's bought the estate. These Hong Kong people bought the estate and they just submitted the plans. And one of their new buildings is going to be right where he's buried. So I need you to help me move him. And so she's like, well, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like, because it's very difficult to move a body. And so that's where she's like, did he seek me out for my skill set? Did he seek me out because I'm a pathologist and I am not squeamish about dead bodies? Is that why? And so he leaves. She freaks out and tells her parents. After he's left, they call the police. Police come to talk to her. She gives them everything that she has, but she has no idea where the body is. And that's a huge estate, and it's like marsh, and it's like they're near water, so it's like muddy and swampy. So she's like, I have no idea where he is here. She's like, he said here, but like that could be anywhere. And she's like, okay, like they tell her, okay, well, there's not much we can do right now. Okay. So they leave. You just need to stay here and stay away from him. So they go to sleep. She wakes up early the next morning and she goes to the farmhouse where he is. She's like, let's go shooting. She grabs a Red Bull can like they always do to go shooting. Okay. And she tells him as they're shooting, Because she's like, my parents are definitely awake now. They know I've left. What if the police come back? What if the police call him? What if da 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 da? She says, if we're going to do this, you need to show me where he's buried. You need to tell me. So they walk a little bit of ways, and he's like, right here. Okay? And she's like, fuck, there's no markers. There's no way to mark it. I have nothing to mark it with. So as she's walking, she throws the empty Red Bull can over her shoulder. And he sees it, like, out of the corner of his eye. He's like, go pick that up. So she walks over to pick it up, and instead of walking and picking it up while he's not looking, she stomps it into the mud and then runs after him like she shoved it in her pocket. And then she drives away. She calls them again, and she's like, I've marked, the police call her. Where are you? Who are you with? He told me where the body is. I marked it with a Red Bull can. I'm coming back now. I'm coming back now. They end up picking him up and his brother from a house party, because they're like, oh, come meet us at this party. Da, 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 da. Come out, come meet us. It's like, oh, I'm working. I got to stay with my parents. So they she gets him to, like, send the location of the party they're at. Police go and take them both into custody. Okay. However, until they find that body, it's kind of the witness's word against theirs. And they're both very calm. So they call her, hey, we're releasing the boys now. What? Because she never thought that there was a possibility of them being released. She never thought that. She's like, what do you mean? You told me they were arrested. It's like, okay, well, we don't have enough. Just tell them that you're breaking up with him and that you never want to see him again. And she's like, no, he has a key to my flat. He knows where my parents live. And he just told me he killed someone. They're gonna know I told you. It's like, no, just well, then call the police if they show up. Like, it's the way it was handled was they should have immediately taken all three of them into protective custody, frankly. Okay. The farmhouse was put on lockdown. Okay. She ends up leaving and going back to her flat. Okay. The boys show up at her flat and somehow convinces them that there's no way that she told them. They do not believe that she is the one that told them. They're like, oh my God, someone must have seen it. One of the farmhands, da 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 da. So these guys are now living in her apartment because they can't go back to the farmhouse where they had been living because it's a crime scene. They have diggers out there. They are looking for that body. So she is now stuck in a house with two men that she knows, because they have told her, have killed someone. She doesn't leave. She doesn't try to do anything. She does start trying to record them on multiple occasions. Okay. But they're drinking, they're doing drugs, they're smoking. She's just like, yeah, let's just party. Let's just take it easy. So again, this is oh God, it's so bad. And then at one point, the fucking lady detective and another cop show up at her fucking flat. Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you come back somewhere else? Who's in there? What's going on? Forces the door open. The fact that they did not listen to her whatsoever, and then they say, now, thankfully it sounds like the boys did not hear her, but they say, damn it, Caroline, you're our fucking witness. That easily could have gotten her killed. That whole police force, fucked. Because guess what? They don't make the boys leave. They don't bring Caroline with them. They leave her there with them. She's my fucking fiance. I don't have to leave. It's like, yeah, you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave because she's trying to placate because, again, these guys have a key to her fucking home. Then his brother, Robert, realizes this is Sandy is the fiance, Robert is the brother, Caroline is the girl. Caroline, why did they know your name? You must have told them. Caroline, did you go to the police? Are you talking to the police? And again, thankfully, Sandy, the fucking idiot, okay, no, she loves us. She would never do that. able to convince them. Robert's still worked up, okay? But finally, it's like, you gotta go, okay? Like, clearly, like, you guys gotta go somewhere else, okay? And they figured out at some point they're digging in one of the, it's like the kill pit, like for the scraps of animals. Where they buried this man is they buried him in a kill pit, which is where they dump all the remnants of the animal once you're done butchering the animal that you don't want to keep, okay? You just put it in the earth, okay, is where they had them. It's like a pit, okay? And they realized, because they were like, there's a lot of animal bones. We know this is one of their diggers. We know this, okay? And so she knows that she marked the right spot because Sandy freaks out at one point about the fact that there's reports of them digging in there. They leave. Then Sandy calls. I fucking trusted you. You went to the police. I can't fucking believe you. They hired one of the local boys to help with the excavation. He said there was a Red Bull can there. I know it was fucking you. You were the only one to drink sugar-free Red Bulls. I can't believe you went to the police. I can't believe you've done this. You've ruined my fucking life. I'm on my way there. We are talking about this in person. So he goes back to her flat and she's alone and she just starts recording and she's like, she did something very fucking smart in this moment, okay? Because it totally threw him off kilter. She was pissed when he opened that fucking door. She was livid. I can't believe you fucking done this to me. You told me after a fucking month. Did you ever love me? Like, just flipped it on him immediately. You put me in a horrible fucking situation. And he's almost sad and pathetic about it. Almost sad and fucking pathetic about it. Like, yeah, it was my life or his. And again, she's handing over all of these recordings to the police. This is enough. Sandy on multiple occasions says it was my life or his. I don't feel that bad about it. Like, there's no real remorse. It was, and then at a certain point as well, Sandy admits, because later, they find his body, okay? They are able to find the biker's body. His bike is not there, okay? The bike had apparently been thrown in a water source nearby. The bike was never recovered. I believe at this point, the bike still has not been recovered, okay? However, where they bring his body is the hospital that Caroline works for. She is put on leave. So she ends up giving up her access to her flat as well at some point because she has to. She moves in with her parents. She's lost her job. She's now lost someone that she believed was, like, she's confused, but she lost the love of her life. And then at some point, because she's lost everything, she goes back to the farmhouse with the boys. Robert forgives her. It's a fucked up situation, but they all love each other. They're drinking, they're doing cocaine, all this stuff. And finally, what makes her come out of it, what makes her realize she needs to fucking leave. And the prosecutors and the defense realize that she is there, and she is their main witness. The fact that this was ever allowed in any capacity is fucking insane, okay? She also was never given any form of victim's assistance whatsoever. And they have an expert for the Victims Assistant League here as well, talking about how the fucking prosecutor, this pissed me off, the head of the police, he says, this is an intelligent woman. She's a doctor. She's a medical doctor. She has her own home. Basically, they profiled her to not be a victim, is basically what happened. They saw a white woman who was a doctor, who had both of her parents together and was like well off and had an apartment, and didn't think that she could be fragile in any capacity. It's kind of fascinating. It's actually crazy because they never gave her any form of victim's assistance whatsoever. And the specialist is like, anytime you have a witness that has been in a romantic relationship with the defendant, you have to treat them as a vulnerable witness, regardless of what their background is. And the entire time the fucking police guy is just like, I believe we did everything we could. She did not fit. We did an assessment at the time. Our risk assessment was good. It's like regularly you put her in danger. And yes, she didn't help the situation, but she was clearly also in a vulnerable position. And so you guys kind of took away all of her fucking options. Of course, she went back to someone who was telling her he loves her. Like, they're fucking insane. She did, yes, file cases. All of them were dismissed, by the way. She also ended up she leaves because they openly then later admit that he had not been dead when they hit him with the car. Because originally they said that he had been mangled and hit by the car at full speed and that he had died instantly. The boys later admit to Caroline that he had not died immediately. They put him in the truck and then left him in the woods and just didn't get him help. And then they had a hunting group the next day, like a group had hired them for hunting. So they took that same truck, and the deer that they caught that day ended up where the body had been, in the truck. And then they buried him in the pit later, once they had more time. So that's a level of calculation and heartlessness that is fucking important. This whole thing is fucked up, okay? But it's one thing to, it's manslaughter and, you know, desecrating a body, moving a body is one thing. It's another thing to engage in active homicide and allowing someone to die when you could have gotten them help. At the very least, it's negligent homicide. So that's what makes her leave again. And she goes a little crazy. She dyes her, she's blonde. She dyes her hair like red and starts hanging out with like the wrong crowd again. And she is supposed to testify. She is like, I am not fit to testify. She leaves her parents' home. Okay. And she decides, if I can find the bike, then it's not all on me. She fully has a psychosis break and she documents all of it on Snapchat. She's not posting them. She's just saving them to like her personal story or something. It's very weird. But she is like, she misses court. So she is now in contempt of court. They literally get a police helicopter to come and find her because she steals like a digger, like an actual, like an excavator digger at one point to block the road from the police cars from getting her. And then she tries to find the bike. She never finds the bike. The bike is never recovered. Okay. They arrest her and she's held in contempt. They're holding her in a jail cell and they are going to make her testify. However, they end up never making her testify. The boys took a plea agreement. So there is a lot of, the case ends with the guys do both go to jail. One of them claims that he killed the man. And then his brother's like, yeah, I helped him move the body and cover it up. So they both end up going to jail and she's released with no mark on her record. And I believe they are still both in jail at this time because this was 2022. Let's see. Let me see if there's any more reports. I wanted to make sure I got the timing right. Okay. Dr. Caroline Muirhead was swept up in a whirlwind romance with Alexander Sandy McKellar, but her fairy tale came to a horrifying end. Muirhead was prepared for a trip to her hometown with McKellar for Christmas when he told her he had drunkenly ran a man over 3 years earlier and buried his body. McKellar's confession came right after the couple got engaged, leaving Muirhead torn on whether to protect the man she loved and the life she wanted to turn him over to the police. What happened next surprised even her. There's a lot of here. Forensic pathologist in Glasgow, Scotland, who worked in a local mortuary. After what she and her friends described as a devastating breakup from an allegedly abusive man, she joined Tinder. Yes, see, allegedly abusive man. They have to put allegedly abusive because this is People magazine. Okay. But like, this is a classic textbook case, in my opinion, of you cannot go and get on Tinder after this. I felt so lonely and wanted to find someone who didn't want to change me and someone who would want to start a life together with marriage and the prospect of children. They went on she agreed to meet McKellar on the farm for their first date in early October of 2020. Da, 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 da. God, the way you can go and stay at this fucking farm, this fucking estate. Like, the Auk estate is where they were. You can, like, go and stay there, which is crazy. With its own village of homes in the Scottish Highlands near Bridge of Orkney. She needed therapy, not Tinder. Yeah. She needed to be alone, also. Like, that's something... Thank you so much for following. That's just something that I feel like some people, when they get out of relationships, like, it's not... I'm not trying to pathologize anyone, but I also am, because unfortunately, a lot of people think, oh, I've been with a bad person. I need a good person. I'll pick better this time. And it's like, no. You need to heal first, because also, do not fucking tell people some of the shit you've been through. Especially don't tell a man how bad men have treated you in the past, because they take that as a fucking playbook. Okay? That's a later down the line. That's not a first 3 dates type of story. Okay? I need to, because she was a forensic pathologist and he was a hunter. They were both confronted with death every day. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. They had only been together for 2 months, he proposed. Muirhead's family invited the couple to spend Christmas with them. Being horrified and not being able to process the admission right away, my brain wasn't in a position to go to the police. My brain still wasn't processing what I'd been told. The underlying sense of panic was so massive. I actually couldn't address it in the moment. The pair still went to her parents' house for the holidays. While there, McKellar asked Muirhead to help him move Parsons' body because new buildings were being planned for where he buried the cyclist. Muirhead called the police on December 27, 2020, per the Scottish Sun. 3 days later, the twins were arrested and police searched the Auk estate for Parsons' corpse but couldn't find it. Subsequently, the McKellars were released without charges. Muirhead was scared for her and her family's lives, knowing McKellar and Robert were free, but she continued trying to get evidence for authorities. Muirhead visited the estate and told McKellar that if he wanted her to help get rid of Parsons' body, she needed to know where it was. When he showed her, she discreetly left a crushed Red Bull can in its precise location, which she then used to inform authorities where to search. Muirhead also recorded conversations with the brothers about the crime, including Robert confessing that Parsons was still alive when they left the scene. In January 2021, police followed Muirhead's tip about the Red Bull can and covered Parsons' remains. She then led police to the McKellars, who were arrested and remanded in custody on January 12th. Prosecutors had to wait for autopsy results before they could charge the McKellars with any crimes. Coroners ruled the Parsons suffered extreme blunt force trauma to his ribs, pelvis, and spine. Lawyers later alleged that Parsons was likely alive for 20 to 30 minutes after McKellar struck him with his truck. The brothers were initially charged with murder, and their trial was set for late July 2023. Their charges were later reduced in a plea deal. Prosecutors ordered Muirhead to testify as a witness, but she panicked and was overwhelmed with the entire case was on her shoulders and turned to alcohol and drugs to try and numb herself. When she didn't appear in court, a warrant was issued for her arrest until the McKellars agreed to a plea deal. McKellar pleaded guilty to culpable homicide, and he and Robert both pleaded guilty to attempting to pervert the course of justice. McKellar was sentenced to 12 years in prison, and Robert was ordered to serve 5 years and 3 months. From the word go, the police, they were saying if I didn't cooperate with them, I would end up in trouble myself, she claimed to the Daily Record on 2023. I put so much trust in them and they promise anonymity, support, yet the minute you give them what they want, you're hung out to dry. They suggested from the start that I could also end up in trouble with assisting a criminal, wasting police time, aiding and abetting. Today, Muirhead lives on the Scottish coast and has a new partner she says is incredibly kind. She is sober, sees a psychiatrist regularly, and has a better relationship with her family than she did before the case. When asked how she felt about McKellar today, Muirhead said, "And should I marry a murderer?" that she has no regrets about coming forward, explaining he wasn't convicted of murder, but he did take an innocent man's life. So for me, he is a coward and he is a killer. And that's the update from there. Case of The Boys on Track. It's not. You should look into it. It's wild. The YouTuber Wendy Goon has a great video. What is The Boys on Track? The killing of Don Henry and Kevin Ives. Jesus. Hermes. Hermes. Hermes is being crazy. Let's see. But yeah, that whole thing was a lot. So I had a lot of thoughts because I don't think she was well from the jump. And I think that played a huge role in everything. But there was a lot of times as well because she also, I think this is also the problem with intelligent women, because she clearly needed help multiple times. And at some point, her mother did go to the police and was like, please, my daughter needs help. Like, you need to get her help. And she basically was discriminated against for being a doctor, which is crazy, because it was like, this is an intelligent woman. And it's like, okay, she's clearly having an episode and is manic because she thinks she can do your work for you and is putting herself in danger to do so, but also is compromising herself and the case in doing so as well. Like, Hermes being crazy, yeah. It's the one where claimed Bill Clinton killed 2 boys to smuggle drugs into America. Yep, it is. LOL. Dear God. Okay, then I have heard parts of that story. I think that's the only theory I heard about it. Let's see. All right, we're swapping to YouTube time. It's almost 2 hours. I think that's everything. We talked about reading crisis. We talked about the crime doc. We talked about Miami GP. Oh, I did find a new scary video channel, if you guys would like to see it. Oh yeah, the Scientology situation is really, really funny to me. The Scientology situation is funny to me for one very clear reason. So for those who don't know, I grew up down the street from a Scientology satellite location. So the Scientology church and like the warnings of Scientology were very prevalent growing up. And I've told the story of the time my dad was involved was being sued by a contractor. My dad worked in home improvement, put awnings on people's houses, and he got sued a lot. And it was my dad's company, so he was the one getting sued. So one time, my dad and his lawyer were going to like a meeting with the people that were suing him's lawyer. Okay, and the office was thrashed, fucking trashed, like stuff everywhere. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? Do you guys get a break in? Yeah, I'm suing the Church of Scientology for another one of my clients, basically. There, we've already come in and checked, and basically like that case that my dad was dealing with apparently got thrown out or something because it was like, well, what about our paper? How do we know our stuff's not compromised? You're supposed to have da 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 da. Okay, that whole thing. So my dad from the jump, when I started doing commentary videos and I started talking about things, my dad was always very clear that I was never allowed to talk about Scientology. Okay, he was like, they have the funds, they have the time, they will ruin your life, they will go after you. They will do it to you, okay? They don't care that you're a girl. They will ruin your fucking life, okay? So that's always been like a part of my life, okay? The Scientology speed runs are funny as fuck because these kids have figured it out. Now, I don't want kids putting themselves in danger, but the fact that a lot of these people are teenagers doing this is very important here, okay? Because Scientology will try and recruit kids. They don't give a fuck, okay? But what they can't have is police coming to any of their locations, okay? Because the way to stop this would be calling the police, okay? Even hiring private security, they've done that. They can't do it anymore because as soon as one of their people touches one of these kids, I was assaulted by someone in Scientology. That's all it would take. Cops, we need to come and check out what's going on. We need to investigate all of these claims. Scientology will never call the police on themselves. These kids are breaking in. Well, let's go make sure none of them are sticking around. We can't have that. No. Okay. So by definition, the only way for Scientology to stop this is to have their doors locked and not make this a thing that can happen. So they're taking door handles off. So I'm not going to sit here and say this is a victimless crime. I don't give a fuck about Scientology. Okay? I don't care. This is fucking insane. And you know what? They do so much recruiting around here. You know what I don't like? I don't like being harassed when I'm going to the doctors. I don't like being questioned about Dianetics. Well, do you know, mind over matter. Fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Don't fucking talk to me. I'm trying to get a prescription filled. Okay? So I really don't give a fuck about these people. They're fucking agitating. Okay? So that's that. Sorry, I'm seeing there's multiple videos on YouTube as I'm pulling this up talking about the Church of Scientology speedruns. So, and you know what? In a week, there's been no recruitment done out of LA for the Church of Scientology. So, okay, we've got a couple of videos we can watch. Let me add this to queue. What else? Trying to find the channel. There's one video that I watched that I do want to watch again because there's maybe one of the best examples of stalking towards a man from a man that I think would be extremely valuable for us to watch. Let me find it. Where's my watch later on here? There it is. God, they move everything all the time. Okay, let me go videos. Let me find the one that I've watched. Okay. Is it this one? No. No. No, it's Appalachian. Okay, hang on. Let me go to my watch history. Let me see. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Okay. Where are you? There you go. This is from Real Horror Talk. I would be like, well, do you know the founder of your religion was a science fiction writer, and keep walking. And they weren't very good either. Okay.
The Barton Villa, which is still a historic landmark to this day.
I can't remember if this first one was good or not.
YouTube existed.
Oh, I think I've seen this one. And I would love to know if any of you have seen this video before, because I definitely have seen this clip, but I can't remember if it's been debunked or not, like if anyone's ever come forward to talk about it or not.
But still managed to go viral. And throughout its roughly 20-minute runtime, a group of friends explore and break into the Barton mansion, because at this time, it was abandoned and vacant. Eventually, after exploring the outside, the night falls, and they explore the inside. At this point, everything's normal, aside from being creepy. It wasn't until they walked upstairs that this happened. Take a look.
Cover my bag, alright. What the hell's that? That on the floor. Right there.
See, I'm inclined to believe this one. See, I'm inclined to believe that at the very least, these guys did not think this shit was fake, because they didn't, they were like, oh, fuck this, and got the fuck out of there. They keep running. They drive away.
No, we're serious.
After reaching the top of the stairs, they
Watch.
see something that only can be described.
So this is a lantern. This is almost like a cloak. I think it's a lantern. It's not a knife. They think it's a lantern because this is a light source. And this is a fucked up face.
Described as demonic, holding what looks to be a
But it's really tall in the doorway.
lantern of some kind. In addition, the figure
It's very Scooby-Doo-esque is how some people in the comment sections describe it. But I think it's definitely...
was so tall it had to bend under the doorframe.
It would scare
Now,
the
there
fuck
were
out of me
rumors
if I saw
cultic
this in a
activity
house.
here, and the legend said that a demon resided on the second floor. And to this
Specifically
day,
the
creators
second
never
floor.
came out and said that they faked this. But as always, let me know what you think.
This is the next one I wanted you
In
guys to see.
2010, a YouTube channel surfaced, and his first video upload was showing off his homemade Halloween costume. The channel in question was called Booge731, and it seems the original concept for his channel was just to upload videos about his hobbies and interests. However, the channel would go dark for about a year, but when he returned, he uploaded
14
a disturbing
years
video,
ago.
simply titled My Stalker.
14
The video
years
then
ago.
opens up in a parking lot at an undisclosed location.
And I want to show this one because this one I think is important. Because one, the poster up acknowledges that if he was a girl, the police would be all over this. But because he's a guy, it's not being dealt with. But also, the way this person is speaking and the way they are talking to him, a lot of people might look at this and be like, this is not that big of a deal. Until you're like seeing how long it goes on for, and if you actually pay attention to what's happening and what is being described as happening, okay?
And a wall of text describing a tense
I
confrontation.
sincerely wish I had thought to record the entire conversation, but this is the last few minutes I was able to capture all without notice.
That he was having at the time. The following is what he recorded. Take a look.
That's. You followed me my car a lot. How does that
He followed me
not
over the
make me
course of several months in the
uncomfortable?
parking lot, spread out into weeks worth of days. Uncomfortable silences seem to be his forte.
I thought we were good friends. I thought we were like.
I've had to correct him several times that we weren't
okay,
friends,
if we're
much
not
less good friends.
At least we were talking before, and you didn't think that we. I just don't know.
I tried to put aside my feelings. I tried to be
I
a
was
good
nice
guy.
and communicated
I tried
with
to
him.
talk to you. And the conversations we had, I felt like they went nowhere. There weren't things I wanted to talk about, and so I'm done.
Talked a lot about his uninteresting
never-
job, movie
you
scene,
never
plus attempts at going to dinner with me.
There's nothing interesting that you had to talk about.
Well, what is reciprocate and ask me questions? And
I don't. I'm not interested.
I
was
inquired as
never
to why he was so
interested.
interested in my train schedule.
Why?
Because I
Why
don't like
can't you
you.
expand your
I should have
cultural
asked how he got my
diversity
work number
just-
and called me twice in
like-
one day.
Cultural diversity.
Why don't you expand your friendships? Not just more than, have you know any Filipino?
Yes. I went to school with one. Yes.
Okay.
I know a
so,
Filipino. I know a gay guy.
Okay.
My
so,
cultural diversity
all
is pretty expansive.
right. Okay, so with that in mind, why don't you give me a chance? I can.
Because I'm not giving you a chance because you're Filipino.
No. Why don't you give me a chance? Not just not being a.
You being a Filipino doesn't have anything to do with it. You being gay doesn't have anything to do with it. I don't care.
know
I just
that.
don't like your presence. You make me uncomfortable. A Filipino friend doesn't make me uncomfortable.
It's the trying to talk him into, like, well, why don't you like me? Have you considered that you need to change? Oh, you don't like me because you haven't expanded the diversity of who you're friends with. You haven't tried reciprocating. I've told you about me. You haven't told me about you. Why aren't you trying to get to know me? You'd like me if you got to know me. No. He is telling you no. We don't allow links in chat. How am I here? Hang on. Sorry, you're good. We just don't allow links in chat.
My gay friend doesn't make me uncomfortable.
Well, tell me, what makes them not make you uncomfortable?
The fact that we started having.
I have to explain. If someone has to explain to you how their friends don't make them uncomfortable, but you make them like there's so much here. What do they do that makes you not be uncomfortable with them? Well, one, we never have to have this fucking conversation for fucking one. It's like my first stream. Hello, welcome in.
Conversations and that we liked each other and that we were friends. We started having conversations, you and I didn't really get the vibe. I didn't really feel like we could be friends.
Why?
Which again, no, you're not entitled to friendship with everyone, okay? This is something that I have had to reckon with because I was giving people too many chances in the friend department and it bit me in the ass multiple times last year and the year before, okay? So I've had to put up a lot of boundaries. So now if there's someone who's like, oh, Amanda doesn't want to be my friend. Sorry, yeah, you're right. My circle's closed. Sorry, it's nothing personal. Unless you're acting like this, then it is personal. You're crossing a fucking line.
I don't like you because you made me comfortable from day one.
Why did you just? Well, did you just want me not to talk before?
I was fine with you not talking before. Yes.
Well, how could you?
So at the time of this video being uploaded, the original clip, as in this clip of this man that is stalking this other man, is from 14 years ago. And I believe he says that like eventually it kind of pittered out, but he had to like actively change his behavior. I.e. like change how he was moving around. The next clips, this is just one clip. There's more of him following him around a train and trying to follow him on multiple train cars. It's very upsetting. And my only complaint is that he's not being louder about it. I'm not going to victim blame here in this moment, but this is something that I almost see with women a lot more. And I will admit, there's not a ton of cases that I'm familiar with men being stalked by men. But in a lot of instances of women being stalked, there's a level of embarrassment with it. And so they don't like making a scene when they are actively being followed because they don't want to be seen as hysterical, which obviously there is misogyny in there, as in they probably would be called hysterical. But also, you need to, the train situation, I think he needed to be louder. And I would encourage anyone, if you are experiencing something like this, there are times where you need to make a scene. If you are on public transport and someone is following you around, and you have repeatedly told them to stay away from you, it's time to make a scene, okay? Because the next clip is, this whole conversation is alarming. The other clips, I'm like, okay, how much has he fucking followed you?
Develop friendships like that. See,
for people who doesn't make me uncomfortable right off the bat.
The thing is, I want to develop friendships with people that I don't know, and I've met you, and I think that we can be acquaintances.
It doesn't matter what you think. He is telling you no.
Yes, but following me to my car is not saying hello once in a while. Following me from train to train as I get off to try and avoid you is not saying hello once in a while.
Well, I can't help
It's
it.
creepy.
What makes you... I don't want you to feel that way.
Look, if the situation was I was a girl and you were a guy following around, there would be police all over this place. You would be in jail. Do you think that's true?
I know.
Okay, so the situation...
So, as someone that has had violence done to her, even that doesn't get you a restraining order from time to time. It can depend on the judge. It can depend on other circumstances. In my instance, there was a custody order in place that had not been amended, and my parent did not own a gun. And so they determined that she was not an active threat to my life. Therefore, I was denied my restraining order, and she had put her hands around my neck and like dragged me towards her with her like this. And they had followed me, knew where I lived, followed me through the home. So that was that. This person seemingly has not placed hands on this man. So I don't know if that's enough for a restraining order, you know?
Situation is, you're following
It
me,
depends.
whether I'm a girl or a guy. You're following me from train car to my car. It's the same thing.
But I can't help myself not following you. For some reason...
That's not his fucking problem.
Adam, I can't.
That's not his problem.
How about you try? You try real hard.
How?
Not follow me. Just walk to your car. Don't walk to my car. Don't try and have a conversation with me from all the way from the train to my car with me not saying a damn word. Maybe get the hint that I don't want to talk to you.
I won't bother you anymore talking to you. But I will say hi to you once in a while. Okay.
No,
All right.
Have a nice weekend.
absolutely not.
Now, from this first video, you can gather that Booge has been dealing with this stalker situation for quite a while, mostly following him on the train and through parking lots. He even explains that the cops would likely not do anything because he's a man, and pleads with him to just stop. And although his stalker reluctantly agrees, you can tell that Booge does not believe him. Soon after, he uploaded another video, likely trying to gather evidence
I hate this
in case
one.
he were to ever need it. And it shows firsthand exactly what he was going through. Take a look.
He came and sat near him. There he is, right behind him. So these look very similar. I don't know where this location is, but it looks very similar to the LA Metro. So the LA Metro is multiple cars, but it's in 2-car increments. So you can move between 1 car, 2 car, but to go to the next set of cars, you would have to exit the car and go to the next one. So it looks like that's what's happening here.
And I have those train cars.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
And what do we see?
He comes and sits. Gets this guy to move his legs so he can sit right across from him.
Again, followed me to a different train car.
It was clear to him now that he had no intention to stop stalking him, and then he realized that every time he got ready to swap train cabs, he would wait by the door. So this time he devised a plan to wait in his seat until just before the train doors opened, at which point he would run out and swap train cars, hoping to lose him. The following is how it unfolded.
Take off for Milwaukee. Thank you for riding Star.
I'll stay on the train track. Yeah, that's good. Get on. Stay on. Gerard,
He's trying to
stay on
follow
the
him.
fucking train. Stop following me. Sit down and stop following me.
I don't like that he looks annoyed that he is being told to stop fucking following him. Like it's inconveniencing him. I don't know what's going on with Gerard, but he's not well. And he's not getting the fucking point.
Sit down and stop following me.
We're going.
Sit down.
We're going.
Sit down. Can you get him to stop following me, please?
Okay, somebody needs to get off the train and somebody sit down. Why are you following us?
I don't know.
I don't
You
know.
want to wait for the next train? You holding the train up. Step up for a second, sir.
I'll go.
Well, come up here.
I don't think it ever explained how they initially encountered each other. It sounds like they ran into each other at some point, and the poster was trying to be cordial and polite at the start, but Gerard started following him, both on the train and also to his car, but also he found out where the poster works and called the work multiple times, trying to force a friendship. Absolutely the fuck not. So I don't think it's ever explained how they met, though, initially. Watch. Trying to move him to another car.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just wait.
And serious? Still following me.
At this point, he had no other choice but to go to the police, and it seems that's exactly what he did, because in an update, he states, "Thank you all for the concerned and constructive comments and feedback on these stalker videos. These videos were recorded in 2011, and since then, the guy has disappeared. After bringing the police in on the matter, I think he got the hint and was left alone. There are numerous other events that weirded me out, which aren't detailed in these videos, but I was lucky and was unscathed in all of my interactions. I executed my plan this day to cut down on the likelihood of creepy Asian guy being able to follow me. I thought that perhaps with deadline before the train departed, I could make an escape. How did that work out for me? I'm also ashamed to admit I let my frustration with him get the better of me, hence the sloppy language. Some of the speech goes by pretty fast, so I had to speed up the subtitles. Also, once the conductor engages us, she at first directs her question about waiting for the next train to me, then asks my stalker to get off the train." for the concern. These videos were recorded in
skipping ahead.
2011. What some people go through every day.
I think because these are costume videos, they could have met it. I will fully admit Gerard is a type of person that I have met. I've never met Gerard specifically, but this is the type of person I met at conventions quite a bit. And I usually have to be pretty firm pretty quickly. As soon as I figure out if you are following me around a convention, these aren't even things that make it in videos, but if I find out that you're following me around a convention, absolutely the fuck not. This is my job. I am working. You are absolutely not going to start stalking me from a convention. The fuck no. And also the reality is that a lot of fandom spaces, as all of us grew up, you know, like a lot of us were bullied. A lot of us have experienced isolation because of our hobbies. So in a convention setting, if you've been isolated because of your hobbies and your interests for most of your life, when you are then in a convention setting where you are surrounded by people with the same hobbies and interests, it can be overwhelming, but I think it can also trigger some of these tendencies in people, because it's like, oh, this person likes what I like. They have to be my friend because I've been so alone. They also must have been so alone. We can be together, whether romantically or friends-wise, okay? Because there are platonic stalkers as well. One person that was a viewer of mine that I was extremely concerned of was a gay man who was definitely not attracted to me, but thought I could save him in some capacity. So there's you know, there's an element of that within there as well, and I think there's a presence here as well. I don't think this Gerard being gay, he may not have been in love with this man or anything like that, but there is a level of, because he's not trying to say, no, we're supposed to be together. He's saying we need to be friends. Like, I think you should expand your friendship circle. So I think there is a level. They could have met at a convention. I thought the gun was funny. My bad. Anarchy. We were talking about. We're looking at scary videos. The literal screen footage says most disturbing real found footage cases. Anarchy. I watched Drivers Drive Around Track and IMAX today, though. Hello. But no, we were watching footage of a guy recorded in 2011 of a male stalker that he had. So it was a guy being stalked by a man. And so I was talking about it with chat because I thought it was important. And I just dropped the gun. Pew pew, motherfucker. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Anarchy. You and Chris will like this documentary because it'll also stress you out. Have you seen, there is a new docuseries on Netflix. It is called Should I Marry a Murderer? We just discussed it, and I think you should watch it. Because I think you and I will have the exact same, Anarchy, I think you need to watch it. Because I think you're going to have the exact same opinion that I had watching it. Amanda, no. Anarchy, watch it. I'm not trying to marry a murderer. It's called Should I Marry a Murderer? Plot twist, she does not marry the murderer. I thought the gun was because we were talking about stalking. I know that. Watch the doc, Anarchy. Okay. We're continuing scary footage, Anarchy, so if you don't think you can handle it. Anarchy does not like scary footage. I didn't assume that was a real question. Okay. That seemed like you assumed. I leave. Bye. I'll talk to you later. Text me, because I don't think you ever texted me back the other night. Anarchy will like go 2-3 days without reading my text and then be like, you texted me? I'm like, yeah. Oh yeah, I texted you yesterday morning and then I asked you about the Twitch bag and then you responded to that. Bye. Okay.
In 2020, a thread was posted to r/found footage, and it read as follows. Recently, I've been wondering if there are any found footage videos that might be real. I've been trying to look through random videos on YouTube, but haven't been able to find anything. Are there any videos that I might be missing?
Not only have I seen Hannah's videos, I know Hannah. We don't talk, but we have met.
Now, this thread didn't garner that much attention, only receiving about 16 upvotes. That is until, roughly 2 years later, a username that
I don't know everyone, Toasty, but I do know a lot of people. So I have not met every single YouTuber that has ever existed, but there are quite a few that I have met.
that horsehead guy posted a cryptic message. What about physical VHS tapes? Has anyone come across something odd? That horsehead guy responds, "Oh yeah, I've got something for you." He then proceeds to post a YouTube link at DavidFunWithDolls5446. And someone even responds,
I think I remember this
regret
one.
clicking that link. But when you do, you're met with a channel with a banner that says, David Fun with Dolls, a special kind of blackjack. And you can see, as of recording this, they have 13 subscribers and 5 videos. And looking at the second video on their page,
And
it's
this is
titled,
Sally.
1. Hi, I am David, and this is Sally. Dated back to 2019 with 167 views. Now I must admit, before moving forward, I had never heard of this channel before, or this Reddit thread, and I kind of wish I hadn't. But first let's read the description. A basic description of what is about to take place, explaining the rules of the game and introducing the dolls. Now upon hitting play, you can see a man preparing to play a game of some kind. In addition, you can see various dolls around the room, and he's talking to them, explaining the rules of the game. But what's
I
more
forgot
disturbing
about this one.
is that scattered around the room, there's buckets of, I'll describe it as, mud. Now at some point, he opens up a drawer and pulls out a handheld device, titled Blackjack 21, and this is where things start to come together. Now I'm going to play a clip, albeit heavily censored, because I simply can't show that much on my channel, but it'll explain the rest.
This is February 13, 2001, and my doll.
That's about 9 days before my brother was born.
has got a Valentine present for me. Every time I lose, I get my bat. This one, where is it? A hit? A hit? See,
Why is the black jet still in my...
on my bat.
Get shit or stabbed?
By golly, you're going to get it right down your... You put 3 belts around your shirt now. I don't want to run out of your shirt.
Okay, so
David
it was
then
definitely
proceeds
shit.
to play the game, and every time he hits over 21,
Why
he
are we
uses
leaving it
contents
inside
of
the
buckets
packaging?
on himself? But going back to that Reddit thread provided more answers after someone asked that horseshoe guy what this was all about. It is what it is. I suppose depraved is another accurate answer. It was given to a friend of mine on a VHS tape by some random hitchhiker. The tape consisted of a short film about 2 gay men with a shit fetish, chasing each other around town, ending in one being sort of combined with a public urinal. It was all shot on film with a video effect overlays and was creepy, but I have to say, quite artsy in a trashy way. That film was titled Golden Afternoon. Then the other label on the tape just said, To David. There was a lot more, but most has been destroyed over the years.
Okay. It's gross, but I need you guys to understand the gold that is Golden Afternoon. That's kind of... Do you guys understand, or do I have to explain it? Do you understand? Okay, good.
Intentionally, by people that have watched it. In the missing portions, David goes on about the specifics of the game rules, who each doll represents, why they are on him, and he shows off how much quote-unquote clay he has. It becomes abundantly clear how much time, effort, and planning went into this event, more so and what remains. My best guess is it's either a fetish he has or some kind of performance art, which in either case is performed by a man.
See, this is the thing. Some people just have weird fetishes, you know? Like, in this instance, I do think this is a fetish. I don't think this is performance art. There might be a level of performance to it as part of the fetish, but some people just want shit on their back, you know? Some people they like that stuff, you know?
That likely has some sort of learning disability. Now, whether or not any of this is actually true.
Okay, I'm going back. Let's find a different one. All right. Found while hiking.
On January 29th of 2024,
Back
the
to our
YouTuber,
roots.
Exploring Alabama,
Back to our
hiked
roots.
into the
Some of these we
Talladega
might have
National
seen.
Forest, and Jeff was there to do what he always does, which includes metal detecting and exploring abandoned buildings. Now, it should be noted that Talladega is quite large and covers over 600 square miles, and is included in the tally of 4,500 search and rescue incidents and parks each year. But on this day, Jeff wasn't looking for any.
I'm sorry, the thought of a video titled Golden Afternoon, and you think you're going to see like a beautiful shining walkway, and instead it's a man that's been made into a public urinal. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the last one.
Anything in particular, and spend most of the time walking the creek bed and telling stories. However, it would quickly turn disturbing when Jeff found something that he'd never found in his entire YouTube career. Take a look.
Ah, that's bones. That's bones. Why are we yanking at it? Does no one hike with a fucking shovel? Wait, oh, sorry, hang on, I didn't mean to do that. Does no one hike
On
with a
January
fucking
29th
shovel?
of 2020, the Talladega is quite large, and 100 search and thing in particular YouTube career.
Why are you yanking at it like that? If you are doing a through hike or anything like that, he has a pincher. He's obviously picking shit up. He should have a shovel, a small trowel or something. Also, yeah, if you are through hiking and you're backpacking and camping, you should have a shovel for if you need to take a dump. You should have a shovel. Hell, if you need to pee, you should have a shovel. Bury that shit, okay? I do think that's... I'm like 80% certain that's an animal. Mandible.
That is a,
I changed my mind. That angle looks more human. I really can't tell because certain deer species, their mandible is very similar to ours. It's very creepy, especially when it's in a partial fragment like this. That almost looks too flat to be us, frankly, but I'm not certain.
a human mandible.
I genuinely can't fucking. God, see, this looks low. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know. Wait, dig this up. You're already doing fuck shit. Dig that up. Is this a skull cap? Is that the skull cap? I can't tell.
By sheer chance, Jeff finds a bone buried in the earth and begins to dig it up, believing it belonged to a deer, only to find out that it was actually human. But what's even more disturbing is that that's not all he finds.
He has not confirmed. He thinks it's a human. He has not confirmed that it's human. Two different things.
That is
Pelvis.
part of a human skull.
Is it? I mean, I did guess. Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, this would not be the pelvis. This would be more concaved if it was the pelvis. Sorry, I'm like digging. I haven't looked at human osteotomy in a while. Yeah, I guess.
You know, I pulled it out.
Scapula?
This
Yeah,
is,
scapula makes more sense.
very disturbing to me. But I have spent.
I feel like this would be more concave if it was a pelvis. So I think scapula is probably more accurate because of, yeah. So I definitely think this is more of a partial scapula. I think you're right.
Enough time identifying deceased people by their dental records to know they did not have their molars removed and were all the way down to first, second bicuspid.
The thought of knowing enough about the human remains and osteotomy to know and identify these are human bones, but not to have the thought of I should stop touching everything fucking immediately is fascinating to me. Like there's like that's, and again, I think we're right. I think this is I really don't think this is a pelvis. God, this angle is God, these partial bits are throwing me off, and I can't tell where it's broken. So, God, is this fucking cranium here? God, I hate this camera too because it's almost like fish-eyed, so I think it's upsetting me. But yeah, I think this is a street smart versus book smart type of discussion here, you know, where it's like he knows enough to be like, oh my God, this is human bone, but he won't stop fucking touching it.
Cuspid and the laterals.
Jeff is left practically speechless, but he quickly jumped into action and hiked out of the forest and notified Alabama police, leading them back to the area where the bones were found. Investigators would find even more bones in the area and eventually identify the man as Nicholas Turley, who had been missing since November of the previous year. In addition, they had found that he had broken his femur and that there was a steep drop-off in the area, leading investigators to believe that he had fallen, broken his femur, and succumbed to either dehydration or his injuries. Police found no signs of any foul play, but it makes this case even more chilling. No.
Bro. I'm not laughing, I'm uncomfortable. So you touched, okay. Thank God there was no signs of foul play, because if there was, and you were just fingering the bones like that, like
knowing that due to his condition, he was trapped in the forest and at mercy of its element.
See, the thing is, too, is he had the clippers, the picker-ups, so whether he was doing trash or looking for shit, he should have had gloves, okay? Because even if you're doing, like, let's say metal detecting, you can still get fucking tetanus, okay? You should be wearing gloves. You should be using a shovel. You should not be touching random metal bits and bobs that you find in the dirt, okay? You don't know if you cut yourself. You know, like you, regardless of if you're gonna poop or not, like bring a shovel and wear gloves, gardening gloves, if even. I don't know. Bring something. Don't just be manhandling shit. That's how
Regardless,
we
Jeff
get
was
COVID.
affected by this, but had he not been in the area and noticed that small bone
They don't believe in
fragment
tetanus.
sticking out of
That's
the ground,
dumb.
this would have likely remained a cold case for a very long time. In January of 2024, a YouTuber that goes by the name Josh the Intern hiked the Pyrenees Mountains after discovering a crash site on Google Maps. Now, Josh's normal content
I
is
think we've
typically
seen
very
this.
positive, as he explores hidden gems in remote areas. But on this day, it quickly turned disturbing when, before he even made it to the crash site, he discovered a structure that looked to be lived in. And although
Oh, I
this
think we
crash
saw
site
this.
was his intended destination, he decided to make a detour.
I think this is
and take a
this
look
is all
around.
these are
And
all
since
the photos, right?
he was alone in a remote area, he was not prepared with what he was about to find.
The trail I was following was stunning and took me past some incredible views, but then I spotted something unusual just off the path. It seemed to be the ruins of an old building, so I
Yeah.
headed in for a closer
I think this
look.
was the photos of people.
But this is when I discovered something quite terrifying.
Someone definitely lives here. There's canned food.
Yeah, there's a lot of somethings here.
Someone definitely lives here. Maybe not all
Those
the
have been there
time,
for a long time. That is a brand new. Is this the wine bottle over here? That looks clean.
enough, which is crazy because this is really in ruins and in the middle of nowhere. Very creepy.
Now, as soon as Josh walked in, he immediately got bad vibes. But it
I'm
wasn't
skipping
until
ahead of
he got
this one.
further into the structure that it got much more disturbing. Take a look.
Skipping
And what
ahead.
was supposed to be a normal day out with her son and 2 dogs
Failed
quickly turned
influencer.
disturbing when she found random effigies scattered along the trail.
Okay.
Take a look.
Did I see this one?
Rough today. Another thing that really pisses me off about my husband.
Okay, we definitely saw this one.
Hang on. Are you seeing this? Fire, fine. You know, fine.
Yeah, we did see this one. Little things.
Oh my fucking god. Actual. I think the dog's gonna hear something. Oh my.
Looked up, he saw a naked man in the creek with a walking stick coming towards him. And since he was alone in a remote area of the woods, he was terrified. The following video was recorded.
Talking about Christian here, you know this is a hunter, and I'm a little confused. This is my land. I'm here with weapons, and somebody standing in my creek naked. I mean, I'm not gonna shoot you, but you're.
Go down.
What?
Get down.
Are you alone?
I'm alone.
If I see somebody else, this will not be good.
Why is your camera doing that?
What? Show? What kind of show?
Stupid
You know what it
show?
was called?
No.
You don't know what it was called?
No. 3 guys beat the crap out of me. Out in the middle of nowhere.
Where? You don't know where your clothes
Stripped
are?
me down and then kicked me out.
Nobody's with you.
Is this him right here, I think?
I mean, you gotta look at it from my standpoint. Hang on a minute, man. Hang on a minute. I got something to eat for you. Just don't do nothing stupid right now.
Holy crap.
The man's story is quite unjointed, but Casey goes on to explain in the description. I showed up to my stand to hunt, and I hear someone yell. I looked down to find a man standing in the creek holding a walking stick with not a stitch of clothing on him. Claimed he had been beaten up by some guys at Tomorrowland, then dropped off in the woods after they stripped him of everything. He spent days trying to find water, and then he stuck to the creek once he found it. He recalled his number, and I got in touch with somebody to come get him. By far the craziest hunting story I'll ever have. But I'm curious, what would you do in this situation? If you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. It means the world to me. And thank you for my first channel member, even though I know her, because she's my mom. But seriously, if you want to support the channel, that's a great way to do it.
Yeah, that's the end of
Otherwise,
that.
you can watch another video here.
Okay, there's more, but I do want to pick up. I have a video bookmarked off to the side over here, titled "Videos That Scared Japan" from 404 Thread. I've never watched it. I am curious, and then we can come back to this channel. Some of these might suck.
It's 2012, and the golden age of Japanese horror has come and gone. The wave that started with Ringu and carried through Ju-on, Dark Water, and Pulse had largely receded by now. Hollywood had already remade most of them, watered them down,
Yeah,
and moved
bad.
on. For a lot of people, Japanese horror was something they remembered from the mid-2000s, not something they were actively seeking out. But Koji Shiraishi never stopped making horror films. He had been working in the genre since the early 2000s, already well known in Japan for his pseudo-documentaries and found footage projects like
Teki
Noroi
Teki.
and Occult, though most of that work never really crossed over internationally. And in 2012, having already spent years perfecting that mockumentary format, he launched a new series called Senritsu Kaiki File Kawasugi, with its first episode subtitled Operation Capture the Slit-Mouthed Woman. It was a direct-to-video release with no theatrical run and no marketing campaign, just a 1-hour film about a small documentary crew chasing after one of the most deeply embedded urban legends in Japanese culture. And somehow, quietly, it became one of the most unsettling things the found footage genre has ever produced. To understand why this works, you have to understand the legend it's built on. The Kuchisake Onna, or slit-mouthed woman, is not some obscure piece of folklore that Shiraishi dug up for a screenplay. This is a figure that caused genuine mass panic in Japan in 1979. Schools sent children home early, police increased patrols in certain neighborhoods, and parents walked their kids to and from school in groups. All because of a story about a woman in a surgical mask who approaches you on the street and asks a single question. Am I pretty? If you say yes, she removes the mask and reveals a mouth that has been cut open from ear to ear, and then she asks again. If you say no, she kills you, and if you say yes the second time,
cuts your mouth.
cuts your face to match hers. And the worst part, the detail that made children across the country lose sleep, is that she can run faster than you, and there is no outrunning her.
Good
that
luck.
last part is important because it's one of the first things Shiraishi zeroes in on. The film opens by introducing us to a 3-person documentary crew. There's the director, Kudo, who is loud, aggressive, and completely fixated on turning whatever they find into a profitable DVD release. There's Ichikawa, his assistant.
So Dandadan uses like a mix of stories for Turbo Grandma, if that's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's. But yes, this case, this story has been around for decades.
Who is measured, skeptical, and clearly the more rational of the two. And then there's Tashiro, the cameraman, who mostly stays behind the lens. Kudo presents the crew with a piece of footage sent to them by 2 young men, Yano and Kitamura, who claim to have encountered a strange woman in their neighborhood. The footage is shaky and chaotic and hard to make out clearly, but there she is, a tall figure in a trench coat, long hair, a white mask covering her face, and she is moving disturbingly fast. The 2 men filming her panic and run, and the footage cuts out shortly after. Ichikawa watches this and immediately identifies the visual similarities to the Kuchisake Onna, the trench coat, the mask, the long hair, but she doesn't buy it. She thinks the woman is either someone experiencing a mental health crisis or someone deliberately dressing up to frighten people, which is a reasonable take. Kudo, on the other hand, doesn't care what she is because all he sees is a story that sells. He announces that their mission is to capture the slit-mouthed woman, and Ichikawa's face says everything it needs to. Once the crew arrives at the location from the footage, they meet Yano and Kitamura and begin recreating the events by timing themselves running the same route the masked woman ran. Even Kitamura, who claims to have been a track athlete in high school, is nowhere close to matching her speed. Side by side, the comparison is not subtle. The woman in the original footage covers the same ground in roughly half the time. Then they walk the path she would have needed to take to appear where she did in the video, a route that loops around several blocks with no shortcuts and no connecting alleyways. And the math just doesn't work because there is no way a person could have covered that distance in the time shown on camera. Ichikawa still isn't convinced and suggests that maybe there were two people dressed identically working together to stage the whole thing. The others ask the obvious follow-up: why would
Good theory. They usually never guess that one. It's always, she must have done something. It's like, or there's another person.
anyone go through the trouble of doing that? And she doesn't have a good answer. From here, the film shifts into an investigative mode that feels less like a horror movie and more
I also like that the initial video is not taken at night and it's taken during the day.
like a local news segment. Kudo and Ichikawa go door to door asking residents if they've seen anything unusual, and people have. Multiple residents describe a
Like,
tall
see, this
woman
is
with
during
long
the
hair
day.
and a mask who wanders the area at night. One person saw her standing motionless in the rain, soaking wet without an umbrella, asking passersby for a light for her cigarette, which obviously makes no sense in a downpour. Another resident mentions that she has been taping strange pages to walls around the neighborhood covered in handwritten text. When the crew tracks down one of these pages,
She's an artist. This is performance art. You're being really mean to her.
the writing is erratic, fragmented, and hostile, with most of it seemingly directed at men. Words like cursed and filth scrawled alongside symbols that
Life's
don't
happiness.
immediately mean
As the
anything.
words
Then
say,
Kudo
life's
and
happiness.
Ichikawa visit a park where homeless people are living in makeshift shelters, and this is where the film gets genuinely uncomfortable, not because of anything supernatural. Kudo finds a man who recognizes the masked woman and has information about her, but the man doesn't want to be filmed. He covers his face and tries to leave, and Kudo grabs him physically. He yells at him, insults him, and forces him to sit back down and talk while Ichikawa pleads with him to stop. It is an ugly, raw scene, and it is the first real sign that Kudo is not just a loud personality, that there is something deeply wrong with the way he treats people. The homeless man, once he calms
Jesus.
down, tells them that the masked woman lived in the encampment for about a week or 10 days. During that time, 3 other people disappeared, leaving behind all their belongings, their animals, everything. She got into an altercation with one of the remaining residents, a physical fight that ended with her slashing someone across the back with a blade, and then she ran, and the man confirms it. She was impossibly fast. The person she cut later took his own life at the camp, hanging himself from a water faucet, and wrapped around the man's wrist is a strange braided object, something the masked woman had been handing out to people in the area, calling them protective amulets. The investigation takes a turn when Kudo and
Anchor
Ichikawa
following.
bring the amulet to a
Shiz
folklorist,
pie.
an academic who identifies the braiding technique as belonging to a specific and obscure lineage of practitioners tied to a form of Japanese folk sorcery. He tells them that whoever made this object
I'm
has
skipping
real
ahead 'cause
knowledge
this
of the
is
craft,
not
the
a
kind of
video.
knowledge
This is
when willing
a-
to bulldoze 25, meaning it has been roughly 7 months of silence. Each video is a fully produced horror short film
Fake documentary.
disguised as a documentary segment, and the disguise is so convincing that if you stumbled onto one of these without context, you would genuinely not know whether what you were watching was real. Viewers
Considering it's from a channel called Fake Documentary, I'm assuming you would figure it out. Of a full film. Yeah, I don't think that counts. This counts because it's originating from a YouTube video.
have also been mapping connections between episodes for years now, recurring symbols, reversed imagery, overlapping characters, and what might be a much larger mythology underneath everything, and whether that's intentional or just an audience reading too deep is honestly part of what makes this channel impossible to stop thinking about. The best way to understand what this channel does is to look at where it started and where it ended up. The first upload, Cursed Video, runs about 18 minutes.
Okay, why would you show me
A
that?
two-person documentary crew is investigating online rumors from around 2005 to 2009 about a VHS tape that kills anyone who watches it. Standard Ringu territory, and the show knows this because when they ask a video store clerk about the tape, he literally asks them if they're looking for the ring. I love that moment because it immediately tells you this series respects the audience enough to not pretend you've never heard of a cursed videotape before, and instead of dancing around the trope, it walks straight through it. The store manager confirms the tape exists, and after 30 minutes of digging, pulls out a VHS with a handwritten sticker warning, "It will kill you," a sticker he wrote himself and admits to with a smile. And when they finally watch the tape, nothing about it is what you'd expect. There's no disturbing imagery or nightmarish faces, just pleasant footage of a couple spending time together with framed memorial portraits of deceased individuals spliced in at random intervals. Not graphic, not horrifying, just deeply wrong in a way that
these are
takes
just
us
not good.
again. These are the world's strange phenomena. It was hosted by Mino Monta, one of the most
Sorry, I'm skipping
recognizable
it. I'm already annoyed with this video. And I was really excited for it. I'm actually devastated.
On January 29th,
Let's go back to real horror talk. Okay, let's see. Caught on live stream. Here we
in
go.
August of 2023, this house party live stream was recorded by a user named
I really had high hopes for that video. I'm devastated.
Tone IRL. And with Tone behind the camera, you can see everyone at this house party is day drinking. And this is when he notices his friend Willie Two Guns passed out, standing up,
Willie
obviously
Two
on
Guns.
multiple substances, including alcohol. So Tone takes this as an opportunity to use his friend as content to his current average of about 1,000 viewers. And it's quite
It's just
obvious.
crazy because like there are so many amazing like horror movies, horror novels that are created in Japan. And so I know there are good horror videos that are created in Japan, and this video was just not good in the way that it was formatted.
That Willie is not okay.
Willie! What up? You good? Dap me up.
Prism?
Give me a handshake if you're
What the
coherent.
fuck is Prism Live?
He's not coherent. Yeah, see, no handshake.
Call a fucking ambulance.
I'll give him a little boop, 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 boop.
He's gonna die. He's gonna fall and
Wait,
crack his
wait,
head open.
If we flick it,
He's gonna fall and crack his head open.
He continues to record Willie, even making a bet that he would fall over. But instead of helping him, he just lets it happen.
Jesus.
And Willie takes a hard fall, and Tone laughs and continues to record.
Are we gonna
With his
hear he
viewers
died?
Sending in donations, making
Of course
fun of
they
the
fucking
situation.
were. Of course
and
they
other
fucking were.
streamers at this party begin to ask
So Prism is what? The kick of mobile streaming? Like what the fuck are we talking about?
questions.
$5,
Don't seem to wanna
$3?
get involved.
Jesus.
And the lack of sympathy for their friend is jarring.
Do not hang out with people like
Tried to
this.
get CPR, but I'm okay.
Are those stairs? He
I
could
think
have
he's
tumbled down the
breathing. Let's go
stairs.
ahead and check his face. Yo, Willie, are you there? I gotta make sure, just in case.
And people wonder why I don't hang out with people that like heavily drink, even though I don't have a problem with being around people that heavily drink. Because, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, oh God. You know, we've talked about a lot of like, oh, streamers you shouldn't hang out with and things like that. This is fucking insane.
I don't want to be liable for your death. That would suck.
Call the police.
Now at this
call
point,
call
Willie is
911.
unconscious and no longer responding.
Call
and with the viewer
medic-
count steadily
medics.
rising, he continues to take donations, making fun of the situation.
Anonymous sent $3. I think that broke his neck. He hit hard. This is Taint's fault. I watched it 3 times and it makes me cringe every time he falls.
However, the depravity would not end there for Willie, as they would proceed to draw clown makeup on his face and different parts of his body. And with this situation now going on for over 20 minutes, even his audience begin begging him to call an ambulance.
Let me see his breathing. Okay. Willie! Okay, he's breathing. Yeah, he's breathing good.
Anonymous sent $3.
He could be
This might
asphyxiating.
Getting serious.
He
I
could
need
asphyxiate.
To call paramedics at this point.
He could
Yeah, like-
asphyxiate. Oh, now you clean his face. Okay, fucker, psycho.
Yeah, fast forward about 3 hours.
He's fine. Listen to him.
Did you pour water on his face? Why is his head wet? Was that from trying to clean him off? Or did he...
I'll keep
He's snoring.
that. I got you, sorry.
Finally, 45 minutes after this encounter, police and paramedics would find...
It's not an encounter. I would accept incident. 45 minutes after he first lost consciousness while standing. That is the proper wording. That is the proper wording. 45 minutes since he hit his head on the floor. That is the proper wording. Encounter, this is inside a home. This is not an encounter. This is inside of a home. He is with his friends that he believes are his friends. This is fucking insane.
Finally arrive, and Tone and his friends would begin to remove the makeup from Willie's face in preparation for paramedics to arrive.
It's body paint or whatever.
So we ain't trying to get anybody in trouble, but it started to seem like you might have taken something other than just alcohol.
No, he took this stuff is.
That's his medication.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Willie would finally be taken to the hospital, and the viewers did not hold back in telling them what bad friends they are.
They are.
Anonymous sent $3. I can't believe the guy was dying and you painted his face.
Sending money is fucking insane to do
The
this.
stream would continue on, as if nothing happened.
No one ever
And according
reports a
to
live
sources,
stream anymore.
Willie would go into a coma for 2 weeks, where he would...
Oh my fucking God. I think this is really upsetting me because as the child of an alcoholic, I'm like, you're so fucking lucky he's not. I hope he's alive. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. Horrible fucking people. Holy shit. Because someone can be breathing and still be experiencing life-threatening effects from alcohol. He could have asphyxiated. He could be having, for all you know, what can happen when someone is unconscious and they're drunk? Because sometimes your body wants to expel the alcohol, okay? That's why you get sick, okay? And if you are in the wrong position or you're sleeping, what can happen is that it starts to come up, you gag, and it goes into your lungs. It's one of the ways that a lot of rock stars fucking die because they literally drown in their own lungs from their own vomit from being fucking alcoholics. Like you could be, oh God, and he was fucking brain dead. He fucking in a coma. Jesus. Hermes.
Pass away. And if you take a look,
He
at the
fucking
online
died?
obituary-
Oh, you pieces of fucking shit. Fuck both of you. Fuck everyone in that fucking house. Fuck everyone in that live stream that gave them money. Fuck all of you. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fucking shit. He fucking died. Holy fuck. Fuck everyone in that fucking house. Fuck everyone on that fucking live stream. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. See, this is one of those things, too. You can't be friends with fucking everyone. I'm dead fucking... I know I'm bringing this back again. And I'm not trying to do the whole let them thing or whatever the fuck, but we talked about the stalker situation. We were talking about this. Sometimes it's not a stalker. Sometimes it's someone that you think is a buddy who takes things too fucking far. You cannot fucking party with everyone. You just fucking can't. You can't. It doesn't matter how well you know them. There's some people you can't fucking party with. And this was so fucking avoidable. There's no reason this man should be dead right now. That was 45 minutes he laid on the floor. Instead of getting him help, they got out paint and painted his face. And 1,200 people watched on a live stream and donated money to drop comments. Fucking insane.
Page. you can see familiar faces from the video, leaving comments like this one. Still missing you, man. Missing the donos and content. Much love as always. Rest in peace. Now, according to sources online, no charges were ever brought forward, and it seems most, if not all, of these streamers don't go live anymore. However,
once again, I think we need to bring back beating the shit out of people. I really don't know. Charges aren't doing fuck all. There's stream evidence of them being negligent. This is at the very least negligent manslaughter, maybe. Preventing care, delaying care. Who owns this house? They are liable. They were drinking on this property. We need to bring back beating the shit out of people.
this entire live stream still resides on YouTube and continues to disturb myself and anyone who comes across it.
Yeah, I'm disturbed.
making
I'm
this
fucking
one of the most
disturbed.
disturbing
I'm
live
fucking
streams
disturbed.
on camera.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm Jasmine, is an IRL streamer.
I
in
think I've
Osaka,
seen this
Japan.
one.
And in 2020, she was filming in the Namba district. Now, the Namba district is a high-traffic tourist area and a major hub for nightlife, which can lead to some very unsafe areas, particularly at night and early morning. And she quickly got some unwanted attention by someone who would not take no for an answer.
Is he saying Nanba or Nanpa? Because those are two different words. Because Nanpa is a type of like aggressive flirting that a lot of people warn about.
I feel like there's like
Is
in
that what
politics
he's
that we
referring
don't
to?
talk about you guys. There's hello. 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 Thank you so much. Oh, hi. Hi.
No.
Oh my god,
No.
why are you touching me?
Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. No. 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 And I know in this moment, I'm sure, I don't know how this is going to continue, so I'm just giving a prediction. In this moment, I know the instinct is, I should stand my ground. I was here first. Why should I leave? When he's making me uncomfortable. You need to get the fuck out of here. You need to get to a more crowded area because this is too unpopulated for my liking for this situation that's currently unfolding. I don't like it. So in this moment, if this ever happens to you, I know the impulse, I should stay here. I was here first. Fuck him. Okay. And yes, sure, absolutely. This is not trafficked enough for my liking in this moment. You got to get up, take your stuff, keep your stream going, keep recording. And you need to go into a family mart because she's in Japan or somewhere else that's more populated in Japan.
No.
He's still touching her. I really don't fucking like it.
Sorry, no.
He's still touching her. I don't like this.
No, yeah, this is live stream. Yeah.
Get up. I need you to get up. Oh my god, I'm so fucking scared for you. Get up.
Nansai? What? What? Huh? What's
I know I will literally face armed robbers. I also will punch them in the face. I also acknowledge that most people are not fucking crazy like me. Okay? I understand that. I am giving you advice for the vast majority. I fully acknowledge that I will one day go down swinging. Okay? I fully acknowledge that. I don't want that for you. Okay? I have problems. I want you safe and alive and untraumatized. That's why you get up and go somewhere else. Okay? I would start barking at this man and I would stand up and start jumping up and down. She's in a skirt, so I wouldn't do that. But like, I would be coming at him as if I'm going to attack him. I would not lay a finger on him because I have a live stream going. But I would 100% scare the shit out of this man. Most people are not going to do that in this moment, and I understand that. Okay? The answer is get up and get somewhere else. You cannot stay here right there. You can't. See, everyone is saying stand up. Everyone in chat, science, stand up, stand up, stand up, run away. Everyone, go. Everyone. He is trying to get her to kiss him for the stream. Get lost, jerk now. Okay, that's not going to help. I need you to get up and leave in this moment.
No. I'm
Run, call the cops. Stand up, run. What the fuck? Stand up, stand up. The prob thinks she's, he probably thinks she's one of those, LOL. Sayonara, stand up.
Thegorking 27 cheered. X200, get lost jerk now.
No, don't stop, man. Man, stop touching me, man. No.
No, you gotta do more. No, fuck off. No, go away. Go, leave. I understand. Women, we are conditioned to be polite, to stay alive, okay? If you choose to sit here, you need to do more. I'm so sorry. I don't know how this unfolds. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so fucking scared right now for her. Because I don't know. I don't care that he's smiling. I don't give a fuck. I don't care that he has what I think might be a fake Louis Vuitton bag with him. I don't give a fuck. You got... No. Absolutely the fuck not. No. Okay? I'm so fucking scared. Yeah, dude, stabbed her and killed her, and then killed himself while I was in Japan at a Pokemon Center. And again, like I'm saying, no one has passed by. I'm so fucking stressed. There's no one here. She is by all intents and purposes, people don't realize, I think there's also this thing, especially with a lot of people in public, they think it's safer in public. There is no one here to help you. You need to get the fuck up and you need to move. You either need to get loud and make it very clear that he needs to get the fuck away from you. And I understand the thought of turning your back. You think that's enough. I'm so sorry. This is so, I really hope this doesn't end with her fucking, God, she better be fucking okay. After the last one, she better be fucking okay. Like, I think bystander effect also, though, bystander effect for yourself. Like, the amount of people that assume that someone is going to help them, I think is also really prevalent because of bystander effect. Like, you just assume, oh, if I saw this happening to someone, I would help them. And so you think that someone would help you. And sometimes you have to acknowledge that you were the only person that's going to help yourself. Okay? Because I fucking hate this so much. I hate this so much. Okay, I'm continuing.
Yeah.
He's still, how long? Punch him in the face, he'll get it. Don't talk to him. Just ignore him. Get up.
Huh? Yeah.
No, leave. Stop talking to him.
See you.
You need to leave. No.
Nice to meet you.
No!
You can see that she's clearly
he's gonna follow
makes for
her.
a very awkward encounter, and he's asking very forward questions.
Stop trying to touch her.
Couple, and not knowing the language, Jasmine tries to make a quick exit.
I want you to listen to me right now, okay? Especially if there's a language barrier. You know what? Everyone understands. Just start yelling in their faces. I'm gonna get evicted, but I'm dead fucking serious. You're gonna start screaming in their face. I understand you're in Japan. It's quiet there. It feels weird, but this cannot be happening. I'm dead fucking serious. He full on touched her boob. I'm gonna start screaming. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna get evicted. Someone's gonna come knock on my door and be like, what the fuck is going on?
Anonymous donated $5. Dude, I'm gonna need you to leave my girl alone now back at Hawaii.
Is there a third person? I'm sorry, is there a third person?
Run? What do you mean run?
Get public. Is that water? Is she on a canal? Girl, get the fuck out of there. God. Is that a fucking canal? That's a canal. She needs to get the fuck out of there. I'm so dead fucking serious. There's no one fucking there. I thought that was a road. I thought that was a road between the streets. No, that's a fucking, you need to get the fuck out of there. I'm so fucking serious. You're stressing me the fuck out. That's not her purse. That's his purse. That's his purse. No, he walked up with that. I think that's his bag.
I gotta find a garbage. Okay.
Go fuck off. Girl, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
She
Gee, Amanda, why don't you do IRL streams? Gee, I don't fucking know. Why do you think? I don't fucking know. Jesus. Like, again, I'm so fucking stressed out, girl. I'm so fucking stressed. I'm so fucking stressed out.
worried he'll follow her all the way home. That is until when someone donates an audio clip of a woman screaming, and it sends him in the other direction.
Fast walking it.
Anonymous has just donated 66.66.
Jasmine finally gets a moment of solace, but she breaks down.
Good, she's
multiple
in the
times
store.
throughout the live stream, but she would eventually have to end the live stream after getting cornered.
Is she trying to
by
throw
yet
away her
another man.
boots?
Huh?
Another one?
Sorry? Woman? Oh, sorry, woman. I don't speak Japanese.
Girl, get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. I'm so sorry. Get up. Get up. Get up. Oh my god.
I'm just going home. Okay, how's it go?
Girl.
Arigato. Thank you so much.
Stop sitting. Stop sitting on the
okay.
ground.
Bye.
Stop sitting on the sidewalk.
Oh, okay. Arigato. Thank you. Bye.
No.
Oh man, he's just concerned. Yeah, I mean, he was nice. I'm sorry. I feel bad if he's concerned and like I brushed him away like he was a creep and he...
No.
Making home okay.
You need
making
to
sure
stop
not
sitting
be
on the...
followed. And many commenters had
And again,
opinions on that.
streaming, I don't know if it's home or the hotel she's staying at. I don't fucking know. She should not be streaming in her fucking neighborhood. She should not be streaming while heading back to her home or her accommodations. I'm dead fucking serious. I don't care. Like, I'm in a foreign country, it's safer. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? I don't. You don't tell people you're going home. The thing is, Japan has a stalking problem, okay? They do, okay? Everyone that lives there, every woman that has ever lived there says it. They have experienced stalking at least once in their life, okay? Now, I don't think it's just a thing Japan problem, okay? Because obviously, here in the United States, we also have a problem. We're just a larger country, and so it's more spread out, so it's less concentrated, so you hear about it differently, okay? Stalking, violence, sexual violence, we have that constantly here as well. However, it is a prevalent problem in certain areas of Japan. And again, she is also standing out because she is live streaming. And that is also something you have to think about. IRL streaming puts a target on your back, and that is something that you have to think about if you're going to do it. A lot of things in Japan are anti-streaming in general right now, I found while I was there. But also, there are people who want attention and think that you will do anything for attention on a stream, therefore they will seek you out. Regardless of where in the world you are.
That area, including local ones. I'm a woman from Osaka. Namba at dawn is extremely dangerous. There are
Namba
men out
is the
there
place.
who won't hesitate to touch or hurt women. Also, while smiling and greeting strangers is completely normal in Canada, where she's from, it has a slightly different meaning in Japan.
That's also something that you got to think of. So she's from Canada. We're from the United States, obviously. I am. And it's something I hear a lot. It's something that a lot of people hear about in Europe. If you're American, you will be clocked as being American pretty quickly in Europe because we smile much more reflexively because it's a greeting. Okay. Hi. It's much more common. Whereas in other countries, it's not super common. Same with Japan is not something that a lot of people talk about, but it's the same thing. We smile on the street, we smile in greeting, and even if it's not even just like smile, it's better for you, whatever. It's a way that Americans see themselves as being polite. Is like, oh, everything's okay. Hi, the white person smile, Okay, and it looks like to some countries consent. It's not, obviously, okay, but it's something that you do have to be aware of, unfortunately. And also, again, in other countries like here and Canada, most women know that unfortunately you have to do that like placid, polite talking to men that are making you uncomfortable so that they don't haul off and kill you. Probably every woman in chat that's an American or Canadian or any other country, okay? You've probably experienced that in some capacity, okay? And sometimes that is also seen as, sometimes you have to know when to be firm, unfortunately. And sometimes you'll get it wrong, okay? But you also gotta, again, I'm not trying to victim blame, and I wanna make that abundantly fucking clear. This shouldn't have fucking happened. But also sometimes you have to be the one to get up and get the fuck away from them, okay? Sorry for the application, you're fine. At least in Europe, it's one thing where it's like, American. And I'm like, oh, how'd you know? Like, before I even say anything, it's like you smiled when you walked in the store. I was like, oh, okay. Jeez, you know. So again, I want to make this clear. I hate that I have to talk about this in terms of how we act when someone is making us uncomfortable. But when, again, you're in a country and there's a language barrier as well, you have to be clear, unfortunately, you know? You have to, as best as you can. No, get away from me. Go away. You have to be clear. The same way you would try to be clear with charades when you're ordering, you know, a fried sandwich at a convenience. You have to, okay? There's no politeness, especially when I don't know if she's traveling, I don't know if she lives there. Traveling alone, living alone, you have to be able to get yourself up and out. Shouldn't speak or acknowledge ghosts. Shouldn't speak to or acknowledge is what I was told. Like men and ghosts, same rules. I mean, they're both gonna haunt you, evidently. So, you know, don't fucking talk to them, you know?
There are men who assume a simple smile and greeting is enough to signal their interest in you. She continues that it's best to just ignore and move away as quickly as possible. Now, as of today, Jasmine doesn't seem to stream anymore, and her online socials have gone dark. But it's unclear whether or not this incident had anything to do with it. But it definitely highlights the dangers of IRL streaming.
Yeah, don't fucking IRL stream.
In late 2025, this
we've seen
disturbing
this
moment
one.
was caught on live stream.
That's weird. That's weird. Oh my god, that's scary. That's scary. That's scary. Wait, hold this shit. No, actually, wait, but.
Thousands of viewers, some mentioned that
they realized that this window was rolled down and there is a door open here and a
the
man is
shadow
getting
behind
out of the
car
back
next to them
seat.
as they pull away.
And
was
this is a
someone
man
hiding, lying in wait.
coming out of the
Now
car.
it should be noted that this could just be a coincidence.
No, because that's the back seat of a car. I don't think that's a coincidence because that's the back seat of the car. That is not the front seat, and the front window was rolled down. And there seemingly was no one in it because they would have seen it when they were pulling out of the spot. I 100% think that the person that fucked with their car is the person hiding behind that car door, and I still stand by that.
And many of these trafficking methods patent. So she
Again, I don't even think it was trafficking in the traditional sense. For all you know, it could have been someone that was obsessed with her from her streams. You got to think about it like that.
Just a whole bunch of stuff. I told him, I don't feel okay. I think I need to go to the hospital. My fingertips started tingling. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh, I'm just overreacting.
Her husband would then take her to the hospital, and the doctors would say that she had acute poisoning. Erin then made a quick recovery, but has since stated that it left lasting effects mentally.
Oh,
and
the
these
thing in her
days,
car.
She has much more awareness and wanted to let others know what to look out for.
She saw this on her car and something was poisoning her.
Facebook live chat. That's until they both started airing out their dirty laundry and talking about each other's infidelity. And they really weren't holding back on all the embarrassing details about each other. And you can see, as the live stream continues, Shamarcus is starting to lose his temper.
The mother had the nerve to try to validate her cheating with me inboxing girls and shit when I'm in prison. I needed a pen pal. You feel me?
I want the pen pal. What you mean?
So.
Oh my God, I've seen this. Wait, I think I've seen this. Wait. No, this is not what I've seen. Wait. Okay. This may not be the same one. But there was a clip that I saw on YouTube where a couple was fighting and she says, "What the fuck are you gonna do? You're broke anyway," or something like that. And he like lunges at her and like full on comes at her. And a bunch of people were like, "Don't you know you do not tell a broke man that he's broke? You don't you?" Like they were not like blaming her. They were like, "Dude, I learned that early. These men will kill you." Like, which is fucked up. It was also men saying it too. Like, do not remind a broke man that he's broke. Thank you for following. Fantastic time to follow. I don't know if this is that clip, but this startup is feeling really familiar. So it might be. And him mentioning that he was in prison is ringing a bell.
She validated that while she ran here. Okay, so I come home. Back to the point. She get pregnant. My daughter, a lot of y'all done seen on my page. I get called up cheating. So she calling my phone. She calling my phone. So she come and tell me, "Oh, I'm cooking lasagna, my boy."
Zaria playfully takes the phone, but Shamarcus eventually gets it back. But this is where it takes a terrifying turn, because they begin to share intimate details about each other's incurable STDs and how they got them. But it all comes to a head when Zaria mentions someone's name to the Facebook chat, and Shamarcus's demeanor completely changes, and he threatens her.
Now you want the phone back? Oh, I ain't get to tell you. I ain't get to tell about Udi. Then I gotta die about that. You told my. I gotta die about.
Girl, you're too pretty for this shit. Girl, leave. Oh no, you're smiling too big for this. I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. No. Honey, no. Please leave right now. Get your kid and go. Did you have the kid? I think she had the kid. Get your kid and go. You need to leave. What do you mean he's told you you'll die about something? And you're like, I gotta die about that? Whoa. What?
Tell what happened? That's crazy, y'all. I ain't really gonna die about it, so y'all won't know that tea right
You're
now.
too
She
smiley.
mentions someone named Udi, and he says you'll die about that. And she attempts to change the topic, but seconds later, she drops the phone. Police would later arrive to their Georgia home and find Zaria unconscious with stab wounds. Shortly after, she'd be pronounced dead at the scene.
Oh, God!
And there was no sign of Shamarcus because he had fled and taken their 2021 Black Challenger. A statewide alert.
Where's
was
the
issued,
baby
and
as
later
well?
That night, his car was spotted, and after a short chase, he pulled the car over.
When men tell you something, you need to fucking believe them. I don't care if it's I'm not ready for a relationship right now. I only want something casual. I will kill you if you bring this up. You need to believe them and you need to fucking leave. I'm different. He won't hurt me. You can't do that. You can't. You need to leave. If he ever punches a wall in front of you, you need to leave. If he isolates you from people, you need to leave. He'll change. He said he'd change. No. You need to leave. The smile on her face, whether it was because she was on live or because she truly thought he would never hurt her, she is smiling so fucking big, and he killed her. Jesus.
And turned a gun on himself, and he would not survive his injuries.
I don't feel bad about that.
Zaria was only 27, and they shared
Oh.
one kid together, making this all the more heartbreaking.
And that baby doesn't have a mom now.
If you've made it this far, thank you so much for
Like,
watching,
I-
and consider subscribing.
I'm fucking, alright. Let's see, let's do this one. Especially when you have a
November 5th.
child involved. God, Again, you know, I talk about a lot about what I've done, what I would do in situations. But I've also talked about how if I had a kid, I would move extremely differently. I probably would stop live streaming altogether if I had a kid. Just because I wouldn't want to risk them running up here and like being on camera. You know? Like I wouldn't want to risk you hearing them in the background, you know, for their own safety. You know? How I handled events would be done very differently because I'd be a parent, you know? Like and the smile is because she truly thought he would never hurt her like that. I'm gonna go bye. I'm shaking. No, I'm fucking distraught. This channel really lives up to the name. Real horror talk. You fucking got me. I'm fucking horrified. Disturbing videos. Yeah, I'm fucking disturbed. Okay, I think this one, and then I think that one, and then the man suffocating because his friends are shitheads. I think that one. Those are the two that have gotten me the most. I started wondering how people become involved with people. I know people can change, but sometimes I wonder why they do not become tentative after they start exhibiting certain behaviors. I mean, we just talked about, you know, should I marry a murderer? We just talked about that case and like how she even acknowledged before he proposed that like when he got super drunk, he got scary. And she still said yes to marrying him. And then as soon as he said, I've killed someone, she did everything she could to justify it because she was like, we're going to get married. I need this to be okay. Even though she's like, you're disgusted because he's touching you. It's like, people will tell themselves anything to fit their own narrative. Like in that instance, you know, she let a man that she had known for 2 months, what he had done, ruin her fucking life. Like, where are the ghosts? Well, this is rough. I know. We need more ghosts.
A man named DeAndre Johnson, who was going through a custody battle at the time.
Oh, I already don't like where that's going. I already don't like that.
The Arizona Department of Child Safety in an effort to speak with the caseworker who was working the case for his daughter. However, what this caseworker did not know is that DeAndre was enraged. This is because he knew of information about DeAndre that would put the custody of his daughter in jeopardy. And so DeAndre waited in the lobby until a caseworker came downstairs and attacked him. And what's even worse is that he live streamed the entire thing on Facebook, and he pretends to be friendly. And
do you guys remember that period of time where like every single week there would be like a new Facebook Live crime that was live streamed? Do you guys remember this? It was like probably when I was in college. Like it was a good 3 years of time where it was like every single week there was like at least one crime that was conducted while live on, you know, Facebook Live.
act like nothing's wrong until he turns his back on him. Take a look.
He adjusted the angle.
He was dead man.
Okay. All right.
He was a dead man.
For someone to notice. But thankfully,
Sorry,
one of his
we're
coworkers
skipping that one.
finally sees what's happening and acts.
Release right now. You want to go now?
I'm already ready to go to jail.
Go ahead, call the cops. I'll be waiting.
So, let me make sure I understand this. Just so I want to make sure I'm piecing this together properly. So you're a loving father to the point that you don't want to lose custody of your daughter, but you find out that the caseworker has accessed information about you that would terminate your custody agreement. And so your answer is to go and kill him, or try to, so that you will 100% go to jail, so that you definitely don't get access to your daughter. Am I understanding that correctly? I don't understand the logic, but I want to make sure I understand the chain of events properly. Unless he truly thought that unless it's something like I'm just spitballing, he did something to his daughter and she told the caseworker, and so he thinks that killing the caseworker, yes, he'll go to jail, but no one will find out what he did to his daughter. Is that what this is? Is that what this is? Still horrible, but I almost understand the logic more. This is horrible. The adjusting the camera angle is fucking me up. I'm so sorry. Did you guys move your caseworker, or is he still on the floor? Is he still there? Is he still there? Is he, wait. Is he thinking that the caseworker did something to his daughter? Does anyone else think it's okay to take little girls in the room? Is that what he said? The thing is too, is I think these facilities, they usually don't have weapons, like at all. Some have security guards, but I don't even think any of them have weapons for safety reasons, so no one can take it. He's trying to kill a caseworker working his case with his custody case with his daughter.
Anybody else think it's okay? Huh?
Is he accusing the caseworker of doing something? Okay, is he accusing?
You still breathing?
Is he accusing? I'm assuming he's accusing him of doing something inappropriate with his daughter. No, he is saying, does anyone else think it's okay to take a little girl in the room? He is asking. I think he thinks that the caseworker did something to his daughter, or he's trying to make people think that that's what happened. Again, we're getting pieces here. Okay, but also that is a caseworker's job. They do have to talk to the child at some point. And again, if there is a reason to believe that he is not fit, usually there'd be someone or another guardian. Usually the caseworker, especially if it's a man and it's a young girl, they usually, one, try and have a woman caseworker, but also they usually are not alone in the room. So if there is an instance where the caseworker is alone, I would understand the cause for concern. However, rarely are they alone with the actual caseworker. I almost think he's like, okay, let's just, I'm really worried he's going to do what I think he's going to do.
No. I called the cops already.
Did you?
And they didn't want to do nothing. I can't. Nobody take my daughter.
Nobody's taking my daughter. I'm really worried he's gonna do what I think he's gonna do. Yep, no, that's not what I thought. Get in. How many of you are in this room? You gotta get involved at this point. You have to get involved at this point. Nope. They're not, he's not listening to you. You need to get involved.
Now, before the cops arrive, DeAndre had left, but they found him 3 hours later.
He
got in
left?
a high-speed chase, where they took him into custody. And as for the caseworker, he did make a full recovery.
Thank fuck.
But his doctors were on record saying he almost died. And DeAndre's charges are extensive, including attempt to commit first-degree murder, aggravated assault, and unlawful flight from law enforcement. And as of right now, he hasn't been sentenced. But since he filmed the entire thing, he'll likely get the full extent of the law.
So I'll share what I was worried he was going to do. With the way he was gearing himself up, I was really convinced he was going to stomp on this man's head. That's what I thought he was going to do. Okay? Because that, when he's already unconscious, that is 100% what I thought he was going to do. Okay? I'm glad he made a full recovery, but Jesus fucking Christ, you know? Also, now that this is done and he's in custody, can I make a statement? Okay, was it just me, or was it there was at least one shot there where it looked like he was trying to make sure you could see his watch on the live stream? Did you see that? He was flexing in front of the camera slightly, but he was adjusting his arm and moving his body so that you could see his watch. And I'm low-key questioning of the psychopathy of that. So you're better off not having him in her life anymore. Yeah. You know, it's one thing as someone that, because I've talked about this a few times, as someone who has had CPS get involved, okay, when I was a minor and when my brother was a minor, one thing that I very rarely am I understanding of is when someone on TikTok makes a video being like, CPS took my children, okay? They are just taking people's children, and they make those videos. Because usually it takes quite a lot to get to that point. And usually without fail, they will tell the story of what they're claiming happened. And it involves like drinking and driving with the children in the car. The children, there was a car accident and my kids were not wearing seatbelts and 2 of them were gravely injured. Like it's usually not nothing. And it usually is an indication that yes, there are 100% instances where it's racially motivated, it's prejudice, it's bias against poor people, 100%. But there are also instances where the children did need to be removed from your fucking home. Yeah, there were multiple instances where CPS should have taken my brother and I, and they never once did. So if they do take children, it usually, and even then, it doesn't even sound like they're taking the child. He is not being given, there's a custody battle, which means there's probably a mother involved, and he is not being given the proper rights that he thinks he deserves. Thank you for following. I know this is a very positive conversation we're having, but I'm serious. For interviewing his daughter alone without him. Okay, so that is it. Then because this thing says that the caseworker knew something about him, which would mean that he wouldn't get access to his daughter. So obviously the daughter must have reported something that is going to impact the custody case, is what I'm assuming happened. which can happen in a custody case, okay? For not doing enough. So if your kids are taken, it's probably long overdue by that point. They've been called and nothing has been done. I want those kids out of that fucking... Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
On March 30th, a man in Brazil named Wellington Costa.
Oh, he's
was out with
alive.
his friends
Jesus
swimming
fuck.
in the Rio Caldas River.
That was the
However,
scariest
this
way you
river
could have opened
had
that clip.
recently seen heavy rains, and the current was way faster than usual.
Yeah.
And this river in particular is extremely rocky. But being the carefree person Costa was,
Jesus.
he jumped in without hesitation. However,
Oh,
he never
fuck, dude,
made it
I
back out
know.
of the water. And even though his friends were just feet away from him, they couldn't find him. Now this video is not graphic, however, incredibly disturbing, knowing that it's his last moments. But it shows just how dangerous murky water can be.
Oh, does he...
Estamos aqui, ó, a paisagem. Vou levar o carro, vou levar o carro.
É o quê?
Vou levar o carro.
Tu, com teu olho cego.
Meu amigo, tu vai ser meu GPS.
Tu pula quebra-mola, rapaz. Eu tô é bom.
É melhor quebra-mola do que pular uma ponte dessa ali, ó. Morreu. E ele tá cheio de pedra aí, ó. Desmaiou. Desmaiou.
Oh, God.
Vou caçar esse dele.
Just gone.
Ô, cadê o Negueba, velho? Ô, Negueba!
Oh, is that him?
Desmaiou, mano. Desgraçado.
He passed out that far over? God, that current must be insane under there then, because that he traveled quite the distance before he surfaced up. No, you're thinking of the video of the journalist finding that girl's body. It was a very similar layout to this. We've never seen this.
His family held on to hope that possibly he had pulled himself out of the water. But days later, his body was found.
They
a
never...
mile
I thought
away.
that was him. Was that not
And while
him?
It's not confirmed. It's likely he hit his head when he dove in. And due to the heavy rains, his body was pulled by the current.
That wasn't
before
him?
His friends could reach him. So just
What?
remember.
Then what the fuck resurfaced? Because something surfaced on the other side. Was that not him?
Never dive into water like this, not only due to the rocks, but also the hidden
Jesus.
currents that you cannot see. In August of 2013, a group of bow hunters were
Jesus.
hunting in a remote area in Oregon, and they began to record after seemingly being followed by a large pack of wolves. And in this 7-minute video, you can hear the howling getting closer and closer, and some of it even sounds like laughter, until it finally reached a point where they just decided to leave. Here's that video. Take a look.
Oh,
A
that's
wolf?
the big one.
Ghost? Bigfoot? What do we got? I could really use a Bigfoot video. I could really use a Bigfoot video. We need a palate cleanser.
Wow, he's got to be close.
Now it seems the going theory is that these wolves were warning them and acting territorial. This is because, in most cases, they would just mind their business. But in this case, they were actively circling them, most likely due to them having young cubs somewhere nearby. And fortunately for them,
Oh,
they
just
got away
wolves.
unscathed. But it's certainly not a position I would want to be in myself. On June 6, Heather Paul recorded something on her Ring doorbell camera that to this day she cannot explain.
Okay.
And while most doorbell footage can easily be explained, this one feels more authentic, and it's important to note that Heather lives less than a mile away from the Byberry Mental Hospital, which gained notoriety due to its rampant patient abuse, all of which were suffering from a form of mental illness. And in the early 1900s, its founders believed that mental illness could be cured with the proper treatment, but they should be kept away from quote-unquote normal people. Now, with all that in mind, here's that clip. Take a look.
That's her.
What? What did you say? What did you say, Mommy?
Okay, that literally could just be.
I didn't hear you.
That literally could just be someone's grandma walking in their nightgown. Like. I think that's just someone walking in their nightgown. And I get it. It's alarming because, like, so at my dad's old place when Lisa lived there as well, we were driving one time and we saw this old Asian woman in a nightgown and, like, slippers walking down the sidewalk by herself. And she would, like, kind of step into the street from time to time and then step on the sidewalk again. And we pulled over. We were like, are you okay? Because we genuinely thought she had, like, wandered outside the house and was confused. And she looked at us like we were fucking psychotic. Like we were really concerned. She was like, go away. Like, she wasn't speaking English, but she was like, like that. This is just someone's mom walking in their nightgown. Like, this is not that big of a deal. Don't be weird. Go inside.
Can't tell me it's not a ghost.
Can't tell me it's not a ghost. It's literally not a ghost. That's literally an adult woman walking in a nightgown.
Now you can see when Heather notices someone walking by and she looks semi-transparent.
No, she doesn't. It's fucking artifacting because this is a fucking Ring doorbell foot. Jesus fucking Christ.
But what's even more interesting is that our husband and son don't see anything. So when she mentions it, they don't know what she's talking about. But when you compare this figure with the nurses at the Byberry Mental Hospital, it's hard not to notice.
That's not even the same length
of the photo of the hospital staff.
This is how you know, chat. This is how you know the person making this video is a man. That is not the same silhouette at fucking all. Oh, look, the vocabulary word came back later in stream. Silhouette. God.
From the early 1900s. However, the hospital has since been demolished. But
That
in the
literally
90s,
does not look the
it was
same at all.
known for its hauntings, and there were even reports of
See,
Satan-
this is long sleeve. That's a longer skirt. Those are like slides or something. This could literally just be a giant fucking t-shirt.
rituals on the property. And
No, you know what? They're walking with their hands behind their
ever
back.
since she
This
posted
is
video,
insane.
she shared stories of her time exploring the
This
hospital.
is so silly.
So if you want to check it out, I'll leave a link to her profile below. And let me know what you think.
That's someone's Asian
On
grandma.
August
Yep.
13th of 1997, a man who only went by the name Clay called into the Howard Stern show, claiming to
Step
have killed
one.
12 women
Jesus
in the New
fuck.
Orleans area.
This
The
type
man
of shit was
straight-
always happening on the Stern show. This shit was always happening. People were calling and confessing shit. People were faking like insane complaints and stuff. It was happening constantly.
Mutilation and blunt objects, and many people wrote this off as just a prank call. However, there was a string of murders in New Orleans in the 90s, and the killer was nicknamed the Storyville Slayer, who murdered at least 12 prostitutes. There was only ever 2 suspects, one of whom was convicted of one of the murders, leaving at least 11 unsolved. And at the start of the interview, Clay seems a bit closed off, but Howard surprisingly does a good job of getting him to open up.
All right, I got a guy on the phone who claims he's been killing prostitutes and he's wondering why he's doing it. So maybe he thinks I have an answer. Is this Ed? Ed?
No, this isn't Ed.
Oh.
You haven't killed any prostitutes?
No, I never said my name was Ed.
Oh.
This is not funny. This is not funny. This is not funny, but that, oh, God. That's such a needle drop moment in a horror movie. Because you're like, oh, great, I don't have to speak to the serial killer guy. And it's like, no, I never said my name was Ed. Which means that he's definitely killed prostitutes. Like, oh, God.
Sorry.
That's okay.
What name do you use?
You can call me Clay.
What's interesting is that about 2 minutes in this call is that Clay seems to have the realization that he's really talking to Howard and that there's no...
See, you do not publicize these things. If you have a radio show or a podcast, a call-in show, hell, if we had like a live call-in option here on stream, I would have a protocol discussed with my mods, with a producer of the show, with an assistant, for if something like this happened. And everyone would call me a crackpot until it did happen. Hey, someone is claiming they've killed people. We have them on the phone. What would you like us to do? Do you want us to keep them talking? Do you need access to our line? Whatever. You need a protocol so that the host can keep them talking, because that's the familiar voice. You need a protocol for something like that. A minimum of 5-minute delay. Like, you need a protocol for something like this. It's not even a 5-minute. It's not even like, oh, let's not broadcast this. You need a protocol for what your office is going to do while you are talking to this person. Because you don't want, let me put it this way, okay? You don't want a listener to be the one to report your fucking show for interviewing a serial killer. Let me put it that way, okay? You want someone on your team saying, hello, we have someone calling our show right now. They are still on the line. They're claiming they have killed people. What should we do? It could be a non-emergency line, even though this is probably an emergency, but you need a plan, okay? Because Howard can't signal for something like that. This needs to be something that is already decided. If you have a live show, if you have a call-in, whatever, even pre-screened, they clearly pre-screened this question because he knew that this person was claiming. The fact that someone sent this call through is psychotic.
No going back.
Dude, you're a serial killer.
Yeah.
Wow. And you get away with it, I guess, because they're hookers, and so far nobody's... What?
Is this Howard?
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
I didn't know this was Howard.
Yeah, it's Howard.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's scared.
No, I've never killed a kitten.
Once Howard starts questioning him further, he seems to give details that line up with the Storyville Slayer.
So do you ever get... Do you think the reason you're so angry is because you were abused or something?
No, I wasn't abused, Howard.
Where's your family?
You got a wife?
I mean, you got a mom, a dad, a wife, children. You got any of that?
I've got a couple of kids, but I...
No wife.
Not married to the mother.
You're a white guy?
Yeah, Howard, that's pretty funny because the only suspect they had when they started finding the bodies was a black police officer.
Oh.
I'm actually shocked this doesn't happen more. I had a plot for like a novel, and I don't know. It's just more like this is a small like framing device that I kind of want to use for this at some point. I'll probably still end up writing this, so take this as you will. But I'm shocked this doesn't happen more in the parasocial age, where like for the novel that I was thinking of, serial killer is arrested. Maybe he's been in jail for years. However, he finally wants to admit where the bodies are buried, but he will only talk to his favorite podcast host or like his favorite YouTuber that he was watching before he went to jail, and then now has to watch on like the library's computer or some shit, you know, like with monitored access, you know. It's like, oh, you're one of the only creators that's not blocked on the YouTube, you know, like, and so we'll only tell this person who is not a true crime person whatsoever about the horrific crimes that they have done and where the bodies are. And I liked that concept, okay? Live on Twitch, you know. But my point is that, again, whether you think this is a joke or not, and if the show thinks this is a joke or not, I'm assuming now because of situations like this, they probably do have a protocol in place. I think if you have a protocol in place, I think if you do, again, any live calls, whether you think they're jokes or not, you have to have a protocol in place for if someone calls in like this. I'm just sharing a concept that I'm thinking of. My point is that, like, because someone asked, oh my God, is the serial killer starstruck? I'm shocked that doesn't happen more, you know? And it's like, yeah, I knew you would understand. And it's like, why the fuck would I understand? I make makeup videos, you know? Like, I might still write it. You guys, and dude, if someone fucking writes that premise, it's not going to be what I would write. Like, that's the whole thing. Glorp. I see the little glorp. Would be good as a podcast. I like it. But like my point is like you need to have a plan for that, you know, if you do live calls, you know. Girl, write it. I know. Don't let Sparkly see this. Sparkly will just ping me again about, did you write today?
Turns out one of them was associated with them.
Oh, really?
Are you on drugs?
I've done acid a few times.
So,
but nothing heavy.
So after you killed the first 60-year-old.
See, this is so fascinating because this conversation, okay, this can only happen with a parasocial dynamic. Because he called in on this show because he, to some capacity, you realize he is now calmed down and he's chit-chatting like they're having a beer. He thinks Howard is his friend. He thinks this is his buddy and they are kindred spirits and they're just talking about the football game and not about how he has murdered women. Sparkly summoned. Amanda should write this is true. Gosh darn it. Listen, we're talking about how live shows that do call-ins should have a plan for if someone confesses to a crime. Okay? Why do you guys think, listen, now it would take a lot for me to report something, but do you guys think I'm joking when I say do not admit to crimes in my comment sections? No, don't fucking implicate me in your fucking depraved bullshit. Don't fucking implicate my comment section, my videos. No, I'm not going to be Exhibit 3C. Comment left on Looks Maxters gave me a headache. Don't fucking implicate yourself on my fucking comment section, okay?
Well, like you finished. You finished.
No, I was 16.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
She was.
All right. So you finished with your sexual gratification, and then you.
Not always, no.
Not always. You don't even want to get laid sometimes.
No.
Get laid. You mean violate a dead woman? What's crazy is Howard can't change how he's talking because that's how he talks about every call-in, every case. So even if he realizes this is real at any point in this conversation, he can't change his tone because then the guy's going to realize.
You just want to kill.
I'm just bored.
Right.
But does the killing sexually satisfy you in some way?
I can't believe Ed McMahon's not laughing.
I've eaten off thinking about it later.
Yeah.
What do you say?
That's about it.
He's pleasured himself thinking about it later.
Oh, he has. Okay. Now, how far apart are these murders?
Why
Like,
did
do
we
you murder
scratch
and
the
then, like, you
mic
feel
there?
satisfied for a while?
I don't even understand why I do it, Howard. I don't know if I ever get any satisfaction.
But how
the
often?
closest together anywhere was the same night.
Jesus fuck.
Really?
You killed two people in the same night?
Yeah, but I went to Mississippi for the second one.
So there's no pattern to how many weeks or days between murders?
He might as well be giving like a like he's doing like a Zoom interview right now. Like it's like a job interview. He thinks him and Howard are going to be buddies. Like he's going to get a job in the office after this. Like it's...
Murders.
No.
Are these mostly white chicks or black chicks?
A fair number of them have been black. The plate was black.
Now, if you haven't noticed this already, Howard seems to expertly get Clay to answer questions that
I think he just... I don't think it's that.
By him.
Has anybody ever been close to catching you?
No. Actually, someone once, when it was in the newspaper, someone joked to me, I know it was you, but, well, they were joking.
Right. Do you have a lot of tattoos?
I don't have any
Now
tattoos.
he's figuring it out.
Myself.
Right.
And do you get high before you do this?
I've gotten pretty drunk before.
Yeah.
I'm the only guy am I the only guy you ever told about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, now you see the shift.
Sometimes I ask them if they think it's dangerous, doing what they're doing, if they're worried about things, and they'll laugh it off, and that just pisses me off.
Right. And then you go ahead and you kill him.
Yeah.
Shortly after this rather disturbing moment, Howard ends the call, and they share their feelings about what exactly just happened.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm not going to get him to turn himself in. I've had calls from people go, well, why didn't you do something? I go, well, what am I supposed to do? The guy's on the phone.
Crawl through the phone and get him?
Yeah. They were like, well, why don't you trace these calls? And I'm like, well, I don't have that equipment.
Yeah, what are we, the police?
I can't get...
That's why you contact the police.
I can't even get a phone system that works for air. Let alone a tracing thing. Oh, Jackie's back there bumming out.
First I wasn't buying it, but now I think I'd buy it.
Nah, I buy it. I bought that guy.
Sort of offhand attitude that you have to be a serial killer.
Nah, I buy it.
Now, according to sources, the FBI did show up and confiscate all the tapes, but this man was never identified, and the Storyville murders were never fully solved.
I don't fucking like that.
Let me know. What do you think?
I don't like
now,
that.
if you've made it this far, thank you again for watching.
He's gonna see this and be like, this bitch, she wanted me arrested. I don't like that. The FBI took it seriously. Yeah, the answer is you have something. You don't have nothing.
On the afternoon of June 26 of 2023, YouTuber Glenn, along with his dog Finn, decide to go camping on the Lake District, located in the UK. Now this area stands south of Mungrisdale, which is most famous for the ghostly army that roams these hills. And although Glenn was familiar with these stories, he wanted to see them for himself. So he packed his tent and began hiking the beautiful hills with Finn alongside the whole time. And after a long day of seeing the sights and the sun quickly going down, him and Finn decide to pack it in. But what happened next, even he wasn't expecting. Take a look.
So, that's okay. I think I'm going to head back to the
Oh,
tent
we've
now
seen this one.
and
It's that weird ghost thing.
settle down.
It's that weird. I just want to see this again because this one was
Hopefully not get
crazy.
woken
And
up
we
in
need
the
a
night.
ghost.
It can be a very
We've had
early
too much
start in the
murder.
morning because it's
We
gonna
need a
get
ghost.
Very light soon. Oh, not long at all.
We need a ghost.
Oh, what the hell? There's a bloke stood next to my tent. What the
There's a bloke stood next to my tent. It's crazy because when they do a freeze frame, you totally see something standing by the tent.
scared the out of me. I'm not kidding you. I was walking down there, coming back towards the tent, talking to you guys. I'm telling you right now, there was somebody
Yes, there is a dog.
stood right here.
I think they showed a freeze frame. Let's see.
I'm not kidding you, the hairs on my arms are stood up. My skin is crawling.
After checking his tent to ensure nothing was disturbed, he takes one final look outside and begins to settle in.
Are they going to show the
while
shot?
recapping
Doggy.
on what
Hello.
exactly he just saw.
Hello.
To be honest, I don't think I'll get any kip at all. I'll be just paranoid all night. I'm outside, and
we've seen this. We definitely have.
I'm just saying this. There's still quite a lot of
I think they're gonna show. I hope they show the freeze frame, because when he turned the camera towards his tent for a split second, it does look like someone is standing right next to his tent, but there is nowhere around the tent that's a full-grown person would be able to hide.
Of light outside, and I'm just half expecting a silhouette to go past. I'm just hearing loads of noises, and I know you hear loads of noises anyway when you're in the tent, because the tent's flapping and there's bits of grass against it, and there's all sorts of weirdness, but I'm completely spooked. Anyway, we'll see how we get on.
After the scare,
Are they gonna show the clip?
Incident, but it wasn't until he began editing his video
Oh yeah, here it is.
that you could tell he caught something on camera.
Here it is.
And after returning to the same area,
Look
in a
at the
later
doggy.
video, he explains in much greater detail what exactly happened.
So I just sort of tried to forget about it, and the morning came, yeah, he's still alive, that's good. Nothing happened. And it wasn't until I got home that I played the footage back, and if you've seen the video, you'll see that it cuts out. It cuts out as I turn the camera around and start walking that direction. I was still filming then. I was still going towards that grass and looking and everything, and I didn't know until I got home that actually that footage, because you can't play it on the back on the you can't play it back on the camera, it's rubbish. I didn't find out until I got home that the camera for some reason just stopped recording as soon as I turned around. However, and I'll put it on the screen now,
Watch.
I caught something. There was something stood.
That is his tent, and that is something dark standing right next to his tent. There's his dog, as you can see. I think this is just shadowing. I don't think this is another thing over here. But his tent is here, and someone is standing right here. You can see the cable on his thing. It's very weird.
By the tent. Something tall, something scary looking, but pretty much what I saw, you know. So what I saw was actually there. And I'm going to tell people this story. They always go, oh yeah, whatever. You know, the camera cut out, yeah, whatever. But it did. It actually did cut out. But it was, yeah, just watching that back at home.
No, because he had the little tent.
I sat in my little office and I had absolute chills up and down my spine. It terrified
Whiskey,
me.
it's got a little.
Now,
See, look how little his tent
is
is.
a part of the spectrum.
So where that thing was, because this is the tent, it was like right here. And as you can see, there's not a lot there. It looks like there's a drop off back here. But when he got up, he said he didn't see it go.
Army that the stories talk about. The experience left him with more questions than answers. And you can go check out his channel, linked below.
Or is this the tent? No, I think this is the tent. Either way, this is weird. I don't like it.
On July of 2023.
Oh,
in India,
did you guys
a
fucking
3-year-old
hear?
Elephant train.
Did you guys hear about the elephant that literally just killed a man? Did you hear about this today or yesterday? Elephants are funny. Elephants are very motivated to kill if you give them a reason to. It's fascinating. I'm sure there's books and documentaries about this, but I would really love to see when elephants kill, okay? And I'm not talking like an elephant got scared and like trampled into a crowd. I'm not talking about that. I am talking about a very clear targeted attack from an elephant to take someone out. Like the woman that got trampled by an elephant and then the elephant went and trampled her funeral. Like that is clear that those elephants had a vendetta against that fucking woman. She did something. I don't know what, but she did it, okay? The man that was killed by the elephant it was at a temple, okay? And the man the elephant killed is the man that brought the elephant to the temple. The one that took the elephant and brought it to the temple. That's the only person the elephant killed. Like that's fucking thought. That's intelligence. And an intelligence that's going to, like, I'm fascinated. I'm fucking fascinated. I need the elephant scientist, the elephant biologist. I need you to lock in on this. I need a documentary. I'll come film it. Okay? I have thoughts on the murderous elephants. And like, obviously we had that elephant video that we watched of the man who was trying to deliver, I think he had like a water tank or something. And he was in a truck and the elephant just started charging him again and again and again, trying to get him away from the herd. And it tried multiple times. Side of this argument. I'm on the elephant side. I'm usually on the elephant side. We should be taking notes. So I'm assuming I know where this is going, is my point.
Was crushed after hitting it with a bamboo stick. And it should be noted that in India, elephants are revered as godlike creatures and often used in festivals.
Yeah, dude, look at this
there
thing.
is a darker truth.
It's the thing too, because like the amount of elephants I've also seen being kind to humans, like we're like weird shaped, like anorexic baby elephants to them. Like they think we're like weird pets. So like I literally just saw a really cute one of like a handler, which clearly this elephant adores this handler because the handler is trying to walk upstairs and the elephant like scoops the handler up with his trunk and like pulls him back and like moves him to another spot. Like it's like the funniest joke in the world. Okay. Or there's the one of the woman where it starts raining and the elephant just immediately like grabs the woman and puts it underneath the elephant's chin so that she won't get rained on. Like elephants are so smart. So when they kill, I do think they have a reason. Okay? Okay. I'm dead serious.
To the treatment of these elephants, because in many cases, these elephants are abused on a daily basis, and what's below all the flowers and ornaments are scars from the hooks, prods, and shackles that tame them. In addition, African and Asian elephants are endangered and provide a vital role to their ecosystem, which makes this clip even harder to watch because it's some of the most disturbing footage
Whacking
I've
with
seen.
a stick.
And while I'll show what I can on screen, I highly recommend you don't go looking for the full video.
Did you get his
because
shit
while
rocks?
the trainer is hitting this 2,000-pound elephant in an attempt to move him,
You're
he
just
suddenly,
stupid then.
without warning, turns on him, immediately pinning him to the ground.
Without warning? I think he had warning. I
Once
think
on
he
the
got
ground,
warning.
The elephant proceeds to step on him.
Yeah, I
with his
bet.
full weight.
I bet.
And begins to knead his body parts, almost like dough. And because his head is unharmed, he's conscious through most of it, which means he likely felt everything until the pain and shock made him lose consciousness. And just when things couldn't get worse for him, the elephant then wraps his trunk around his neck and tosses him aside. Eventually, another trainer comes and herds the elephant away, and the man succumbed to his injuries. And in the information I found,
I'm on the
park was shut
elephant's
down,
side.
but it's unclear what happened to the elephant.
Because everyone's like, oh my God, he's barely hitting him. This elephant is deranged. And it's like, no, you don't know what else this guy did to this elephant, you know? Like these, like I said, the elephant knew that that was the man that brought the elephant to the temple, you know? Like their memories have to be long, you know? Like I'm assuming... Yeah, barely hitting him now. Exactly. Like, I'm assuming it was just like, oh, I have you alone now. You know, for all you know, this elephant was waiting for this opportunity. Thank you for following. For all you know, this elephant was waiting for an opportunity. Like, there's premeditation here. Like, because who knows if the trainer was with other people the last time he was beating this elephant, you know? Like, for all you know, like, this could have been, this elephant wanted to do this 3 weeks ago. But dude fucking keeps traveling with his buddies, you know? This is really going to sound like I don't care about human life. But, like, I'm dead serious. I really don't want people abusing animals.
With that being said, I want to be clear. When elephants are trained properly and with care, they are great with humans. And while you shouldn't approach
but they're
them
the
in the wild,
baby.
you shouldn't be afraid of them. And we should do our best to keep them around as long as we can.
The baby.
On June 16th of 2024,
Oh,
a
dear
couple
God.
was walking along the beach.
We're
in
so gonna
Sochi,
watch-
Russia,
we're so gonna watch
when they
them
were
die.
caught off guard after a storm had
They're
passed
so-
through the
this is
area.
so dumb. Don't
But
do
it's worth
this.
noting
Don't do
that
this.
This beach is a part of
Don't
the Black
do
Sea,
this.
which is prone to heavy pollution and littered with naval mines. And due to the storms that hit the area, there's many recorded rogue waves. This not only makes commercial boating extremely dangerous, but the beaches that border it. And it was here where these
I'm so sorry.
orange-
Are you trying to tell me that they're going to get blown up by a rogue mine? Or are you telling me that the waves that are clearly fucking absurd are going to swap them, like drag them out? Why'd you tell me about the mines? This has nothing to do. The sea looks mad. Stay out of it. This is how I know some people don't grow up near the ocean. When the sea looks fucking pissed, you admire the terrifying beauty from afar, okay? This is textbook seafarer bullshit, okay? That you don't go, this is so dumb. Do not do this, okay? See how much churn, this is all white. That means this is all churning, okay? The rip currents, any currents, this can get you if you've got less than a foot of water that your feet are in. It can sweep you off your feet. Be smarter.
join each other's company.
Dear God.
When the girl seemingly pulls the boyfriend to go in just a bit deeper.
Oh God.
But as soon as they begin to turn around, another wave comes
Yep.
in even stronger.
Yep.
They both lose their footing and struggle to stand back
Yep.
up.
See?
And just as it looks like they're about to regain their balance and get out, a third wave comes and hits them.
Yep. This is so common. And she's in a dress, and if that gets over her head, he's up. She's in a dress. It's so fast.
Despite this man's best efforts, his girlfriend was swept away.
Yeah, it
right
happens
in front of
so
his eyes.
fast.
And judging by this rough water, she was likely pulled into a rip current, which would have been incredibly difficult.
Look how high those waves are. And I'm assuming there's a shelf with the way they're breaking. So you may think you're still in 5 feet of water, but it's actually 10. You know, you may think it's 3 and suddenly it's 15. You know, like you, God.
To get out of. Unfortunately, she didn't make it and wasn't found until 3 days later.
Yeah, see, if you've never experienced rip current, like I learned this in like when I was 6, you know. If you've never experienced rip current before, I see it all the time growing up in OC when you go to the beach. You see tourists come out, they've never experienced rip current before. They're just like, oh, California, the water, yay, love the beach, love the beach. And then they get sucked out. And it's usually local children that are like, no, swim sideways, you know. It's so dangerous. You can drown in like 2 inches of water in a bathtub. Can never catch me taking a hit from the ocean and the moon having an argument. On Long Island my whole life, you respect the sea. Rip currents are silent but quick killers. My grandfather's hammered into my head the deal with rip currents. Yeah. But if you don't know, you'll never know, you know?
But it serves as a chilling reminder as to never underestimate the ocean and to know the different kinds of waves to look out for. Because even sneaker waves can be deadly given the right situation. This type of wave takes 2 to 4 lives per year along the Oregon coast, and it's often said a wave just 5 feet high and 10 feet long can carry hundreds, if not thousands,
Oh my God.
of pressure.
That was a dog?
Stay safe out there.
Jesus fucking Christ. Grab your dog. Your dog was just
On
underwater.
March 30th, this TikToker posted a video while staying in a hotel. at an
Jesus fucking
undisclosed
Christ.
location.
See, I don't even know what a sneaker wave is. I'm just being in the ocean. You just gotta be safe. You gotta be smart.
With her 3-year-old daughter, and while using the mirror in her bathroom, she happened to look under the sink and look up, and she was completely disturbed by what she saw.
I'm almost scared. Okay, predictions. Rat's nest, a camera, hole that the neighbor's eyeball is poking through.
And quickly began recording because it seems whoever was in the room before her left messages begging for help to whoever may see
Worse! Worse! Oh my God, that's so much worse.
it. Take a look.
So I'm in my hotel room and I'm on the floor
under the sink cleaning up, and I decided to look up. Oh.
Abuse. Oh, it's a child. It's a child. Oh no. Oh God. Oh, this is worse. This is worse than a camera. This is so much worse. Oh God. I hate this. I hate this so much.
What the What the Oh my God. Oh my God. Dad, we're gonna have to figure out who was in this room with their dad. This is insane. Oh my God. Dad. Help. Oh my God.
You can see what looks to be childlike drawings depicting
I hate
scenarios
this so much.
that I honestly...
Amanda, you finally found a true horror. Yeah, I was like, guys, I found like a new horror video channel. I found one. Oh God.
Can't repeat on here. Now, after this video was posted, it quickly went viral and gained over 8 million views. And at the end of the video, she stated that she had already called the police.
Good.
Hoping that they'd be able to help who did this.
So I called the police. They are on the...
I am glad that she called the police. I'm going to make it very clear really quickly. She's in a hotel, and I'm glad she took videos. You would hope. Yeah, I think that was a username. I don't know. But for all we know, someone else did that, and that made the kid realize that they could write on the wood. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking. Because you can see the test on, like, they tested the pen on the linoleum, it looks like the plasterboard, before they checked the wood. So I'm glad she called the police, because yes, you should also report this to the hotel, but you can't risk them moving your hotel room and then getting rid of those boards, you know, or painting over it so they don't have to report it. So I'm glad she went to the police. Fake, but have to read it like it's real.
On the way out here,
you have to treat it like it's real.
I'll let y'all know if anybody cares what happens or what they decide to do. This is ridiculous.
However, that's not where the story ends. Because after the police begin to question her, she quickly learns that they won't be of much help after they tell her that they can't do anything about quote-unquote graffiti. And due to the amount of time she had stayed there, the cameras outside of her room wouldn't be any help. So they tell her to notify the front desk, which she does. And instead of being concerned, the front desk tells her that they'll send someone up to paint over it.
I told you!
And after some time had passed, she gave another update. However, this time, the police were asking her more personal questions about her background and her daughter's background, insinuating that it was her own daughter that drew it, even though her daughter couldn't draw or write at the time. And once the hotel caught wind of this viral TikTok,
I hate it.
they found any reason to get her out.
I hate this. I took my daughter to school this morning. When I got back, they informed me that I have to leave the hotel. The reason is because it's against hotel policy to record a staff member. I feel like that's crazy because she was in my room. Like, I understand if I was at the front desk recording her, but she was in my room. And it was the back of her. Y'all, like, you couldn't even see her face. But
now, as of right now, she's done all that she can think of and is currently staying in a new hotel while waiting for the...
I'm checking it. Should we try Instagram first? Is that an 8? 8-1? Okay, that's nothing. I'll try TikTok. Okay, HZ81 is HZ81. It's a hotel. Okay, you guys, this might be an ARG. So it is a TikTok from 2025 that says help please, but it says PLSAE. And it's them in the passenger seat of a car, of a Mercedes. And the comments are like, what were you doing under the sink, gang? Please, God, let them be okay. Girl, what do you mean, help? Call 911. Y'all try a Google image search on the video because something Google can recognize places like this. Try to show your dad. Looks like Australia. We drive on that side of the road. Y'all haven't posted in a few days. Okay. So this one is showing a bedroom and it looks like there's kids' drawings on the wall. Again, this is also from 2025. Such obvious AI. Chat, is this real? This is from a game. Oh, who is you? This is scary. Allah, please protect them. Are you okay? We want to help you, but we need more information. It's only 3 minutes and that's it. It does say help me, but it's like an edited photo of help me. I'm assuming it only follows one page with 31 followers. That is no videos. And they're also following that help me page. Okay, I'm assuming this is an augmented reality game that just never took off. And they left this here. Now, I don't know when her video is from, but that's the right at. Yeah.
I ain't having it.
Other people are checking their hotel sinks.
My best friend was killed the year before he was killed.
Hey,
I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. Okay, there's nothing else it looks like. I think people just started using that at. Okay.
I saw this TikTok recently that was like...
It also could be that the video, this is real and someone saw that and made the account, but that makes me think that it's...
The body cam footage
an ARG.
Of her interactions with the police, and you can follow her for any updates. I'll leave a link in the description. On the night of November 14th of 2022, what should have been a routine welfare check turned into a real-life horror story for Officer Wade, who was 24 at the time, after a concerned tenant called the police to check in on her elderly neighbor, who at the time was living with a 24-year-old aggressive man named Webb. And after Officer Wade arrived at the residence, he already knew something was off, because due to the layout of their home, there was only one way in and one way out. And Webb's demeanor kept him on edge as he insisted that Officer Wade enter the residence before him, seemingly blocking his only exit.
Not the Axon body cam.
You said you gotta make sure you got an animal or something? Go ahead.
I swear to God, if that lady was inside that cage at any fucking point, I'm gonna lose my fucking shit. Why are you inside a dark room? Why did you go in? God. Why did you go inside a dark room?
And now even more, alarm bells went off when Webb grabbed a large metal object.
Is that a brake rotor? Yeah, what the fuck? Why are you inside a dark apartment? And why did you allow him to be behind you? God damn it. God. Are they training no one anymore? Is no one getting trained? Why is no one getting trained anymore? This is textbook. This is a cop. This is body cam footage. That's why we have it. Which means that he should know better.
That he would soon find out is a brake rotor, and he used it to block the door.
What's that for?
Oh no, to block the door and swings open.
Ah, gotcha. You want to just on the door for me?
Hey, can you turn on the lights for me, guy? Because these are off, which means there's probably power. She's definitely dead on that bed. Dear Lord. Oh, a lot of this stuff becomes public. Freedom of Information Act, various YouTube channels, research, certain things get released to the public for various reasons. It could be several things. There's plenty of body cam YouTube channels. A lot of them just request it via Freedom of Information, or they're like, hey, we're working on a piece about this story. Can we have this body cam footage? We promise not to paint the police in a negative light, and that's usually how they get the footage.
Dorothy! Where's your bed?
Signal your guys. Signal the rest of the people in there, I swear to God.
After you got any lights here?
Yeah.
You got the lights on?
There's some on this side. There we go.
Oh. Hey, where's your gun from?
Yeah, no.
What do you mean?
She's right here.
Oh. She's right here? Dorothy?
Is she under the blanket? Oh my God.
Is she sleeping?
Yes.
I hate this. I don't like that this God, I hate that you're inside this house alone. I don't even like cops. I hate that you're inside this house alone. I hate that you've allowed him be between you and the door. I hate that you've allowed him to put a rotor in front of the door. Like,
How long has she been sleeping for?
Since 6.
What's the bag for?
She wets the bed.
why do you mean there's a bag? Where's the bag? Is the bag over her head?
What's the bag? You gotta cover it like that.
Because of your rain, we'll open the window and stuff.
Okay, you pull the cover back for me?
Dorothy?
Why is she covered up like that, her face? Alright, just step back for me.
I hate this. There's too many piles of things. For all you know, there's a gun in this little pile with the animal right here. This little stuffed animal thing, whatever it is here. There could be a gun here. There could be something here. There could be a knife here. Did you clear a single thing? Is your weapon anywhere on you? Like your taser? Anything. To get to this position is insane.
Is Dorothy? Miss Dorothy?
He tried to get the cops. Yeah, you're so right. He tried to get the cop to go into this room where there was just piles of stuff.
See?
She's definitely there too. He's gonna lunge at you. He's so gonna move. He's moving towards you. She's so dead. She's been dead. Oh my God, I hate this. I hate this because you know what's gonna happen. And this cop is seemingly not realizing what the fuck is gonna happen. Does he know? Do you guys think I don't think he knows.
Okay,
she's dead.
Step back.
She's dead.
What do you mean she's dead?
She's dead. I was going to call her relative.
Okay. Put your hands up.
I'm the phone in my room.
Put your hands up. Put your hands like that. 446. Can I get another squad to my location and the supervisor?
Hermes.
On the ground.
Hang on. Hermes, come here, Bubbas. Come on. Hermes. Hermes. I'm gonna go grab him. 1 second. Is that the taser light? Does he have it trained on his ass? Hermes, come here, Hermes is gonna have to start helping her with bills. Hermes should audition as a voice actor. We all bought it. Hello. I also got a soda. He's so. Oh God.
On your stomach? No, on your stomach. Please shoot me. Sir, on your stomach.
One day I will earn a Dr. Pepper brand deal. Please shoot someone has done a crime, like, murder, or even hiding the deceased. As soon as they say, please kill me, you need to treat them as if they have a weapon. Now, I'm not saying to shoot them. Make no mistake about it. I'm not saying shoot them. But you need to be prepared for them to grab something. Now, I am not saying shoot someone. Okay? It's not what I'm saying. But you need to be, he at any point, because he clearly is like, I should just die. That'll be easier. That's better. We have a problem. And also, again, the fact that you're inside this place alone is stressing me out. I can't believe you got this far.
Okay, you're doing too much. Okay. No, you're gonna get to this. Okay, I'm down. Put your hands behind your back, now. Hands behind your back. Behind your back.
The door is still blocked.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Not the pole! There's fucking poles.
Your other hand behind your back.
He's gonna grab the pole. He's gonna grab the pole. He's gonna grab the pole.
Your back, your other hand.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep, put it behind your back. Don't move.
Oh my God.
This is gonna do.
Bro.
Stop resisting. Stop.
At this point in the altercation, Officer Wade calls for backup as Webb tries to grab for his firearm.
Sir, do it. Drop the ball. Do it. You know what I see. Do it.
Willow, y'all, you won the Swell Grand Prix. Thank you for subscribing with the Prime Boost. Okay. He called for backup far too late. There's so many mistakes here, and I'm hesitant to continue to criticize this scene, this clip, because I'm fairly certain this cop is about to die. Hi, Bubba's. I don't have any more food, so I don't know what you're doing. He never should have been inside. Why did you put the moment that the rotor was put in front of the door, he should have been like, you need to move that immediately and gotten out of there. There's so much happening. He did request it earlier. He never should have been inside this building, though, by himself. It seems like he killed the woman, or neglect led to her death. Something happened, she died. The question of the bag, why is there a bag there? Why is she covered up like that? It sounds like the bag may have been over her face, but he wasn't trying to say it. Then he's like, why are there all these flowers here? And then the man said, she's dead. Like he put flowers around her, either in memoriam or to mask a smell, which means she's probably been dead for a minute. But then he's like, no, I was going to call her family in the morning. My phone's over there. He was trying to cross the room in front of the cop. Like this whole time, this whole thing is stressing me out. heard the taser he was holstered, he was going to resist. Yeah. It's not even resist. The plan is to, his plan, he knew from the moment that he got the cop in the apartment he was winning. This cop, he may not have been able to convince the cop that she wasn't dead, but he had multiple things in place so that if he wanted to, he could kill this cop. From the jump, oh, that's her room over there. She's on the bed. And he tried to get him to go into the dark room by himself. But then the cop was like, go ahead, you go in. And he was like, oh no, she's over here. She's out here. And then he's denying that she's dead. And then he admits she's dead. And if you think that he went down there without, got down on the floor without remembering where he put those poles, there's no fucking way. I think this is fake. This is not fake. I need everyone to be smarter. Sorry, some of you in chat are really annoying me now. Okay?
Sir, right in the fucking face, man. Right in the face, come on. Come on.
Now he's begging to be shot.
Right in the face, man.
He's begging to be shot.
Right in the face. On the ground now. Right in the face, come on. On the ground. Make it quick. On the ground. Please make it quick.
I want you guys to understand as well, again, people do shit. This is 2022 as well.
Okay.
As Officer Wade struggles to get Webb apprehended, the other officers break in through the door. After eventually gaining entry, Webb then throws
there's a
break
rotor in front of
at
the door.
Officers, at which point they open fire. The suspect would then be apprehended, and he did survive his injuries. As for Officer Wade, he came out unharmed, and all police in the altercation were...
Okay, then I don't feel bad about insulting the way he handled this. You should not have been alone inside the residence. Coming to check a case is one thing. Coming to the door is one thing. Entering a residence is insane.
Cleared of any criminal charges. As for Dorothy, she had already passed away.
He came at them with a pipe. Chat, is no one listening? He had the pipes in his hand. He wanted to die by cops after seemingly killing this woman. Or he believed he would be blamed for her. He decided he was going to be killed by cops. That was his plan. Okay? So he made it so that he had a weapon so that he could come at them.
Away. Due to
Even on the audio, when the body cam is on the ground, he is saying right in the face, shoot me. And the cop is saying, put the pole down. Put it down now. He is begging to be shot in the face.
due to lung cancer, and there was no evidence that Webb had anything to do with it. However,
so she
he was
died.
charged with disarming a peace officer, resisting, and bail jumping. And it seems disarming a peace officer.
Hang on, I want to make sure.
Of any criminal charges, the suspect would then be apprehended, and he did survive his injuries. As for Officer Wade, he came out unharmed, and all police in the altercation were cleared of any criminal charges. As for Dorothy, she had already passed away due to lung cancer, and there was no evidence that Webb had anything to do with it. However, he was charged with disarming a peace officer, resisting, and bail jumping. And it seems that due to his mental health and previous encounters with the law, he just didn't want to go back to jail. And to this day, the case is still ongoing. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching, and consider subscribing, and feel free.
Sorry, I'm just gonna time out some of you because you're annoying me. Okay, you're timed out. Who else? Do. You guys, the audio, I am not setting the video audio of the body cam. And it's not, the audio is not low on the video. The body cam fell and was on the ground, probably in a pile of clothes. So the microphone is covered, therefore it's muffled. I cannot turn up my volume any further on the screen. I'm moving on to the next
May
one.
28th of this year, just off the coast of Southeast Europe, a 19-year-old Serbian model, Tiana Radonjic, fell over 150 feet in a parasailing accident.
Oh, I think
However,
I've seen this one, I think.
it wasn't due to equipment failure or driver failure. It only happened after Tiana herself unbuckled and unfastened
I think she had like a panic attack or something, or had like something was going on and she unbuckles herself.
the safety equipment. Now witnesses say she was heard screaming, "Put me down." But of
Yeah.
course, they weren't able to bring her
Hermie,
down
stop
in
barking.
time, and her family is adamant that she would never harm herself. Here's that clip.
Can you pick the body cam? This one's, it's just, she like freaks out. Never do this. I understand. God. This one's frustrating because it's like, if she wanted to, like, there's waivers, and if she wanted, like, if you're scared of heights, like, because once you're up there, it takes a second to get you down. They can't just pull you down, you know? But also solo gliding like this is so, yeah, from this height, look how high up she is. It's like hitting concrete. She's fully unbuckling. And she took off her life jacket too.
Moments after she unfastens her seatbelt, she flips over and falls, leaving everyone below in shock as to what they just witnessed. Because according to the company, she was hired to do some marketing photos, where allegedly they trained her on all procedures, and apparently she was in good spirits prior to the trip, leaving many to believe that this was brought on by some sort of panic attack and a phenomenon called Call of the Void. Now, if you're not familiar...
I do not think this is Call of the Void. I think she had a panic attack. It's very, unless she's done this before, then sure, I will give you Call of the Void. I'm assuming she had a panic attack and lost rationality. It happens a lot. Okay, not in this instance, but you start getting irrational. Oh, I just need to get down. They can't get me down, so I'll get myself down. I can just, this is fine. I can swim. I can totally, this is stuck. I need to get this off. I can get down. You know, like, it's not rational, but it makes total sense to that person in the moment. Okay? I highly doubt this is a Call of the Void. I highly doubt that she felt the desire suddenly to jump out of this thing because the void was calling her.
Familiar with what Call of the Void is. It's a psychological phenomenon.
She's clearly
characterized by a
panicking,
sudden,
stripping
fleeting
things off,
urge
trying to get
jump
free.
Or perform other dangerous actions, even though one has no intention of actually doing so. And it's said that about 30 to 60% of the population experiences this.
So Call of the Void is not, it's kind of like it's almost like a intrusive thought, okay? Some people, like if you have certain, diagnoses, you're more prone to intrusive thoughts, okay? But it's kind of, there are thoughts like this where they call it the Call of the Void, where you're like, I could jump here, and it's not that you actually want to do it. You just have the thought of, I could do that. You're probably not going to do it, okay? But I don't think the Call of the Void applies here, because again, she's not looking. I would almost argue I don't think this is Call of the Void. I think she clearly had a panic attack and was not in her right mind in that moment, and it can happen panic can set in so quickly. For all we know, she had told people she was worried about heights, or she has never experienced this. I'm not afraid of heights. I think I would freak out if I did this, because you get so high so quickly, you do not realize what it's going to do to your brain, truly. Your stomach could be fine, whatever. You don't really know. And I'm assuming she probably thought she would be fine, and then panic set in as soon as she got that high, because she looks like she almost immediately starts doing it. And it does not look rational, because she's trying to unbuckle it, realizes she can't, and then takes off her thing and her life jacket, and then does it more because she realized. And that's not a calm, cool, collected Call of the Void. Like the Call of it's almost the nature of calm for a second. For the concept of the void, it's like, oh, that would be peaceful. Don't do that, okay? But I'm serious. I think she's very clearly panicked in that video. All I have to do is unbuckle. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think if she tumbled forward, then I would let you argue Call of the Void. She did several things before she fell forward. And that included trying to unbuckle, clearly was able to get a few of them off, couldn't get the rest. She borderline rips off her life jacket and throws it back to get it away from her. She clearly experienced some immediate panic.
And it can come in the form of a fleeting urge to jump off a cliff or close your eyes while driving. One leading theory for causes of this is misinterpretation of internal safety signals. In other words, the
I
brain
really
is
don't think this is
simulating
called
various
avoid.
outcomes when faced with potential danger. Now, of course, this is just a theory, and she was likely experiencing a severe panic attack. However,
Yeah, you see her yelling. She's freaking the fuck out. She's clearly yelling at the boat down below.
this tragic story is another reason not to go parasailing. Shiloh Hill is an avid user of the dark web, and his content often includes tips and tricks on the web. However, on this day, he discovered
Shiloh, an avid user of the dark web. What the fuck? What is this, 2013? What are we doing?
something that isn't quite in line with his normal content. And it all started when Shiloh found a
Do you guys remember
marketplace for
2013
shoes on the dark
YouTube
web.
when they just,
But as he began to scroll,
like, everyone
he
was like,
noticed
I
that it
ordered
wasn't
blank
like
from the
other
dark web?
marketplaces, because each shoe had a person's name, an age, and a price, and the website itself was titled The Shoeman, Keeper of Souls. And it should be noted that on the dark web, they don't have
Not the
a
AI
Google.
art for the Shoeman.
It's like trying to explore a city in pitch black darkness. Regardless, Shiloh knows his way around the dark web, and he went ahead and found a pair of shoes that would fit him and ordered them. And they were named Waylon, age 29, size 13.
Why would you do
and
that?
They were covered in what looks to be blood.
Why would you do
Now,
that?
He's adamant that likely this is all a scam, but the theories in the comments section were wild.
Yeah,
And
sure,
to make
give them your
matters even
address.
more strange,
Give them your address.
On the purchase page, there was a rental link. Now some believe that he'll receive some sort of snuff film, while others
I hate
think
this.
is just stolen property off of bodies that are no longer with us.
I hate this so much.
That's not where the story ends, because he received his shipment. And his current
Okay, good. It's a P.O. box at least. But still. The idea of fragile on murder shoes is kind of fucking me up a little bit.
in the process of testing the red substance on the boots. However, what's even more interesting is what he found.
I mean, they are oxidized properly, but it does look really thick to be blood. There'd be more bleeding at the edges. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's almost too uniform to be blood. It would soak in, especially those are suede, it would soak in more. Suede is a natural fiber, if they're real suede. Like, it would 100% be bleeding more at the edges.
Inside of them.
Sorry, Amanda has weird interests. She knows too much about things. Yeah, I know.
Package and turning the boot upside down, he found a VHS tape. Now, as of recording this, he's in the process of getting a VCR, and he hasn't
Why is
seen
that
the
inside?
contents of the tape.
It's 100%.
However, I'll link his channel in the description, and you can
We're not
follow
clicking
him
his
for any
channel.
updates.
We're not clicking his channel. No, I don't need to see what the murder shoes are.
On May 13th, a TikToker named Melody noticed she had a missed call from an unknown number.
Okay.
And since she was sleeping at the time, she didn't notice that they had left a voicemail. However, this voicemail left her terrified because not only did it mention her by name, but it said that it will not stop. Take a look. Now, although Melody was disturbed, there wasn't anything she could really do. But a few days later, while out
What?
shopping, she received this note on her car. And at this point, she believed
that in Braille?
both incidents were connected.
No, it's a
And what
napkin.
happens next? Left
Sorry,
her
I
and
thought
her
there was
followers
Braille
truly
under the
disturbed.
note.
Okay, this might be nothing, but the timing is just not it. It was my birthday, right? And I got these flowers. Boom. They're dying. I know. That's not weird because it's me, okay? They die. No note.
222,000 followers makes me suspicious, but also we have covered multiple stalking cases this stream, so.
So, and I figured, you know, when it's my birthday, someone's gonna call or text me and be like, "Happy birthday, did you like my flowers?" That didn't happen. It didn't happen. So, hold on, my dogs are freaking out.
Now, you likely missed it, but when she leans over to grab the flowers, there's something standing in the doorway, and her followers were quick to take notice and began sending her screenshots. What you're about to see is a screen grab from that timestamp. Now, when Melody posted this follow-up video, I thought she had possibly been tricked by one of her followers. So I pulled the video myself.
Girl, what the
and dropped
fuck?
it in an editor.
Girl, no, we're skipping ahead. I'm fucking... No. Absolutely not.
On May 2nd, this
No.
disturbing video was posted to TikTok, and in it, a man named...
Oh my god. You guys, it's model homes. Sorry, I'm kidding. But like, I couldn't help it. Because why the fuck are these uniform?
Marcelo describes hurting his brother after an argument in which the brother had accused him of being a vegan. Now his TikTok has since been banned.
Sorry, what? I was making the joke, and then it's like, accused him of being a vegan?
But apparently, commenters believe
Feds protecting, I'm assuming this word is pedo over here.
this to be some sort of sick joke, when in fact, it wasn't, and he's currently sitting in jail awaiting trial.
For
now,
what?
I did find an update explaining that his brother is now in stable condition, but here's part of his disturbing confession.
I'm cold. Go away and try to shower and jack off. My brother just tried framing me again, so I got him. Yeah, good times. He took out his phone, tried framing me for being a vegan again. Says, yeah, you're a Satanist, a devil worshiper, all this and that, called the cops on me like a bitch. So I shot him. Anyways, he has a criminal conviction, has fled Ecuador for being a racist. You know, does drugs, laundering, everything, I guess. Doesn't have a license here, but somehow still calls the cops because they want to bang whoever I'm also. Alright, so this is my brother trying to get me. He called the cops on me because he's trying to frame me again.
You
just
shot
for being a
him.
Vegan. What he did was he fled Ecuador for a problem in the clinic. He fled for. He doesn't have a license. He tries using my license abroad, and then he tries framing me just to get me in trouble. He uses fear-mongering tactics.
Okay, I think this person is experiencing psychosis. Accusing me of being a vegan, but then his profile said he was a vegan. So I don't... Is he accusing you of lying about being vegan? Yeah, the brother's alive. I'm assuming this definitely feels like a mental health. TikTok, I criticized this in a video the other day. TikTok has been doing this thing lately where it kind of drops you off on a random user's account. And this user is experiencing very clear psychosis. Sometimes there are joking videos like the guy who thinks his tree is moving. I'm fairly certain that is someone who is purposely making it seem like he thinks the tree is moving but knows the tree is not moving. It dropped me off on a video of someone who was believed that two guys from Texas were hacking gym equipment to stalk her and that they've been stalking her. And I do believe she is in active psychosis. It happens quite often, unfortunately, at least once every 2 weeks. So I'm not shocked that this was on YouTube, and I'm not shocked that this was shown to people. I mean, TikTok, sorry. But I think this is someone actively in psychosis.
And I guess right now I'm probably gonna die because he lied again. So yeah, that's my brother for you.
Now you can see, as the police begin moving in, he's getting more agitated. But thankfully, for everyone involved, he gave himself up. But it's worth including that he's obviously suffering from some sort of mental illness. And all of his videos, which are now gone, were about his, how do I say it, bowel movements. And as I mentioned, this...
His screen name was the Poop Bandit.
video wasn't taken down immediately and started gaining traction. Now, I personally never saw this on my For You page, but judging by the comments about it, I can only imagine what people were thinking. But regardless, this will likely go down as one of the more disturbing TikToks ever recorded.
Ghosts. Never mind. Oh, I was so excited for ghosts, and instead it's shooting, because of course, because this is America. I was so excited for ghosts. Is someone gonna clip that?
In June of 2024, a group of ghost hunters began exploring Old Liberty High in
Have we
Ohio
seen this one?
when they begin to
This, oh wait, no, we've at least seen this building before. I remember this auditorium.
gunshots. Now Jake and his friend were the only two on the property at the time. However, they're on opposite ends of the building, so they call out for each other. And after finding...
Hey guys, in this channel I travel the word making ghost hunting videos instead of world.
in a safe place, they call the police. But that's where this gets even stranger, because this school is said to be haunted, and the police end up with their own encounter. Take a look.
And at the Old Liberty High School, there's shots fired. Please come here quick.
He's shaking.
Pull a stick.
Thank you all.
Yep.
We go over here.
You guys armed at all?
No, we have nothing.
Are you the callers?
Yes, yeah, we are.
So what happened?
Well, we're
back here.
We're in here filming a ghost video of all things, and I was kind of standing down here in the cellar, and it sounded like it had to have been like in this parking lot, just like 7 shots. So I ran up to him where he was up in the gymnasium, and we just heard like rattling on the door, and that's when we were like, yeah, we should probably call. The gunshots were all here. The rattling on the door and the footsteps were in the gymnasium, which is right over here.
Sheriff's Office, if you're here, make yourself known.
Leaving the cameras.
Now it should be noted that all of Jake's equipment is still recording inside.
Yeah, I
as they
got
were in
that.
a hurry to leave. And as the police move in to clear the building, this happens.
Okay.
I heard something, and then I literally saw something. I saw it.
That's not what I want to hear from cops.
There's nobody in there, but there's something in there.
There's nobody in there, but there's something in there. I'm gonna start doing that. There's nobody in there, but there's something in there.
Are you serious? For real?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
So what they're cutting to is their, they clearly set their camera down, and it's one of their bags sat in front of the camera.
What?
Let me just.
For real?
So right there on the second floor,
Yes.
we were looking this way. I heard pitter patter, like that, along that. What would that be? The east wall. Yeah. And then he hears it at the end of the hallway, and as I'm taking my light down, I see something go. Like
No way. Are you guys dead ass?
Swear.
Do you have
And then
body
we were
cam?
like, no.
That being said, if you've ever met a cop, they all have at least one ghost story. So I do believe that these cops do believe what they saw. Every cop that I've ever had to deal with has had at least one ghost story. They're probably not real cops. Could be fake. But I do not doubt that if they were real cops, they would believe the ghost shit.
We were talking about you guys. We're like, let's just black out for a second. So we went completely black in there. And all of a sudden,
Why would you black out?
Movement behind us, and we just.
Why would you black out?
Because there's nobody in there.
Okay. Dude. No,
watch this stuff on YouTube.
Do you guys?
The Estes method and all that stuff.
Dude, that's what we do. We have a
I'm dead fucking serious though. I almost believe that they're cops because one is silent about this and the other one is totally fucking into it.
The channel. Yeah, we have a channel. Yeah.
What channel are you guys?
Spirit Stalkers.
Spirit Stalkers.
Yep.
I'll watch it. I've never seen anything like that before.
No.
That's actually scared me. Good luck.
Show me more of the cop car and I'll believe it more.
Damn. All right, well. Great.
So if you guys need anything else or hear anything else.
Yeah, hey, there was gunshots. Are you guys gonna continue investigating that or what's your plan?
Yeah.
Preferably if it's a human being, let us know.
Yeah.
Do they have body cams on? I can't even
and his
tell.
partner quickly gather their equipment and get out of there. But after posting this, someone had commented,
My husband was one of the deputies and he still talks about this night frequently. He doesn't get spooked by much, but this did it. Well, it's awesome. We would love to interview him about it in the future.
that her husband was one of the deputies that night, and that he still
They said no
talks
body
about this
cams?
night because of how creeped out he was. I recommend watching the full thing over on their channel. I'll tag it below. But let me know what you think. Now I need
They
to be careful
love a good
covering this
paranormal story.
due to its sensitive nature, because October 1st of 2017.
But even then, he thought it was in the parking lot. You're not going to check the rest of the perimeter. Them just willing to leave is killing me. Like, hey, we got reports of gunshots. Like, they're probably fake cops.
64-year-old man, whose name I won't mention, opened fire from Mandalay Bay's 32nd floor in Las Vegas. This lasted approximately 10 minutes.
Is
and
this-
involved over 1,000 rounds.
So I do know someone who was there. There were quite a few people from my college that were there. Only one of whom I went to high school with. They were all okay. All were extremely traumatized, obviously. And so when we ended up going back there, for my friend's 21st birthday, a few months later, we were not allowed to go anywhere near Mandalay Bay. Like, she will not go to that side of the strip. Like, will not go there still. There's no way this is footage from there, right? There's no fucking way. I mean, I have seen quite a bit of footage, so it might be footage. So okay, let's assume it's, you guys, this is probably footage of the Mandalay Bay shooting. It's one of the deadliest mass shootings that has ever happened. It was at a music festival. I was in college when it happened. So be aware of that, because I know there's video from that night. There's so many videos from that night. So I have no idea if that's about to be shown. So take that with a grain of salt. I also know someone who was there, and then a few weeks later was at a bar that had a mass shooting and had to crawl out a window to get to safety. She was okay at both. Other than she cut her arm on the broken window when she crawled out.
And it was aimed at the crowd attending the country music festival at Route 91. And 60 people lost their lives, while over 850 were injured.
Yeah,
But
850.
after this tragic event, a woman came forward and spoke to the news about a disturbing encounter she had at that concert before the shots went off.
Okay,
And you can
I think
tell
it's not-
that it left her shaken.
Okay.
Take a look.
Tell me about that experience.
Yeah, so there was a lady who pushed her way forward into the concert venue into the first row, and she started messing with another lady and told us that we were all gonna die tonight.
Do you know why she was saying that? I mean, was this after the shots were fired, or?
It was about 45 minutes before the shots were actually fired, but then she was escorted out by security.
How does that make you feel? I mean,
it makes me feel uncomfortable, especially coming here for my 21st birthday and not knowing if I'm safe, not even knowing if I'm safe going home tomorrow on an airplane. So,
okay. I'm going to say this very carefully. I have also had random women tell me I was going to die tonight at a music festival, okay? I'm not negating that this is traumatic, especially hearing that, and then 45 minutes later, a bunch of people around you are getting shot and killed. However, I don't... This is scary, and I'm not going to try and erase the fact that it's scary. No one liked hearing that. You don't want to hear we're all going to die tonight. Okay, and obviously she was causing enough of a nuisance that security escorted her out or moved her. But this also could just be someone who was already a little too drunk and had a fight with their boyfriend. You know, like this is probably not related. Look, I get that being weird and scary, but I've had random people tell me I'm going to die random times. Yeah. Drunk time traveler? I highly doubt it. We're in Final Destination. No. No, I think I think I had a homeless person last week tell me I was going to die. You know? Because I had no cash on me. You're going to die soon. Okay. Sorry about that. Have a nice day. You know? And it's jarring, especially, again, now there wasn't a mass shooting right after, you know, so it's like, I understand, on one hand, I'm glad that she did report this. I would hope she reported this also to authorities, but obviously security did get involved. I'm assuming that if security had her name or something like that, or they moved her, they probably had contacts, you know, like, because they cleared everyone, because they were certain. I don't know if you guys remember this time. They were fairly certain that guy was working with people like inside the hotel. He was not. But there was, because of how many guns he had been able to get up to the hotel room, they were certain there was other people working with him. And I believe it was fully determined no one was. Because I know they investigated, I believe, his wife, who he was separated from at the time. Yeah, I do think it's probably a horrible coincidence.
Now it should be noted, the girl being interviewed is Brianna Hendricks, and while she did give a description of this lady, her identity was never found.
Well,
because
they probably...
The hotel had a series of renovations and renumbered the floors, and the room that was used in this terrible event has been completely blocked off. As for the attacker...
Of course they did, because the hotel industry also is extremely superstitious, because guests historically were very superstitious. It's why there's no 13th floor on many hotels. They renumber them, they block off rooms. It's why so many horror novels and such take place in hotels as well, because one, there's a lot of superstitions attached to hotel rooms, but also the very nature of how transient hotels are, like you are basically trusting your safety in that room for a period of time, and other people have stayed there and people will stay there after you, is rife for horror imagery, okay? For the passing of time and the fragility of life, okay? They did this also to try and to salvage the hotel. They did that to make sure that, you know, you don't have YouTube dickhead number 1 and dickhead number 2 trying to come and film a ghost video inside that room and try and profit off of a mass tragedy. You know, like that's the reality of why they do these things, you know?
He lived a private life and had no significant criminal history. And he left no clear motive for the crime. Now there's a whole lot more I want to talk about, but it would require a whole nother video. If you want to hear more, let me know. And as always, let me know what you think. Now if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. And
already, the thumbnail on this one's irritating me because I know exactly what's in this fucking video. And so I want to make it abundantly clear. Leave these people the fuck alone.
On August 13th, this TikTok account posted a video of her running through the halls of a hotel. And the text reads,
Oh, I've
that she
seen this
pretended
one.
to be on FaceTime after a man began following her.
I've seen this one. This one's creepy. I think we may have seen it on stream. So she's filming this, and she's clearly very freaked out. And then the hotel, one of the people working the desk did check the cameras. And she is sprinting, and she's clearly scared, and I think left not long after. And then there was a point, though, where it does look like something flies off a table after her. And I don't mean after, like she ran past and it clearly was like the force of her running past that forced it off. It was a good delayed gap before it got forced off the table after her. I don't know if we're going to watch this one. This one reads so fake
But
to
when
me.
she heard running behind her, she got scared. Here's a portion of that initial.
I'll just jump to this portion.
Acts as if it's malfunctioning, and many commenters drew up similarities of this case and the Eliza Lamb case in the Cecil Hotel. But this is just the beginning, because the following day, it gets even more disturbing when the same security guard investigates the room she was staying in, and it's obvious she left in a hurry. Take a look.
It's like all my stuff is just left here.
It almost looks like she was looking for something. These are full. These are brand new.
No, this is...
Toilet seat up, which respectfully a woman... I'm curious about this, but also this looks like maybe cleaning.
What the heck is this doing in here? Yo, hold on, y'all. Why the fuck is this in here? Hold this. Yo, y'all.
That's for open... This is for opening... what's it called? Opening the hotel room doors.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what that's for. Because if you can lock it on the door, it's usually something that hotels have for if someone gets locked in a room or if a door is locked accidentally. What it does is it can, one, train this, but also it engages this lock to unlock it. Should not be in her room. Okay.
The following is what they found. Take a look.
Oh, here's the replay.
The whole time I'm thinking somebody following her. So we trying to go over the film and just keep watching. Look. My hand is shaking. Right there.
This thing flew off of the table.
What the heck? Bro, that's a rock from that table right there. Those are stones and those in bowls right there by that table. And that one of them stones just fell on the floor.
And there's no way that should happen because there's no wind in there.
The room and the tool they found. Let me know in the comments.
Low-key, I think she was robbing people's rooms and then had a manic episode. You contact the other guests to make sure they're not missing any items. Because there's a lot of random shit spread throughout her room. So I would report that. I would be like, hi, I just wanted to make sure that you have all your belongings, you know. And then maybe had some type of episode. Don't ask me about this. I don't understand this.
On August 15th, a YouTuber named
Leave them alone. This is what I meant. Stop doing this shit.
Dara was traveling a river in Papua New Guinea.
You don't do this shit.
And Dara's no stranger to traveling to remote locations, which is why this day they had a guide when they came across an uncontacted tribe. And some
I
of these
hate when people do
uncontacted
that.
tribes.
You could get them so the thing is, because I'm not even going to sit here and be like, oh, people are dangerous. I'm not trying to do that. We are dangerous. Western civilization, we have herd immunity. We have vaccines to things that they have never even thought to get access to or contact to, okay? There's no whisper of contact for any of that, okay? You could get them so violently sick just with being in contact with them from things you may not even know that you are carrying something in that moment. It's so dangerous. It's so selfish. For the sake of a viral video, you're not an anthropologist. You are not a behavior psychologist. You're not going to study these tribes to learn their culture. You're not a historian. You're not doing anything like that. You're just being a YouTube clout goblin. And we need to be serious, okay? Same with the Senegalese people. Stay away from that fucking island. If they kill you, I don't feel bad about it. Stay away from them.
Like the Korawai have been known to practice cannibalism. However, this
Yeah, like, see, you hear that. They have been known to practice cannibalism. And it's like, okay, was that last week? Was that a decade ago? What do you mean they've been known to practice cannibalism? And you decide to go and check it out for yourself? You're insane.
is largely believed to be an outdated practice. But that doesn't mean that they weren't in danger. And this is what leads to be a very tense situation between Dara
They need
and
to hear the
tribe.
word of God. No, the word of God people piss me off because that guy, so for those who don't know, in 2009, was it? 2010? It was not that particularly long ago. There was someone who was convinced, he was a missionary, he was convinced that he was going to go to Senegalese Island and convert the Senegalese people to Christianity, and that was his gold mission trip. They killed him with a poison arrow and left his body on the beach to rot. And frankly, I didn't feel bad then. I don't feel bad now because he was warned by everyone to not go. But he believed that his faith in Jesus was enough to go and bother those people. An uncontacted tribe. They're probably the last people on this planet that don't have microplastics in them. Like, they're so, God, it's so dumb. And no, let me go tell them about Jesus. They don't have language the way that you and I do. Their language is completely different. Like, it's so dumb. It's 6 types of dumb. The people who took him there yeah. And again, the only concern at that point, the only reason I believe they were able to get his body from them, and the only reason they did that is because scientists were like, hey, his body is going to make everyone on that island sick. They have not buried him. It will rot. We have no idea what it could infect them with. We have no idea if he was carrying anything at the time. We need to get him out of there so it doesn't kill them. Because what if they try? We don't know. What if they do try and eat his body? What if they do X, Y, and Z? We have no idea. We need to remove it immediately. I believe that's the only reason they were able to remove his body. I believe they removed it. I might be misremembering. I remember that report of why they felt they needed to remove his body. It was not to bring his family closure because, he was an idiot. It was to make sure that they didn't kill off a whole tribe of people. Hermes, please stop digging at my couch. Unfortunately, if they eat fish, they have microplastics in them. God damn it.
Here's that encounter. Take a look.
This one is insane to me.
I think they're blowing arrows.
We found a cannibal tribe. So you knew. Like, I don't have patience for people like this. I'm so sorry. Like, as someone that is so interested in other cultures and loves learning about other cultures, I can understand the impetus of, I want to go and meet these people. I want to see their culture. I want to see their home. Like, I understand that drive. And then the critical thinking part of my brain is like, hey, so that's fucking stupid. Keep your ass at home, okay? I understand the initial thought. But the problem with clout goblins is they don't get to that rational thought part. And that is why you need to be aware of clout goblins. Go home, Ryan. Yeah. Senegalese, for a time, had friendly relations with the salvage crew of an oil tanker nearby. Interesting. See, maybe we'll do... Can we do a video? Can we do a stream? Maybe the next stream. Maybe tomorrow's stream we'll just do like a bunch of Senegalese tribe videos. Because I do find them very fascinating. Because, like, especially, like, I don't know. They might have the right idea. Because we have, like, technology and shit. And we're getting dumber by the fucking day. So they might have the going back to like literally no like contact with other civilization and like modern anything might be the move.
Seriously, this is terrifying.
Like, you see spear, you see bow and arrow. And you're not like, wow, I should cover my neck and shut the fuck up and stop filming. Because again,
They're huge bulls. So
Stop waving. Are you
I've got
fucking...
like an offering for them.
Sorry, hang on.
This is Demi back here, who knows the tribe and who's bringing us in. He's telling us that this is the way to basically...
Demi's trying to rob your money, I think. Demi's like, yeah, I just bring them a sacrifice once in a while. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not accusing Demi of that. But seriously, the answer would be, why is Demi not up front then? If Demi knows them and is a friend of the tribe, then why is Demi not up front so that they immediately know that you were there with Demi? Because that would be the proper way. Hey, let me introduce myself first. Let me make sure they can see me first. Demi should be up front. Also, you can have diseases. I agreed.
We bargain our way and try and make them accept us.
Now, before we continue, it should be noted that the Papua New Guinea tribes, located just above Australia,
I do want to go to Indonesia very badly.
have been known to use salt and other livestock as trade, which is likely the reason Dara's guide instructs him to offer him salt, giving him free passage to move along. But
Low-key, you can also offer me salt, and I will give you free passage to move along.
as you'll see, it does not bode well with the tribesmen.
Got salt.
Put it in your hands.
Put it in my hands?
Open it and then just put it in your hands a little bit. Kakak macam tidak terima kita full. Kakak rasa buang. Kakak rasa.
Oh God.
God, sorry, I'm looking at the leaves. I'm so interested. Gosh, see, I have questions. See, God, maybe I do need to go back to school. Because, like, look at the variety of leaves that he's using here to cover himself. Like, we've got green, we've got a light brown, but I think this is the same type of leaf as here. This is a different leaf. And then he's got, I think, another layer of leaves below that is, so it's almost like a high-low shape. Interesting. And they're bound with wire. He's got multiple fucking spears and big-ass bows. And this dog does not give a flying fuck. This dog doesn't care at all. Is it iodized salt? Watch them know. God, would they know the difference? I think it's a dog. It might be a dingo? It's dog-like. It looks like, I don't know what type of dog that would be. Dingoes are dogs, yes. But that, I don't think that's a, now I'm looking up dingoes. Hold on, I need a photo of a dingo. Dingo. Okay, so that's definitely a dingo. Sorry, that's a fucking dingo. That's the most dingo looking. You know when you look up a photo and you're like, okay, yeah, that's exactly what the fuck it is.
God. Okay, he does.
That's a chill fucking dingo.
Look
Oh,
like
look, does he? Oh no, I thought he had like a little like rope collar on, but it was the grass.
Be careful. He doesn't like it. All right, guys, let's move back, maybe.
Him holding this, he is covered. See this thing too. He is using fresh green plants here to, I don't know if you can tell, I think he's covering a spear with the plants. That's smart. Because it's like, yeah, we're going to hit him with the plants, but I think he has a spear here too. This is brilliant. God. I have questions.
Maybe.
We have to go out.
I think no, okay, it might just be the branch. But I think he has something else in his hand.
Not really welcome. It's really dangerous.
I'm not gonna lie, that is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, you're being dumb. Okay, I think he's just fanning. Is he just waving it like I will smack the shit out of you?
Oh my God. Demi, they're scary.
The fact that the dingo didn't fucking move actually is stressing me out. Like that dog, these are his fucking, that's his bros. The dog did not engage with them. The dog did not growl. The dingo just sat there.
I'm sorry I'd take you here.
Thankfully, Dara and his crew made it.
Like this, he doesn't give a fuck. Like the lack of acknowledgement, God. This is so interesting. God, again, the variety of leaves, because these are smaller leaves. These are big, almost like frond type of leaves.
Away unscathed. But
no thanks, go away. Content creator, holy shit, they're terrifying cannibals. Yeah, and it's like, no wonder they don't want you fucking around. You're a fucking psycho, you know? Again, also, why'd you get these bags of salt? This is crazy. Also, again, hey, get them salt. I don't know about you. Maybe this is the Girl Scout in me. I'm getting several types of salt. Like, you're gonna have like a charcuterie board of salt, okay? Especially if like my goal is to try and meet these people and like see their home and learn. Like, I'm getting options, you know? They come with the Auntie Anne's frozen pretzels. He's family shaped to me. Pink pure with iodine. Yeah, like I'm getting options. I'm going to like, hey, is there a market nearby? And I'm seeing if they sell, if there's a spice counter that sells salt. You know, like I'm checking everything.
Judging by his guide's reaction, it could have easily...
No, he's like, go. No, go. But also, this is ready to be drawn. This right here, he's ready to fire that if need be.
Easily went south quickly, but definitely go check out...
Yeah, he's loading that shit. Dude, fucking leave. He's loading that shit. He's ready to pull that back. God damn. And again, the dog not giving a fuck is actually... You should be more stressed about the dog not giving a fuck about you. He's like, these fucking tourists. No one gives me the good salt. Or maybe this is the grift and he knows they'll come back with the good shit. Maybe that's that would be really, really funny. Sea salt, anything you want, babes. Just please don't hurt me and be my friend. You don't even need to be my friend. I'll leave. Like, I do just want to, like, see.
Ara's channel. I'll leave a link in the description below.
God, I'm so fascinated, though.
On March 9th, this TikToker posted a video from her Ring camera of a woman acting incredibly strange and clutching something in her bag. And this would turn out to be one of the most disturbing Ring doorbell videos I've seen. But before I explain everything in full, I'll let you see the video first.
We've seen several very...
How may I help you? I can't hear you.
Hi. Are you aware of me coming by today?
No. Who are you?
Oh. I'm Joy.
Okay, and who are you looking for?
Oh.
I don't like that you're looking over your shoulder like that, girly pop. What the fuck are we doing? Also, what the fuck is in your pocket and in your bag? I really don't like this. Why are you looking over? What's over there? Huh? Huh?
Alright, I'm sorry. I probably got the wrong house.
Yeah.
No, because who the fuck are you looking at? Sorry, I keep hitting the full screen button. I don't like that you stood there. Okay. Is someone else over there? She's right there. Then she stands there. Is this a tree? She bent over. She did it again.
As you can see, she's acting incredibly odd and standing in place for long periods of time. And viewers would later discover that this video was of Rhonda Polynice, whom just days later would be caught on body cam during a welfare check for her son, Ramil Peer, who hadn't shown up to school in weeks. And during...
The way that's the same fucking jacket. Your son better be alive, lady. I swear to fucking God.
In this encounter, she acted very nonchalant about the whereabouts of her son.
Where's your
until
son?
Eventually allowing them inside. But what you may have not noticed is that in the body cam footage, it looks like she's wearing the exact same clothes.
Gee, why would I not notice that when she's wearing the most identifiable white hoodie of all fucking time? What do you mean?
As she was in the doorbell footage. Here's a part of that encounter.
Where's the bob? So that Willow, there's this thing called wigs.
So from what I'm being told, they haven't been in school this whole month.
341, that's all 97.
The school is unaware of what's going on with him.
Oh, he's going to go back to school.
Okay, but at this point, it's already reached a point of truancy.
I can't tell if she's holding something in her pocket or not.
Truancy.
What's that?
I'm so sorry. I know we have bigger fish to fry, but the thought of a parent not knowing what the word truancy means is actually stressing me out a little bit. I'm so sorry. I was so booking about the hoodie. Gotcha. 15% accidents and 50% people having the worst days of their lives and be deeply mentally ill. Yeah. I think it's just her hands. Yeah, because there was something in her pockets in the first video.
Legal thing that, I mean...
There's so much left in this segment. Dear God.
Like, you pretty much have to... If you don't get in contact with the school right now to inform them of what's going on...
Okay.
Okay, it's her phone. Okay, good. There's nothing else in the pocket. Because in the other video, it was clearly like this front pocket was stuffed full of stuff. And then she had the bag.
Oh my God. I didn't even realize that. Okay, I'll call his teacher.
You got your ID on you?
No.
Is it inside the house?
I have a picture of it.
Yeah, can I see it?
After more back and forth with Rhonda, they
Oh, he's
eventually
a
convinced
baby.
her to let them inside and
That's
check
a
on
baby.
Ramil,
Is he
where,
okay?
Unfortunately, the police would discover the body of Ramil at the hands of Rhonda during an exorcism, claiming he was possessed. And you can only imagine what the officers walked in on, since at the time they knew none of this. This is the final bit of footage before entering the home.
She's just trying to pull up a picture.
And she has aborted. Oh, she's not well. She's not well. Okay. Her going to the neighbor, though, alternatively. Okay, I don't think she's well, and I don't think she would think like this, because I don't think she's well. Could she have been thinking, oh, I need to be seen on a doorbell cam? So they have a timestamp? Could it be that?
For her ID and then go inside so we can at least...
Sorry, came on.
That's what she said.
He's in there.
Rhonda would eventually confess to taking the life of young Ramil, which makes this Ring video even more disturbing, knowing that it was only days earlier, and what many people
Is that the
don't
same
know.
woman? I think that's the same woman.
Which makes this Ring video even more disturbing, knowing that it was only
The jacket's
days
the
earlier.
same.
And what many people don't know is that she had a TikTok account, and in it she described her troubles with her ex-boyfriend, as well as her rough upbringing. But this clip I found was one of the more
She said joy.
disturbing videos taken from her
But she also was changing her voice, so I don't know.
social media.
And that's definitely the same knot on the door. Yeah, so I think it's her on the video.
If you want something done correctly, you have to do it yourself.
What? Oh, this is Astro World. I've seen this. So at Astro World, for those who don't know, people died at Astro World from extreme crowd crunch and trampling. Because it was a deeply unsafe event and setup. And the crowd, there was multiple times on... I still don't know how more didn't happen with this, because I feel like the event, the organizers was liable and negligible. There are multiple times where people on stage were notified, hey, it's getting dangerous. We are pulling bodies out, and they continued the set. So I remember this video. She jumped up there and started begging for help because people were dying. I believe she saw her friend die, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm not certain. So, but this is a mass casualty event, just not with guns.
On November 5th of 2021, Astroworld hosted 50,000 attendees. And as
This
you can
whole
see,
setup
main
is so dangerous. This whole setup is so dangerous. Like, because I think these are cement barriers. No, they're the crowd surge barriers. God, it basically like kettled the crowd, which yes, looks great on video and is deeply unsafe to be inside of. As I've talked about a lot, I know very quickly in a crowd if I am unsafe because I'm 5'2". So I usually know right away if I'm going to have trouble breathing. If you are ever in a situation like this, okay, for a crowd crush, it doesn't help with everything, but you need to protect your ability to breathe. So what you should do, if you can't get out and you are stuck, you need to lock your elbows in place in front of you and lock your hands together. And you need to lock your arms as strong as you can to give your lungs the ability to expand. Okay? It's not foolproof, but it should give you enough airspace to expand your lungs. And you need to just make sure you are keeping your hands out in front of you. It's not foolproof, but that's usually where crowd crush becomes a problem, is their lungs cannot expand. And then there are also, if you fall, you need to try and get up as quickly as you possibly can. Don't cover your neck. You need to get up as fast as you fucking can, if possible. Same if you see your friends go down, you need to try and get them up as quick as possible. Again, the safest, as soon as you ever feel unsafe in a crowd, whether it because of the rowdiness, if there's too many people drinking around you, whatever, if there's too many people, if you realize that you're 5 feet tall and everyone around you is 6 foot, the best thing you can do is try and remove yourself as quickly as possible. But in a panic, if you hear shooting, if someone yells gun, if you hear the words knife, anything can cause a panic and can cause a stampede. So, God, I hate that I have to do this, I feel like, once a stream. But, this whole thing was very dangerous.
crowd was divided by barriers.
I believe the death count was 12, right? PSA, thank you. Thank you. It's just, my chest is tight. I hate having to do this. But, unfortunately, this is part of my job, is crowd safety. 10? Okay.
Creating 2 large pockets. And by 2 p.m., the crowd was let in, many of whom jumped over barriers, trying to get a good spot for the show. And at 9:02 p.m.,
See, even then, it's like they're not scanning for shit.
Travis Scott's set begins, and within 5 minutes of the main show, the first 911 call was made. And then at 9:32 p.m., attendees began climbing up the camera platform to warn them to stop the show. And this is when the following footage was recorded.
Yeah,
Take
it's
a
this
look.
girl. Grab his radio. I'm sorry, at that point, grab his fucking radio. I'm dead fucking serious. Sometimes you need to grab the fucking radio. Sorry, camera guy, I'm taking your fucking radio. Stop the show, people are dead. Police are on their way. Helicopters are on their way. Stop the fucking show. You need to take the fucking radio. Hell, fucking shove the camera over. Dead fucking serious. Cool. My sister that goes to big shows came down and I told her about your tip that she doesn't know. It's just so it's not foolproof, but it gives you the ability to at least give yourself some time and options to think through and calm down. The important thing is not to panic. But hands locked together, okay? The same way if you were zip tied and you break your wrist, the same thing. You do the lock. Okay? Elbows out. Okay? Because also, if your elbows are out, if someone backs into you, even in a crowd surge, the instinct is to jolt forward because this hurts against their back, your elbows. So it's like locked forward. You want to keep your hands out in front of you, though, away from your face, so you don't accidentally get elbowed in the face and like break your tooth or something.
Unfortunately, they did not stop the show, and Travis would go on to finish his entire set.
That's look how tight it. God, it's so fucking bad. It's so God. I think they made a documentary on this. I think. The Hillsborough disaster, churches used to regularly happen at football stadiums in the UK. I believe there was an event in Korea not long after this, I think, or before. And it was like, there was a corridor, like it was on the street, it was in public. And they literally started, the police and people just literally started reaching into the crowd and pulling people out one by one. Because they were so jam-packed. They were like kettled into this corridor of an alley. And it was, people could not breathe and they were stuck because they had all panicked rushing through and out, or like just got too many people. I can't remember exactly. I think a bar got shut down. I think something happened and it caused like this cut, like in this alley that was decently long, and everyone's like, oh, it'll just keep moving. But people stopped because they got stuck. And it caused more people, so they started, the videos are crazy. They're literally reaching in for arms that are out, and they're just like yanking girls out by their arms, trying to pull them up and out. It's fucking wild.
And in this clip, from Dallas 0118, you can see just how chaotic it was. Ultimately, 10 people.
Look at this surge. They're trying to get help, and these people are still trying to get closer.
Ages 9 to 27 would lose their lives due to crowd crush, all of whom were found in this crowd pocket on the right-hand side. And in this aerial photo,
this is so fucking dangerous.
Taken the following day, you can see all the debris that was left behind. But if you ever find yourself in this situation, keep your arms up and your weight centered, almost like a boxer. And the crowd will move
Literally,
like a wave, so never push against it. Instead, move with the wave. And once you start moving, move diagonally towards your exit. And just
literally, it's like you gotta kind of move like you were in a riptide. But also, if you are in a crowd like this, you need to know where all of your exits are at all times.
Remember, if it feels wrong, it is. And it's time to leave.
It was the first Halloween after COVID protocols were relaxed in Incheon, Korea. Jesus.
On May 15th of 2015, a 6-year-old first grade student named Allie got off her bus in Jefferson County, Kentucky.
I don't like where
and
this
the
is
bus
going.
driver, Melinda Sanders, opened the double doors for Allie. But on this day, she wasn't paying attention. And before Allie
I've seen this. I've seen
Melinda
this.
shuts
I've seen this. I've seen this. I've seen this. It's the fucking backpack in the window, in the doors. It's the backpack in the doors. And she drives off with the little girl outside the doors. Oh God, I hate this so much. Okay. Be aware, harm to a child. God, hang on. I'm muting the application. Let me make sure let me see what they show. Hang on. Okay, he's partially censored it. She survived. She had been dragged over 1,000 feet. I'm not showing the video itself is censored, but you see her fall and it's exactly as bad as you think. So we're not going to watch the clip again.
with severe nerve damage and PTSD from the incident.
Yeah, no shit. I'm never looking at a bus again. Mom and dad got to drive me.
Surprisingly, this isn't the only instance of this happening. In fact, there's 31 cases just in the past decade due to how
No, because why the...
Wrong. These school bus doors are, suffice to say.
Why are we
Allie-
testing it with a real child? Oh, not Justice. Not Justice. Anyone read the files?
He was incredibly lucky. And as for Melinda, she was adamant.
Why are we testing this with a real child? You cannot hear the girl inside the bus. I listened to the audio. I had it muted for you guys. Whose kid is that? I'm assuming a parent is right there. What do you mean the files? The Epstein files. Epstein had ties to Justice and Limited too, among other things. Yeah. Because everything is touched by the cabal of pedophiles, unfortunately. Yeah, the driver is next to the engine. But also there was, I think, another parent or another teacher or another student standing right here between the door and
that it was just a terrible accident, and no criminal charges were brought forward.
Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Absolutely not. No. No. Why are we testing this with a human child? No. No, I don't care if it's a stunt child. That's a child.
But there was a civil lawsuit.
No, you know what? If she was a stunt child, she'd be wearing pants and knee pads and boots that would cover her shins. Why are her ankles loose?
Which awarded Allie's family with $5 million.
I'm mad about that one. The accident of the first child, horrible. That test, that's fucked up. I don't care if you had medical on site. That's fucking crazy. That actually pissed me off more. That actually made me more mad than the other video. That actually just drove me fucking insane. Oh God. That actually just drove me fucking crazy.
And of course, at the trial, Melinda was questioned, and she expressed her regret of what she did that day.
The loading and unloading of children is the moment of truth. Let nothing distract you.
Yes,
What does that mean to you?
it means a lot to me. And I wish, Mr. Bolus, that I had followed that day. I can't take that day back.
Now, if you've made it this far,
She was distracted because she was talking to someone else in the aisle, clearly, and didn't realize. Oh God, horrible.
on January 2nd of this year, a video was posted to Instagram,
Ghosts?
and the description explains how the parents woke up after hearing a disturbance in their daughter's room, and after...
It's not ghosts, it's hacked nanny cam. It's definitely hacked nanny cam, isn't it? Just one ghost. One more ghost. That's all I ask. She also blew a stop sign and blocked the mirror that would have shown the child with a mason jar of drink. Yeah, no, I hate that case. That case sucks. Oh God.
Ensuring that she was okay, they checked the security footage in her room, and what they saw terrified them, because
Ghost?
you can see as she seemingly wakes up from a dead sleep
Ghost?
at 3:33 a.m. and begins to stare at something
Ghost?
that the camera can't see. But what happens next, they still cannot explain.
Ghost, 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 ghost. Not 3:33 a.m. Don't piss me off. Oh shit. Sorry, I'm like moving. Nah, fuck that. Actually, never mind. Take the ghost back. I don't like that she knew to play asleep. That's a fear response. I don't really like that. That stressed me out.
As she stares at something in the room with her,
I don't
a
like
toy
that.
goes off on its own, and then the crib begins to violently shake.
I don't like that. I don't like that that little baby knew to play to pretend to be asleep. That stresses me out. That's a fear response. I don't like that she knew to do that.
Now the daughter seems to want nothing to do with this and just lays down to pretend like she's asleep. Now this footage obviously
That's crazy.
disturbed
That's crazy.
her parents, but it begs the question as to what exactly was she looking at. But as always, let me know what you think.
I think I don't like that video. How dare you show me that, Horror Talk?
At first glance, this video recorded
Oh,
on
we've
a
seen
Russian
this.
island back
We've seen this. This one's fucked up. I believe all of them were killed by the bears. I don't like this one because that's a cub and the dog is fucking with the cub and then Mama Bear comes out and I think all the men were killed, but let's see.
2014 might look relatively harmless. We can see 3 construction workers on their break. They have a dog
They're
when
fucking
all of a
don't fuck
sudden
with the
a
bear.
small bear cub approaches them and the dog starts to play. Now at first, things are completely normal. These construction workers are laughing, but little did they know, Mama Bear was right around the corner and things were not going to go well for them.
I don't like that your voice tone changed. Get the dog. You can see Mama coming. You can see Mama coming over the ridge. She's fucking huge.
For nearly half a minute, the Russian men recorded this completely innocent interaction between their dog and this bear cub when, out of nowhere, the mother bear comes out from behind a small ridge.
It's never out of nowhere. You know that. If you grow up around these bears, you know it's never out of fucking nowhere.
With its other cub, and their laughter quickly falls silent. It's at this point they didn't really know what to do, so they stood completely still, hoping the bear would just move on. For what I'm sure felt like ages, both parties in this situation stood silently, staring at each other, sizing each other up, when the dog out of nowhere makes a slight movement towards the mother bear.
Yeah, you should have grabbed the fucking dog. Should have grabbed the dog. Should have grabbed the dog. Should have grabbed the fucking dog.
And to her, this is all the confirmation that she needed that this group was a threat, and she charges, and the video cuts off. Now, despite the fact that the video cuts off, we know exactly what their fate was and how horrific it was.
Yeah.
The following day, search crews would arrive on the island, and they would find the bodies of the 3 Russian men completely torn to shreds, and as for the dog, it did not make it out alive either. There
Yeah.
were tufts of fur found around the area, with no body in sight. Presumably, the bears ate it. Even more disturbing, seeing as how mangled the bodies of the Russian men were, it was not possible to identify them visually. Instead, they had to rely on dental records, which
Jesus.
confirmed that these 3 workers who recorded the videos were the same ones whose remains were now in front of the rescue workers. At the end of the day, it's unconfirmed as to whether or not the bears were responsible for what happened here, but it is highly likely that this was the case.
Okay, so I know what you're saying, but also, Jesus, those men should not have allowed the dog to fuck with the cub. There's no reason they should have allowed that. That dog should have been on leash. They know they're in bear country. They know there are bears there. There's no way they didn't. If they were working on that island, they would have had to report that to them. Okay. Also, Russians, I assume there's bears everywhere. Okay. So that dog should not have been off leash like that. Especially as soon as they knew enough to realize that as soon as the mama got there, they were fucked. But they didn't grab the dog. I don't think they helped. They were laughing. Yeah. Why have a dog at all? Maybe they thought the dog would deter the bears, but that doesn't make sense to me because bears love fucking with dogs. There's multiple stories that I've heard of various stories that were incited because of a dog, whether the dog was barking or not. Dogs are going to bark. I'm not going to blame a dog for barking. But as an owner, you have to be on top of your dog's safety as well, especially in wilderness situations. This one thing that drives me crazy about wilderness situations, especially for outdoor creators and stuff, if your dog is with you, your whole experience needs to become about making sure that dog is safe. Oh no, I want to do my hike. She's fine to be off leash. No, because now you got to treat the dog like a baby. Okay. You are now responsible for a baby in avalanche country. Like, you don't be dumb. Don't be stupid, or don't bring your dog with you. Okay. If you are not prepared to fully take care of the animal while traveling, like that fucking woman that let her dog just sit in that fucking whirlpool wave like that, in an earlier clip, that was fucking insane. Where's the guns? That's like saying we only have video of this boulder or rolling down the hill. We don't know if it was what destroyed the house at the bottom of the hill, but probably. Because they don't like wolves. Maybe. I mean, it could be that. Again, also, it's like wolves also will come and like fuck with bears, foods. It's like they will come and take what they can get,
And these bears got off completely scot-free.
Of course they did.
Caught. Now, there is a very important
Caught?
lesson
Leave the bears the fuck alone.
we learned out of all of this. If you're out in nature and you see a bear cub, do not approach it.
No
now, the
shit.
bear cub might not be very much of a threat towards you.
I live in a part of California where we if I went looking, I would find a bear, okay? But like there's not a ton of bears down where I'm at, okay? If I go up into the mountains, if I go up into Humboldt County, things like that, then yes, there are bears there, okay? But not where I'm at for the most part, okay? Even then, because I'm a Girl Scout, we talk about these things like, do not fuck with a fucking bear cub. Mama's coming soon, okay? If you watch cartoons, you learned that, okay?
The mother bear is likely not very far behind, and if she sees you or catches your scent, you are not going to make it out alive.
In 2018, a devastating fire broke out in Malibu, California, and much like the fires in California today, were incredibly hard to contain, leaving many people in danger and trapped on the mountain roads. Much like this.
I'm so sorry. January 18th, did you pick this video? This video is from January 18th. Did you pick this video so that you could make a Palisades fire reference? An Eaton fire reference? Did you do this on purpose? What the fuck?
User Rebecca Hackett, who stayed behind to save her horses from White Cloud Ranch after ultimately having to leave after her evacuation route was blocked by fire. And this is what she caught on camera. Take a look.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God, please leave the horses there. Please, God, please. Look at this tunnel. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, I think I've seen this clip. She just drives straight into...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is so dangerous.
Oh my God, please, God, please. Oh my God. Oh my God, please let me out of here. Please, God.
Yeah, see, this is one of those natural disasters. I'm not religious. I'll just start praying to things. God, fire moves so quickly. You really have no idea how quickly it moves. Like, it really... And we're about to have a hell of a fire season because Trump wants to ban everything. Oh, hello! Thank you, Poppy the First. Welcome for the raid. Hi, sorry, we're having like a very emotional, stressful stream today. Thank you, Wizard in Space, for following. Thank you for the raid. When's the credit card reveal? Credit card reveal when? Okay. Interesting. Welcome in. Wildfires will spread so quickly, and we're about to have an insane wildfire season, I'm sure, because we had record heats in March. I'm sure it's going to be really bad. Rickety, thank you for following. Show us your credit card. No, credit card. Okay. I don't know what. Love your YouTube videos. I didn't know you streamed. Yeah, hi. Is the credit card thing going to continue? Is that going to be something I have to deal with? Because we also have our own message for people to, you know, become subs. And that's the don't be poor emote. We have, let's see. Where's my don't be poor? Do I not have don't be poor? Where's my don't be poor? There we go. There we go. There's my don't be poor. So. Oh, also, I don't think we have any tier 2s in chat. But I also have me with a Glock. The credit card was a bit from stream. I should have told them not to spam it in chat. Okay, it's fine. No, it's fun. It's low-key funny because like so 2 weeks ago I just got back from Japan not too long ago, and in the depths of sleep deprivation, I threw my wallet in the trash and it is now at a sorting plant somewhere. So I finally got all of my credit cards resent to me. So it's a little funny because it is topical. She's driving into the fire. What's going on? Yeah, so she is evacuating. These are from, I believe this is the 2017 Malibu fires. I'm born and raised in California for any newbies here. I've evacuated from fire several times, but Malibu has a lot of hills and, and dry grass and trees. So what she's doing is she tried to go get her horses because she was on a ranch. And I can't tell if she already is trying to get to them here or if they're in the trailer behind her, because she's talking as if they're in the trailer. So I think they're in the trailer. She is in a car. This is her only way out of the canyon, is she now has to drive through where the fire is. So she is on a road, but the fire is already above the ridge above her, and she didn't realize how bad it was in this part of the canyon. Now, she posted this, so we know she survives, okay? That's the thing to think of. But if you are driving through, if there's ever a time where you have to drive through fire, you need to keep going. Just keep going straight as best as you can. You need to make sure that your AC is off and you are not circulating any outside air as much as you can. You got to have it on recirculation if you can. You don't want it bringing smoke inside your car. You will suffocate and die, okay? Ideally, you would avoid getting to this point, but sometimes it happens so quickly. That's what happened here with the Eaton fire. For those who don't know, I evacuated from the Eaton fire. Obviously, my home was okay. Thank God, my apartment. And me and Hermes were safe. But that is what happened, is people thought they would have hours and they had 5 minutes. Okay? It can happen so quickly, and especially if you are in a dry area like Altadena, like Pasadena, like the Palisades, with how dry of a winter we had in 2024. But yeah, we're watching disturbing videos. We found a new disturbing videos channel, and unfortunately they are right. They are disturbing videos, and it's making me upset.
Please let me out of here. Please, God. Please. Oh my God.
Visibility is so bad, and you're just driving over embers. Like, you have no idea. And at any time, your tires could just disintegrate. Like, you really don't know. Very few cars are built for extreme heat, especially modern cars. I believe older trucks are better, but they also can conduct a lot of heat because there's more metal in the frame. But I believe they can withstand more. There were a handful of cars that survived because they parked a lot of cars. A lot of cars had to be abandoned. In Palisades specifically, I believe a few had to be abandoned in Altadena, but a lot were abandoned along the roads in the Palisades. And the ones that survived were a lot of the cars that were older from the 80s and earlier. Let's do a cat video instead.
Scared for her life, she knew she had to keep going.
Yeah, see, so she knows that that's on the ridge. She had no idea that on the other side of this, because she's driving through this tunnel, you can't even see the fire on the other side of this tunnel. That's how long it is. She had no way of knowing that she was driving into a complete pocket of fire.
Knowing the rescue workers wouldn't be able to reach her, thankfully, she was able to make it down the mountain. And after posting the video, it quickly went viral, and the local news team caught up with her to get her story. And you can tell she was terrified.
she was able to save all of those horses, 48 horses
Holy
saved.
shit.
And your mother made it out because she was there as well.
That's right. I mean, they're not all out of the clear yet, but hopefully everyone's okay.
Yeah. You
48 is fucking incredible.
Hero, and you're brave. Outstanding.
She was quickly deemed a hero after being able to save all 48 horses.
Jesus.
But let me know, what do you think?
Smoke kills, yeah.
You may have used a sleep app before, which are used to track the quality of your...
Oh, okay. We've been making predictions as well. My guess is recorded saying some nonsense, but he used a different voice while they were recording nonsense in their sleep, and it sounds scary when they played it back. I'm assuming 48 horses is a lot. So I'm assuming she had a horse trailer and her mother also had a horse trailer and they were driving separately. I'm assuming is what's happening because you do not hear her mother on that broadcast. On the video. So I'm assuming she was in a different vehicle. Recorded a stranger. I can't even imagine trying to get 48 horses loaded up in SUCH in such a frantic situation. How lucky are us? Are we at 6? Holy fuck.
Your sleep.
I swear I looked 10 minutes ago. God, it's almost 9. Jesus. I haven't had dinner. All right, guess I'm having a grilled cheese.
However, some
think we're
apps
following.
actually record the noises that you make while you sleep. But for this Reddit user, the app...
Man's voice recorded on my sleep cycle app. I recorded myself at night and I was horrified when I woke up to the recording. I live alone in a second floor apartment in a city. I have a deadbolt lock on my door and there's no, I hate this. The voice, as someone who lives alone, I fucking hate this. The voice is incredibly clear and seems to be talking to me and I'm responding. I don't recognize the man's voice and I think I detect a bit of some kind of accent. I put what he said into a translator app, but I couldn't figure it out. I don't know if this is paranormal or a ghost to me. It sounds like there was someone in my apartment, but I don't know if that would be possible. The only thing I can think of is it's some kind of technology. My apartment got hacked. I have an Alexa in my living room. But that wouldn't be close enough to my phone to record the voice so clearly. Does anybody have an explanation for this that could be? I'm really freaked out. Oh, God. This is why I don't fuck with sleep apps. This is my worst nightmare.
She lives alone in a second-floor apartment building where she's extremely cautious. And while the voice itself is very strange, if you pay close attention, you can clearly hear her voice and its voice overlapping.
Oh, I KMS. I'm sorry.
And added subtitles.
Waka.
Oh.
Yeah. Waka waka baka baka. Mm-hmm. Waka.
Oh.
Yeah. Waka waka baka baka. Mm-hmm.
Now it's worth noting again that she does live alone, and the
Okay, I still don't fucking like that, but what the fuck is he doing? They're doing a stitch impression. Waka waka, baka baka. This is still, if I heard this, I would be out of here in a second. I'd be moved so quickly.
The only rational explanation she could come up with is that someone was able to remotely access her Alexa, creating the noises that you hear. And while this Reddit user hasn't given any further...
See, you know what's so fucked up? This is the type of audio that you record and you're shaking, you're trembling, and you're like, someone was in my apartment, and you play this for your friends at the cafe, and then they're like, girl, don't fuck with us like that. I thought it was serious. Like that's the genius of it, is that it's so fucking unserious and so scary, no one would take it seriously.
Further updates. It reminded me of another Reddit thread, but this one was posted in 2015, and the story is quite similar, with this user living alone only with her 3-year-old
Sleep
son,
as Android
and
to
while
improve
using
my
her
sleep?
Android app to record her sleep, she catches what sounds like her having a conversation with someone else in the room.
Okay. Don't use that clip. Fuck off.
What are you doing? Okay.
I don't like that one either. I really don't like this game. This B-roll's fucked up. Fuck you. I hate this. I don't think that's knuckles cracking.
Now this thread.
You know what it almost sounds? It sounds like someone looking through like a stack of magazines or something. Like they're lifting something up and it's flopping down versus knuckles. It doesn't sound like slapping. It sounds like something's flopping down, but it's like a magazine. Give me waka 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 back.
Went viral, with many believing that the second voice is a male voice. But as always, let me know what you think.
I hate this.
In 2023, an anonymous video was posted online depicting a truck performing what they call snatch recovery. This is when you typically use a series of ropes to try to get his friend's Jeep unstuck from the mud. However, in this case, they seem to use a series of chains, and he proceeds to floor it. Now you may already see where this is going, because the kinetic energy that this builds snaps the chain, sending it flying backwards. Take a look.
See, imagine you break into someone's home and they don't realize and you get away with it and you like only took a handful of things and so the cops are never called. And then later you're watching one of these at home and you realize your voice is on a sleep app recording being featured in a real horror talk video. Imagine that. Like, imagine that. That might be someone's reality. And you guys are making fun of his Stitch impression. Okay? Okay? God, that's stuck. Jesus. Do they have any leverage under the wheels? Oh, that snaps. That snaps.
But that's not where the story ends, because when this was posted online, the speculation
Oh,
was that
it
someone
broke
was
the
in
window.
driver's seat. Now, there was
Oh.
no way for me to confirm this, but it has led to many edits with aftermath videos depicting the man and his injuries, most of which are from unrelated incidents. Moral of the story: don't Google this video. And when
Okay.
pulling a car out of the mud, always use rope and stand far away enough that you're not in harm's way.
It does look like someone's in the car.
In March of 2024,
There's
a
no
solo
reports.
camper based in the UK caught a series of events
Okay.
that he couldn't explain. Now this YouTuber that goes by the
He does look like someone that paranormal shit would happen to. Can I just be honest about that? He has the look. You're the guy that's like in like the opening of a horror movie about like a haunted house. Like you're like the pre-title card, like haunting kill. You know what I'm saying?
name Welcome to the Woods UK, often post
Have we watched his stuff before? I think so. We may have
videos
seen
teaching
this.
survival, even going as far as hunting for his own food. But
We
while
may have
checking
seen
in
this
on
one.
a shelter that he had been building, he discovers that something had destroyed it. But it wasn't
Something. You mean punk kids?
the first time strange occurrences had happened in that area.
This woodland just gets stranger and stranger. But the gutting thing is I was hoping to show you lot that cabin built from start to finish. It was just going to be a little cabin. Might as well show you it now. It's wrecked, but I might as well show you it's wrecked now. But I'll show you the video I was starting to make that would have probably took a month or two.
Now he had previously set up trail cameras in the area, so he decided to check the trail footage, thinking it was probably just a bunch of bored kids, even though the area was rather secluded. But what he caught on camera was pretty terrifying.
It's a ghost hunt, isn't it?
There's a figure.
It's a figure.
At night time that's in the right hand side of, I believe it's camera 6.
So that's just a dude in black.
Starts off, comes out of the woodland, and then all of
Not the edit. Not the text edit.
a sudden it's
Wait, I'm so sorry. Hang on, I gotta do it again. I gotta do it again.
that it's in the right-hand side of, I believe it's
That's a
camera
dude in
6.
suit.
Starts
Zoom.
off, comes out of the woodland, and then all of a sudden it seems to trigger the camera again. And then
That's
come
a
back
dude.
out. That
That's a
again
dude in
happened
black.
about a week later.
That's
on
a dude in
camera
black.
4.
So that's my guy. I'm so sorry. That's a man in black. I'm so sorry to break it to you. It's not a ghost. They are not non-corporeal. Okay, that's a human in black. It's very common.
But this time it's daytime and it's a bit more explainable. I mean, it looks to me like someone's in there poaching for the deer perhaps, or doing a bit of wildlife photography.
That's a human being that knows there's a camera there.
But whoever it is shouldn't be there. They haven't got permission to be there. It's only me. I've phoned the landowner Chris. He swears blind that no one else should be in there.
Checking the trail footage confirmed that something indeed was lurking around.
Maybe a hermit? Why does he gotta be a hermit? Maybe he's a Calvin Klein model. Maybe maybe he's not a hermit. Maybe he has lots of friends. Why are we assuming hermit, Rude?
His campsite. And while it was odd, he just assumed
That is just a dude in black. I need us to be so serious.
that someone could be just living out there without permission. But before settling down for the night, he decided to make some noise traps. These would alert him if anyone came near while he was sleeping. However, he wouldn't be getting much sleep that night because whatever it was lurking nearby. Take a look.
Not the knocking. A grown adult, by the way.
A few weeks later, he decided to set up a dummy camp. That way, he could observe it from a distance.
A dummy
and
camp is
hopefully
crazy.
Capture something on camera. And although not capturing anything of note, that night he captures some strange whooping noises coming from the woods around him, leaving him terrified.
I'm gonna keep this light as low as I can. But it sounds like a woman shouting or screaming. Jesus.
You see, if I owned land and my friend was camping on it, I would fuck with them. And he's already acknowledged that the landowner, that's a dude fucking you. With you. Not fucking you, fucking with you.
Jesus. What the hell is that?
Britfoot.
What the hell is that? Switch over to night vision 1 second.
Now whatever this is, seems to only want to scare him, possibly trying to keep him out of the area.
Yeah, because that's what
And although
is good
this
for
is where the
views.
story
I'm
ends,
skipping ahead. This
he
is
plans to go back.
all right, guys. It is. I need to eat something, and I also need to take Hermes outside. So let's see who is live. All right. We're gonna raid Fro. She's streaming Tamagotchi Life. Thank you guys for hanging out. Good night. Thanks for the survival tips. You're welcome. Sorry for the downer of a stream, chat. Thanks for the 6-hour stream. Dude, I did not realize we were getting this fucking long. Have fun. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye.